Hey everyone, in this video we are going to build full stack expense tracker app. By building this project we will learn modern development tech stack that's trending in 2026. Along with we are going to use the latest Next.js 16 version. Here's what you are going to build. Clerk for secure authentication including email password signing and Google Auth. A beautiful looking dashboard with bunch of insightful charts. A clean transaction page to track every transaction you created. A sleek income page to monitor all your earnings. A beautiful looking expense page to track your spending. And you'll also have the option to add, update and delete any entry. By building this project, you'll stand out from the crowd. We won't just write code, we'll follow industry level architecture to create maintainable, scalable and production ready code. I'll explain every line so anyone from beginners to experienced developers can follow along. And if you are looking more industry level projects like this, check out frontendlab.io, your one-stop platform for front-end development and full stack development. Whether you are a beginner or an advanced developer, you will find a wide range of projects to work on. Each project includes clear instructions on what to build, a Figma design and community support if you get stuck. You can even deploy and share your work directly from the platform. Over 800 plus developers are already learning and building with frontendlab.io, so join the party now. Links are in the description. We are going to use Express.js for the backend, Shadcn and Tailwind CSS for sleek professional UI, MongoDB for secure data handling, code written in TypeScript so that everything will be clean, reliable and production ready. And the best part, we'll also deploy this project both backend and frontend on Vercel. So by the end of this video, you'll have a real production ready project that you can proudly showcase on your resume and portfolio. Let's dive in. Here I have opened the VS Code, and in the VS Code I have created one directory FL Expense Tracker. FL stands for Frontend Lab. So Frontend Lab Expense Tracker. So first what I am going to do is create one folder inside this FL Expense Tracker, and the folder name I am going to give is the backend. In this backend folder we are going to write the backend for the expense tracker. Then I will create another folder which is frontend. In this frontend folder we are going to write our frontend for the expense tracker. So as you already know, for the frontend we are going to use the latest version of Next.js, Next.js 16. So first what I am going to do is, here I will search Next.js. We will go to this website Next.js, the React framework for the web, and if you scroll below, here we have this command npx create next tab latest. So using this command we can create the Next.js application. So I will copy this command and let's go back to the VS Code, and here inside this VS Code we have this terminal. First what I will do, I will go inside the frontend directory. Currently you can see we are in the expense tracker directory. So I will write cd frontend and I will press enter. So now we are in the frontend directory, and here in this frontend directory we are going to create the Next.js application. So now simply I will paste the command and click enter. Again I will press enter, and now this will create the Next.js application. Now it is asking us what is your project name. The project name we are going to give is this /, so that it will create the project inside our current directory. Yes, we are going to go with this option, defaults option, and then you can see here it is installing all of these dependencies. It is already installing Tailwinds, node types, React DOM and so on. We have successfully installed all the dependency. Now what we are going to do, I will write this command npm run dev. The Next.js will start our application in the port number 3001. Currently my application is running on the 3001 port. There is a high chance that your application will run on the 3000 because the Next.js default port number is 3000, but currently I am running another application on the port 3000. That's why my application is going to run on the 3001 port. So here you can see our application is running on the 3001 port. So this is the boilerplate code, like the Next.js symbol. Then here we have some text, description, and these buttons. So first what we are going to do is we are going to remove all of the boilerplate code. So let's go back to VS Code. Let's close this terminal, and here if you open this front-end directory and if you go in the app folder and if you go in this page.tsx, so here what I am going to do, I will select all of this code and just I will replace this with the app component, and this will return one app. Let's export this app component. Now let's check the result. You can see here we have this app which is coming from our h1 tag. Let's go back to the VS Code, and the first thing what I am going to do is I will wrap these children inside a div. Here I will add some Tailwind class. So the first class I am going to add is the height. So I will make the height as screen, means 100 VH, and I will change the background color to white, and I will make this div as flex. Now let's check the result. So yes, here we have this white background, so that's why this text is now not fully visible. So let's go back to VS Code, and here let's change this color to black. So I will make the text as black. Let's check the result. Here we have this app. Now we have successfully set up the Next.js application. The next thing we are going to do is the authentication. For authentication we are using Clerk. So if you see here, I have already created this application, and here we are using Clerk. So this is the login route in which we have this login component provided by the Clerk, and then here on the sign up route we have this sign up component. So we can sign up in two ways: all the personal details like first name, last name, email address, password, or we can go with the continue with Google. To install Clerk, what I will do, I will search Clerk Next.js. So here you can see we have this Clerk Next.js Auth SDK. So click on this link and then click start building. So here you will be redirected to the Clerk documentation, and you can see here we have this Next.js quick start guide, and it is following the app router. So we have also the app router in our project. So here what I will do, you can see here to create a new Next.js application, it is giving us the command, but we have already created our Next.js application. So we will move forward, and here you can see we have this install Clerk. So simply copy this command npm install Clerk, and let's go back to our code, and here again I will go to the front-end directory and I will paste the command and press enter. So it will install Clerk in our Next.js application. Now you can see we have installed the Clerk, and if you want to verify then simply go to package.json. Here you can see we have this Clerk. Now let's see the next step. So after installing the Clerk, what we have to do, add Clerk middleware to your app. So what we have to do, simply copy this middleware code, and then in our front-end code we have to create the middleware. In Next.js 16, the middleware file name is renamed to proxy.ts. So what I am going to do, I will create one file proxy.ts, and here I will paste the code. Now let's see the next step. So the next step we have to do is add Clerk provider and Clerk components to your app. So what we will do, let's go back to our code, and I will close this file package.json as well, and here in the layout.tsx I will wrap this HTML to Clerk provider, and you can see it is coming from this Clerk Next.js, and let's wrap all of this code inside this Clerk provider. So here you can read, add the Clerk provider component to your app layout, this component provides Clerk's authentication context to our app. So that's why we have wrapped our layout inside the Clerk provider. The Clerk saying is to use pre-built components to allow users to sign in and out, but we are not going to use the pre-built component. Instead, we are going to use directly sign in and sign up component of the Clerk. So we have already done this step, and yeah, we have successfully added Clerk to our Next.js app. Let's go back to our code. Inside this app folder, I will create another folder and I will name this as sign up. Inside this sign up folder, I will create one file page.tsx, and here I will write one function which is sign up page, and this will simply return one h1 tag saying sign up, and let's export this page as well. Now let's check the result. If I write /sign up, then you can see we have this sign up title. So it is not fully visible because the color of the text is white and our background color is also white. Now I will remove this h1 tag and I will take one div, and then we are going to use this sign up component from the Clerk. So simply I will write sign up, and you can see it is already suggesting me this sign up from the Clerk. And now let's check the result. So you can see now we have this sign up component just like this one. We have this continue with Google, then we have the another sign up option using email address and password. And if you see here, we are getting some message from the Clerk. So if you click here, it is saying Clerk is in keyless mode. And if you click here, it is saying this app uses Clerk for authentication. We generated temporary API key. So currently we have not created API keys for our Clerk application. Here we are not going to use the temporary API keys for Clerk. After setting up the sign up page, we will go to the Clerk dashboard and we are going to create API keys for our Clerk application. So let's avoid this for now. And first what I will do, I will make this sign up component in the center of the screen. So I will add some Tailwind class here. First the class I am going to add is this flex, then item center, justify center, and the height width I am going to give is the full. Let's check the result. Yes, we have this sign up component in the center. Then in this sign up component, I am going to pass the routing, and the routing I am going to pass is this hash. So what is this hash? So we are passing this routing as hash. So what Clerk will do, suppose if we are signing with Google, then it will differentiate the routes using hash. So it will have this hash and then some path name, then again it will have hash and then some other URL. So we are going to use the hash for routing. Now let's quickly create the login route. So again in the app I will create another route login, and then here I will create another file page.tsx, and again here we are going to create the login page, and this will return one div saying login. Let's export this component as well. So export default login page. Now let's check the result. So if I search here login, then you can see here in the upper corner we have this login text. So if we see here, then if I search login here, then you can see we have this login component. We can log in from the Google or the email address. So again we are going to use the login component from Clerk. So let's go back to the code. So here I am going to write sign in, and you can see already we are getting the suggestion of the sign in component from the Clerk. So I will press enter, and now let's check the result. We have this sign in component same like this one. Now let's quickly center this component as well. So again I will write flex, item center, justify center, and height width is going to full. Let's check. Yes, we have this sign in component. Again the same routing I am going to use is this hash, and if you see here we have this button which says sign up. So if I click here, then to routing me to this clerk URL, but we don't want this. If you see here, if I click this sign up, then we are redirecting this sign up route which we have created, and if I click sign in, then we are coming to this login route. So let's do this in our application as well. Here in the login page, as you can see, we have this sign in component. So here what we can do, we can give this sign up URL. So if I write sign up, here you can see we have this sign up URL. So what is this sign up URL? If you read here, it is saying full URL or path to for the sign up process. So we can give the sign up URL here, and our sign up URL is this sign up, which is this one. So if the user clicks on the sign up, then it will redirect to this sign up page. And the same thing we are going to do with this sign up. So here, as you know, this is the sign up component. So from the sign up component, user can go to the sign in. So I will write sign in URL, and the sign in URL is login. Now let's check the result. So you can see here we are on the login page. So on the login page we have this sign up, and if I click here, then we are going to this sign up page, and in this sign up page if I click sign in, then we are going to this login page. So yeah, it is working as expected. Let's go back to the Clerk documentation, and here I will click this sign up. And if you don't have the Clerk account, then you can sign up using Google, GitHub, or by the email address. I already have the account, so I will click sign in, and I will sign in with Google. After the sign up, you will be redirected to this application page. So what I am going to do is create another application. So I will create this another application, and by default, if you see, we have this email switch is on and the Google switch is on. So what does this mean is we are giving the option to the user to sign up with email and to sign up with Google. But you can see Clerk gives plenty of options, like with the phone number, username, Facebook, Apple, GitHub, Microsoft, LinkedIn, and bunch of other stuff as well. So feel free to add as much as you want. But for this project, I am going to go with this email and Google sign up. So let's create the application. Here we have this bunch of options, like we have this Next.js, React, Astro, Expo, iOS, JavaScript, but for our front end we are using this Next.js, so we will go with Next.js. And again you can see here the first option is to install Clerk, so we have already done this. Then we have this set your Clerk API keys. So what I am going to do is I will copy this API key. Make sure to copy your API key and don't copy my API key, because after this project I am going to delete this application, so it will not work. So let's go back to the code, and what I am going to do, I will create one file. So let's create one file, and which will be .env, and I will paste the API key here. So in the .env file we can keep our environment variables. The first key we have is this next public Clerk publishable key and the Clerk secret key. So these both key will be used for our sign up and sign in. Now let's check the next step. So again you can see here the same proxy.ts code which we have already did. Then it is saying the add Clerk provider to your app, which we have done that as well, and then just npm run dev. Let's go back to our code, and what I will do, I will open the new terminal and I will close this front-end terminal, and again I will go to the front-end directory and I will rerun the app. So make sure to rerun the app because we have created this environmental file. Let's refresh the page and let's try sign up using Google. So I will click continue with Google and I will click my account. Let's press continue, and you can see we have redirected to our home page. So this is the same page. If you see here, we have this app page. So after sign in, we are redirected to this app page. And now if I go to this Clerk dashboard, and you can see here in the nav bar we have this users. So let's click here, and you can see we have successfully signed up one user on our application. So you can see the username, user email ID, last sign in, last join date, and we have also have the option to copy user ID, view profile, as well as we can ban this user or delete this user. In just 3-4 steps we have implemented the clerk in our application, and I will show you one another thing as well. If you go here and if I search /login, so as you know this is the route for our login component, and if I click here, then you can see I am not able to go to this login route, and same for this sign up. See, I am not able to go to this sign up. It is redirecting me to this app component, which is the home page. We have not handled this by ourselves. This functionality or feature is handled automatically by Clerk. So which is the nice thing, like we don't have to handle using middleware or proxy. Now we will set up the backend. I will open new terminal here, cd backend. The first thing we are going to do is this npm init. This command will initialize the npm package for us. So the package name will be backend version 1.0. Let's give the description expense tracker. The entry point will be index.js. Test command no. Git repository no. Keywords empty. Let's give the author frontend lab. License we are going to use the ISC, and press enter. Now you can see here in this backend directory we have created this package.json file. So why we have created this package.json file? Because we can install the packages. For the backend we required Express, MongoDB, and bunch of other packages as well. So this will help us to install all the npm packages, and we are also going to use the TypeScript for the backend as well. So let's quickly install all the packages which is required for the expense tracker backend. So the first package I am going to install is the Express. So npm install Express. Then I am going to install the another package which is course. Then we are going to add the Clerk package as well. So Clerk also provides the Express package so that we can use the server side Clerk on our backend. So we are going to install this package. Then we need .env to load our env files. Then of course we need Mongoose because we are going to use the MongoDB as the database. So we need Mongoose and svix. So this is the package we are going to use for webhooks. So I will come to this later, that why we need svix when we create the user in our database. Let's press enter. So you can see we have successfully installed all of these packages. Now we need some additional packages as well. Like in this backend we are going to use TypeScript. So we need types file for every package as well. So let's quickly install npm install -d, and the first package I am going to install is this TypeScript. So you can see here I am adding this -d flag because the types file will go to the dev dependency. It will not required in the dependency. And we need types file for course. Then we need types file for Express as well. Then types file for node and TypeScript node dev file. Let's press enter. You can see in the dev dependency we have installed all of these packages. Now let's create the folder structure for the backend. So we are not going to write the controller, the database connection in a single file or a single folder. We are going to distribute all the codes in the structured manner. So what we will do in this backend folder, the first folder I am going to create is this source. In source folder all the backend codes will go there, and outside this source I am going to create one file which is index.ts and one another file which is app.ts. In index.ts we will call the database connection method, and in app.ts we will create the express app and the routes or the endpoints. Then the next folder I am going to create, inside the source is controllers. So in the controllers, all our controllers will there. Then the next folder I am going to create is this models, then routes, then we have another folder DB for DB connection, then we have this middlewares. So we will write the middleware code here. So you can see we have created these 5 folders: controllers, DB, middlewares, models and routes, so that respective code will exist here. Now to run the app, what we are going to use is the nodemon. So what is this nodemon is, we don't have to compile or run our app again and again. We can use the nodemon. As we write code and save the file, our code will restart automatically. I already have the nodemon. So if you write nodemon-v and if you see the version of the nodemon, then it is globally installed. And if it is not, then you can simply search nodemon on Google and you can easily install this. Now to set up nodemon, what I am going to do, I am going to create another file which is nodemon.json. In this nodemon.json file, I will create one object and we can define our configuration here. So the first configuration I am going to define is this watch. So what it will does, I will give source here. So it will continuously watch the source. If anything changes in the source, it will rerun the app. Then I will give some ignore, so that it will ignore some files, like we can ignore the test files as well. So I will write source/*.spec.ts file. Then we will write ext, so that it will execute if any of these file changes, ts file changes, or let's give html, then css, ejs and json. And whenever it runs, it will use this command to run the app, which is tsnode.source/index.ts. So you can see in our source we have this index.ts. So what it will do, it will compile the TypeScript file and it will run our index.ts file. So let's set this up. So in the package.json, here what we will do, let's initialize the TypeScript config file. I will write npx tsc-init, so that it will initialize the ts config file. You can see here we have this tsconfig.json file. From this file we can control the TypeScript behavior. We will come back later to this file. First let's go to package.json and here in this script let's remove this test. The first script we are going to add is this start node.dist/index.js. So this script we will require when we will deploy our project. Then we are going to use this dev script which will go to nodemon. So we are going to use this script in our development environment. Whenever we do npm run dev, it will go to nodemon which we have created here, and from here it will watch and ignore all of this configuration. We have this build script which will be tsc for TypeScript compilation. So this first script and last one is needed when we deploy our project. Currently we are going to use this one, dev. One thing I have forgot is that I want to move this both file into the source folder, because we want all our codes to reside in the source folder. So first let's move this, and here I will write console.log hello world, and let's see if our app is running perfectly fine or not. Let's go to backend, and here the command I will use is npm run dev, and you already know if I write dev then it will go to nodemon, and in the nodemon.json it is going to execute this command ts node, and then it will go to /source index.ts. So now you will understand why I have put in the index.ts file inside the source folder, because in our nodemon we have given the path inside the source folder. So if we don't put the index.cs inside the source folder, then it will throw an error. So now let's press enter, and now if you see here, the hello world is printed successfully. It means we have successfully set up our backend, the nodemon, the TypeScript, and all our directories. And the next thing we are going to do is I am going to change the TypeScript file to this one, so that we are going to use the target ES 2016. The module will be common.js, and our root directory is source and the out directory is dist. Because we are using TypeScript, so all the TypeScript will convert to JavaScript and it will resides in the dist folder. Now the next step we are going to do is database connection. So as you know already, we are going to use MongoDB for our database. So let's go to MongoDB website. Let's search MongoDB, get started, and I already have the accounts. Go to sign in. If you don't have, you can sign up from here, and I will sign in with this account. After sign in, you will redirect to cloud.mongodb.com, and here I am going to create a new project. So the project name I am going to give is FL expense tracker. Let's click next. Let's create the project. So you can see we have successfully created the project, which is FL expense tracker. And the next thing we have to do is we have to create a cluster, so that all our data will reside in that cluster. So let's create the cluster, and you can see we have this paid option and also we have this free option. I am going to go with the free one, and then the cluster will be cluster 0. We are going to use the provider AWS, and for the region I am going to set to Mumbai App South. You can choose the nearest region of your location, like we have bunch of different options here as well. After this, just click create deployment. So after that, I have redirected to this step, and here you will have the option to create the database user. So please click that create user button. I have already clicked, so it is not visible here. After this, we have to choose the connection method, and the connection method I am going to choose is this driver. And then simply copy this MongoDB URI. So I am going to copy this URI, and make sure to create your MongoDB URI. Don't copy this one, as I am going to delete this project after the video. So now let's press done, and let's go back to our code, and here I am going to create one env file, and let's name it MongoDB URI and paste the URI. I am going to change this MongoDB URI. So the change I am going to do is we can give the database name here. So I will give my database name as FL expense tracker. Then we will give retry writes as true and w equals to majority. And our app name is cluster 0. Now let's save this file. In this DB folder, I am going to create another file index.ts, and we will write the database connection here. So let's create one function connect db, which will be a async function, and let's export this function as default. Now in this function, we will take one try catch. If there is an error to connect into database, then what we will do, we'll simply print the error MongoDB connection error, and we will exit the process. Now here in the try, what I will write, I will create one const which is connection instance equals to await mongoose. We are going to use this mongoose dot connect process dot env dot, and we will copy the env name, which is mongo URI, and you can see it is giving us error of undefined. argument of type string or undefined is not assignable to parameter of type string. So what I will do, I will write here exclamation mark, so that I am saying it will always present. And also let's quickly change this name. Let's give it Mongo URI only. Let's change in the env as well. Yes, now it's good. Now let's go back to our method, and after connection instance, if it is successful, then after this line we will print MongoDB connected, and let's print the host name, which is connection instance dot connection dot host. Now let's go to index.ts file, and we are going to use this connect db method for db connection. First let's create the port. So we are going to use the port 4000, and before calling connect db we need to config the .env. So you can see the config.env is coming from this .env package which we have installed previously. So we will use this, and we will give the path ./.env so that it will load the env variables. Now let's call connect db, and if it is successful, in catch let's print the error. Now here we want to listen to the port. So before this we want the app, means express app, which will listen to this port. Let's change the port name. So I will run in 4001. You can use 4000 port, but on 4000 port I have already running another application, so that's why I will run in 4001 port. And let's go to here and let's create the express app. Const app equals to express. Let's import express. So import express from express. Let's default export this app, and we are going to use this app here. After connecting to the DB successfully, we will write app dot listen, and here we will give the port, and here we will print console.log server running at http://localhost and the port number. Now let's test our DB connection. If our DB is connected successfully, then we will see this message, server running at localhost 4001 port, else we will see this message, MongoDB connection failed. Let's go to the backend directory, and I will do npm run dev. Let's see. Yes, you can see we are getting this message, MongoDB connected, and this message is coming from here. You can see here we have written the MongoDB connected and the host name. You can see here we are also getting the host, which is the MongoDB, and after the connection is successful, then we are listening to the port and saying server running at localhost 4001 port. So you can see the message here. Now we have successfully set up the database connection. The next step we have to do is to save the user in the DB. If any user signs up, then we have to save that user in the DB as well. In the Clerk dashboard, if any user signs up, then we can see that user here. But this user is not yet stored in our DB. So the next step we have to do is to store that user in the DB. Now let's see how we can achieve this. To save the user in the database, we have to use webhooks. Webhooks is provided by the Clerk, and we can use the webhooks to save the user in the database. If you go here, configure, and if you scroll below here under the developers, you can see here we have the option webhooks. So let's go here, and in this webhooks, what we have to do, we have to add the endpoint. So what is this endpoint is, whenever if any event triggers, event means which we have subscribed to that. Suppose Clerk provides events if the user email ID is changed or user is created, and bunch of other stuff as well. So what we can do, we can subscribe to specific events, and if that events trigger, then the endpoint which we have added here will trigger. So to add the endpoint, we cannot add localhost endpoint. So what I mean that you can see currently our server is running on localhost 4001, but we cannot use this endpoint. We need some deployed endpoint. It will not work if we give this endpoint. So let's see how we can do this. So first thing is clear, we cannot use localhost endpoint because it is locally on our system. It will not work because we need some deployed endpoint. So currently we will not deploy our backend for getting the endpoint. What we can do, we can use some npm packages which will deploy the localhost endpoint. It will give us the URL which will point to localhost. Here if you search local tunnel, so there are bunch of other npm packages as well, like local tunnel, ngrocks and bunch of other as well. So for this video I am going to use the local tunnel. So let's search local tunnel npm. Click to this link and you can see we can install this npm I local tunnel, and you can also install local tunnel globally. What I will do, I will install the local tunnel globally. Let's open another terminal and here I will paste the code. Before running this command, let's change the directory to backend and then I will run this command. So you can see it has installed the local tunnel package globally. Now let's see the next step. So what we have to do, we will use this command lt stands for local tunnel port flag, and then we have to give the port number. So let's do this. So what I will do, I will write lt -- port, and the port which we are using is 4001. So let's copy this and paste here and let's run. And you can see in the response it has given us your URL is this one. So let's copy this URL and I will open this URL. Here we have to enter the password. So for password, if you scroll below, click on this link my tunnel password and copy this password and then paste here and click to submit. You can see this is the endpoint which is pointing to localhost 4001 port. So I will copy this endpoint and I will use this endpoint in the Clerk webhook. So let's add the endpoint here. Here I will write API/clerk/webhooks/register. And now if you scroll below, then you can see here we have the option subscribe to events. So the first event I will subscribe to is this one, like user created. And you can see here we have multiple events as well. If the user is deleted or updated, then we have the subscription events as well. Then we have this email created event as well. So for now we will use only this single event user.created, and let's create. So you can see we have created this webhook, and here we have this sign in secret for this event. So what I will do, I will copy this sign in secret, and first let's store this in .env file and then I will explain what is this sign in secret. Let's go to our code, and here in the env file I will paste this key and I will give the name Clerk webhook secret. So why we need sign in secret is to verify the webhook. Before doing any operation on our database, what we will do, first we will verify the webhook. Is it coming from Clerk or is it coming from external sources? For example, suppose if any person has called this endpoint using Postman, so we will not update our DB or we will not do any operation. What we will do, first we will use the sign in secret. We will verify is it coming from Clerk or external sources. So that's why we need this sign in secret. Let's go to .env here in the front end, and I will copy this and I will paste it here, and let's remove this next public. So I have stored the Clerk publishable key and the secret key in the backend as well, because Clerk required this when we will write our webhook code. Now let's go to app.ts, and what I will do here, I will write app.use course, which will come. Let's remove this comment, and here I will import the course from course, and in the origin I will pass http:// localhost. Let's see our front end localhost. Yeah, it is running on 3000. So let's give 3000. Here I am whitelisting the URL localhost 3000 so that in the front end when we call the backend API, if our endpoint is not whitelisted in the server, then it will not work. And let's also use this express.json so that we can receive JSON in the request body. And the next thing I will do in the routes, clerk.routes.ts, and here I will create one router using express router, and I will create one route which will be /webhooks/register. And if you see here in the Clerk dashboard, the route is /webhooks/register. So this is the endpoint which I am creating. It will the post request. Now here, before passing our handler or the middleware, what I will do in the middlewares, I will create another file, clerk.middleware.ts, and here I will create one function, const verify clerk webhook. So this function is responsible for verifying the clerk webhook. Export verify clerk webhook. Let's call this verify clerk webhook here, verify clerk webhook. And after this, in the controllers, we have to create the controller for clerk. So clerk.controllers.ts, and here I will create one function, clerk webhook. And let's export this as well. So clerk webhook. Now here I will pass this clerk webhook. Now first let's write the verify clerk webhook. So to verify the clerk webhook, as you know, we have this clerk webhook secret, and the clerk uses SWIX. So if you search on the Google SWIX webhooks, and if you go here, so you can see webhooks as a service. So let's go to the docs, and here you can read more about the SWIX. So if you go here, so you can see we can install the SWIX. So let's install the SWIX first. So here let's clear this, and I will install npm install SWIX. Yes, we have added one package. And now if you read the documentation, you can see how we can create the SWIX auth token, then we can send the message. We will only use SWIX to verify the webhook. So let's go back, and I will close this terminal, and here first I will get the webhook secret. So webhook secret, and as you know, we have this webhook secret, clerk webhook secret in the env. So I will write process.env.clerk webhook secret, and I will write one if condition. If the webhook secret is not present, then first let's get the request and response, and I will also give the type. So we have the type for request, which is coming from express, and also we have the type for response. And here I will take one another function as well, which is next function. So here I will return the response as status code 500, and the message I will send is please provide webhook secret in env. Here we are getting this error because we have not given the type for response. So here we are checking if webhook secret is not present, then we will return the response as please provide webhook secret in env. After this, what I will do, I will get the SWIX ID from the request header. So request.headers of SWIX ID, and if it is not present, then I will get this as empty string, and I will convert this to string. And like this we will get the timestamp and signature. So SWIX timestamp request.headers of SWIX timestamp, and then we have this SWIX signature request.headers of SWIX signature, or it will be an empty string, and I will convert this to string. So we have extracted the xwix id, xwix timestamp and signature from the headers. Now what we will do, we will simply put one condition here. If xwix id is not present, or xwix timestamp is not present, or signature is not present, then we will return the response as status code 400 and we will send the message error occurred, no swix headers. So we will return the response as no swix headers. After this we will construct the headers. So what I mean by this is, I will create one headers here and I will write here swix id, and the, as you know, the swix id is this swix id. Then we have this swix timestamp, swix timestamp, and then we have this swix signature. So let's copy this, paste here, and swix signature. So now we have created the headers. Now we will construct the payload. So the const payload equals to json dot stringify. We will stringify this request dot body. Now we have the headers and then payload. So these headers and payload will be required to verify the webhook. After this, let's take the webhook. So I will write wh for webhook, new webhook, and you can see the webhook is coming from swix. So let's import this, and here we need to pass this webhook secret. So now you know why we have added this condition. If it is not present, then here we will have the issue. So that's why we will return from here. We will take one try catch block, and in case of catch we will just return the status as 400 and the message we will send invalid signature. Let's say invalid signature. And in try block we need to just verify the webhook. So await wh, which is webhook, and you can see we have this sign and verify. So we want this verify, and here we have to pass payload and headers. So you can see we are getting this error because we have not made this function as async. So let's do this. Yes, the error is gone. So I hope you have understood how we are verifying the webhook. And one step we have missed is this next. After the webhook is verified successfully, we will call this next. So what it will do, it will call the next function, which is the clerk webhook. So I hope you have understood how we are verifying the webhook. We have constructed the headers and payload, and we are getting the headers from the request headers. Now here in the clerk webhook, first I will make this function as async, and then here I will take the request and the response. And here first I will take one try catch. Let's print the error if there is some error, and I will return the response as status code 500, and the message I will send internal server error. Now in the try block, what we have to do here in the request.body, what we will get the type and data. So if you remember in clerk dashboard, so this is the type, and just go in the testing and you can select the event type. So you can see we have subscribed to this user.created event. So what I will do here, I will change this name to event type for more clarity. To see the sample response, we can go here. You can see this is the data. So you can see this is the data we will get for the user. And if you scroll below, you can see we have the type user.created, then we have timestamp, then we have primary email address ID, profile image, last name, image URL, first name, and so much more. So what I will do, let's go back to our code, and here I will extract some data, some properties. So the first property I will extract is this first name, then we have this last name and image URL. Also we need email. So let's see where is this email. So you can see here in the email address we have this email address in the data. So what I will do, I will write email equals to data dot email addresses of 0. You can see this is the array of 0 of email address. So let's paste here and we got the email address. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to construct the full name. So you can see for user we have first name and last name in different property. So we want to create one variable full name, and I will keep this as empty string. And what I will do here, I will check if any user have the last name, then I will do full name equals to dollar of first name and last name. And suppose in case of last name is not there, then in else just we will do full name equals to first name. So if any user does not provided the last name, then in the full name we only have first name, and if user have both first name and last name, then we will construct the full name like this. Now the next thing we have to do is, here I will take one switch case. We can also use the if here, but I will take the switch case for event type. And the case I am going to create is user.created. So this user.created is coming from here. You can see this one. So just copy this, because we have subscribed to this events. So the type will come user.created. And if these types come, what we will do in this case, first we will check if the user detail is empty or not, because if the user detail is empty, then we don't want to store empty details in our database. Simply I will create one constant here, is user detail empty equals to, in the array I will provide email, then we have full name, then we have the image URL, and here I will write one JavaScript function sum, and I will check every field by trimming. So I will write field dot trim equals to empty string. So if any field is empty, then this will be true. Then simply we can do here, if user detail is empty, then just return the status as 400, and in message we will write all fields are required. Now before saving the user, we need to check if user is already exist in our database or not. Now before checking if user is existed in our database or not, we have to create the user model. So let's create the user model. So I will go in the models, and here I will create another file user.model.ts, and let's create the user schema. So we have already installed the Mongoose, so we can use this Mongoose to create the schema. Now the first thing we want in the user is the full name. The type will be string. It will required as true, and we will trim as true. So if we have any spaces, then it will remove. Then after full name we are storing email, so just we need to give the type as string. This will also be required as true, and we can also give this as trim as true. We'll also add one property which is unique true, because every user will have unique email address. And let's make this as lowercase. As you know, we are also saving the image URL, so I will again give the type as string, required as true, and trim as true. And after this, here I will do timestamps as true, so that it will create timestamps for every user created. And let's export this as well. So export const user equals to mongoose.model will give the user and the user schema. So this will create the model for the user schema. Now let's use this user schema in the controller. So after this if condition, what we will do, we will check const existed user equals to await user, which is coming from the user.model dot find one. We will use this find one and we will pass this email. And if it is true, means if the user exists in the database, then we will simply return the status, let's say 409, and the message user with email already exists. So here what we are doing, we are finding that user in our database, and if we got that user, that means user with that email address is already exist. We will not create duplicate users in our database. After this, if user is not existed in our database, then we need to create that user. So let's create that. So const user equals to await, again we will use that model, and let's create. Let's pass full name, email and image URL. If for any reason if user is not created successfully, then we will throw the error. So let's, for safety, I will write if user is not created, then I will throw the status as 500 and the message will be internal. Let's give something else. Let's give something went wrong while registering the user. Yeah, I think it is good. And after this if, I will write break. So as you know, we are in the switch case, so we have to write break. And for default case, I will also add the default, and for default I will return the response as, in the default case I will write response.status 200, and in the message I will write unhandled webhook event type. I will return response.status 201 and the message is user created successfully. So you can see here how we are handling everything. Like if I go here, you can see here how we are constructing the full name of the user in case of last name is provided. Then here we have the switch case for the event type. So in the future we can just add another case for any other events as well. And here first we are checking if the user detail is empty, then we are saying all fields are required. Else then we are checking if that user is already exist in our database. If that is true, then we are just returning the response as user with email already exists. Else we are creating the user in our DB. And suppose if something went wrong while creating the user, then we are simply returning from here by saying something went wrong while registering the user. This is not the case, then we will just break out of this case and we will come here. And if we come on this line number 52, means we have successfully created the user in our database. Now let's test our code which we have written so far, like the middleware, then we have this controller and the env file, which also we have this webhook secret. So to test this, again I will open the terminal and you can see here our database is running on 4001 port. So again we need that local tunnel, so -- port 4001, so that it will point the 4001 port to the deployed URL. Let's copy this URL and again here I will paste this URL. Again we have to enter the password, so let's click this link. Let's copy this password and click submit. Let's copy this endpoint and let's go to the Clerk dashboard and we have to edit this endpoint. Let's cut and let's paste this one endpoint, because every time you run the local tunnel the endpoint changes. So that's why I've replaced with the new one. Let's save it. Now how to test this? So Clerk provides the testing development as well. So what we can do, we can simply go here, we can choose the event type. So we have subscribed to this event user.created, and after this let's send the event. So let's send example, and you can see the user.created event is failed. So let's see why it is failed. in app.tss we have not imported the route. We have created the router, but we have not export this router. So let's export this. We missed the export router part, like we have to export this router as well, and here we have to import the router. I will name this as import clerk router from routes / clerk routes. I will again use, and the endpoint is API / let's check the endpoint. So you can see it is /API /clerk. I will give /clerk and I will pass the route, which is clerk router. If the endpoint hits, then it will come to /API /clerk, and then here we have /clerk /webhook /register. So now let's check. So I hope you have understood how we have constructed the route. So this is the local tunnel route which is pointing to localhost 4000, and then we have created this API /clerk route in our app.ts, and in the clerk routes we have this /webhooks /register route. Now let's test this. So again I will go here, testing. Again I will create user.created and send example. So you can see here we are getting this error occurred, no SVIX header. So we are getting this message in the response, and if you see, this is the same message which we are sending from here. It means our code is reaching till this part, this one, and it is returning from this line. So if you see here, we missed the dash. We have to replace this underscore with dash, and here we have to replace this underscore with dash, and let's give this as string. Here we have not written the not operator, so let's give it as not. Here we are doing data.email address of 0.email address, but let's say if the email address is null, then our code will go into the catch block. So what I will do here, I will do the optional handling. So I will add this optional, because we are sending the sample test data, and in the test data if there is no email address, then it will throw an error. And here I will delete this user. Now let's test. Again I will go to this configuration, and under the developers we have this webhooks. Here is our endpoint, and again I will go to testing, select an event type, and also you can see the response here. See, this one email addresses is an empty, so that's why we are getting that error. Now let's check again. Let's send the example. Here you can see we are getting this internal server error. Now let's check the backend code. So you can see our app is crashing. So let's check the error. If I scroll above, you can see we are getting this type error. Cannot read properties of undefined reading trim. Trim type error is getting from here, because if this email is empty, full name or image URL is empty, then this trim will throw an error, because we are accessing trim on undefined or null value. So let's add optional here, and here also I will add optional. And now let's check again. So what I will do, I will resend this again. You can see now we are getting this path email is required error, because email is empty. The user will not created if the email is empty. So what I will do, let's check by creating the user. So again I will stop the backend. Let's run it again. MongoDB connected, and then what I will do, I will go here and let's sign up. I will choose this account, and let's see if this user is created in our clerk dashboard. So previously we have deleted the users. So let's see now. You can see this user is created successfully. So here in our database, you can see we have successfully registered the sign up user. So if I want to show you again, what I will do, I will delete this user. See, now the collection is empty. Let's delete it from here as well. And before sign up, let's check the webhook. So again I will go to webhooks. Let's go here, and you can see our one sending is successful. Here we are in the login route. So if you are not able to go to login, just clear the local storage and cookie. And after that I will sign up with Google. And first let's check the database. So here in this collection we have no data. So let's refresh this page. So I will click this button and it will refresh this document. Now you can see we have registered the sign up user using Clerk webhook. So I found the issue. The issue is with the Mongo URI. So what you have to do, simply go to the clusters, click connect, and from the drivers simply copy this Mongo URI and replace your Mongo URI with this one. After this, go to the network here in the database and network access, and then go to this IP access list. Here if you see this IP address means you are good to go. Instead of this, if your current IP address is visible here, then simply edit the IP address and you will see one button here, access to everyone. So make sure you have to give access to everyone and then click confirm. And now we have successfully created the user in the MongoDB. Now let's check the webhook. So you can see my latest webhook is succeed after failing this much webhook. And first let's check the response for succeed. So you can see we are getting this message, user created successfully. And you know this is the same response we have provided after our default case. If the user is created successfully, then in the response we are giving this 201 status code and this message. So we have implemented the Clerk webhook successfully, and also we are registering the user in our database when any users signs up on the expense tracker app. What I will do, first I will clear the site data so that I will log out from the platform, and then we can easily go to the login page. So let's go to the login page. I will go to this Clerk dashboard and I will go to the users and I will delete this user. So what I am doing exactly is I will delete all the users from our Clerk dashboard as well as the database, so that I can show you the sign up step, how we are saving the user in the DB, how we are getting the webhook, everything in between. So let's do that. So again I will go to here, then I will go to clusters, browse collection. So it will take some time to connect to cluster, and here what I will do, I will delete this users collection. Let's delete this. Now you can see we don't have the users. Now we have deleted the user from the database, we have deleted from the Clerk dashboard, and here we have signed out. Now what I will do, I will go to the sign up and I will sign up again, and let's check if everything is working fine or not. Again I will choose this account, continue, and first let's check the database. So you can see in the database we got this user, and now let's check the webhook. So we have this succeed webhook. Let's click and you can see the message here, user created successfully. We can also rename this test collection name in our Mongo URI, but for now let it be. Now we have to create the sidebar. So this is the sidebar which we have to create. Here we have this icon with the app name, then we have the menu, dashboard, transactions, income, expense, and then the logout button. So let's create the sidebar. So here I will create one folder, components, and we will keep all our components inside this folder. Then I will create one file, sidebar.tsx, const sidebar equals to, this will be a arrow function, and for now let's return sidebar. Let's export this sidebar. So export default sidebar. Let's go to layout.tsx, and here I will call the sidebar. Yes. Now let's check the result. Yes, you can see here we have the sidebar. Now let's create the sidebar. So again I will go to the sidebar component. I will remove this h1. I will take one div, and inside this div I will take one another div. So if you see the sidebar, first we have to create this top section. So this is the first thing I am creating. So let's go here. Inside this div I will take one another div. Here I will use the $sign icon. You can see in the sidebar we have this $sign. So to use this $sign, I will install one icon package which is Lucid React. So let's go to the front end, npm install Lucid React. Yes, we have installed the package. Let's close this terminal and I will try to use that icon, circle dollar sign. Yes, this one. And let's give some Tailwind class. So the first class I'm going to give is the text color, and height will be 9 and width will be 9, which is 2.25 rem. Now let's check our icon. So you can see the icon is not visible because the body background color is white. So what I will do here, let's give the background color as black, and now let's check. Yes, you can see this is the icon, just like this one. Now instead of black we are going to use this color, and the Xcode is 101213. If you have watched my Tailwind crash course, so you know we can reuse this color by putting this inside the global CSS. What we can do here, in the theme we can put this color, and then we can use this as a class name, and we can reuse that class name anywhere in the application, so that we don't have to write this hex code every time. So let's do that quickly. So inside this global CSS I will take one theme, and let's give the class name as primary. Now let's try to use this as bg primary. So bg primary. Yes, we have this color, so that every time we don't have to write that complicated line and we have to remember this hex code every time we write that. The class name will be easy to remember. Also what we can do, let's give this class name as sidebar. This is very easy to remember that it is a sidebar color. Let's replace this with sidebar. Let's give some width to our sidebar. So I will give 20% width. Let's give height as full, and I will make this div as flex, justify between. Flex direction will be column and some padding. Let's check the result. Yes, it is looking good. Now we have to add the title. So let's add that title. So after this icon, I will take one span tag and I will write expense tracker. And let's give some Tailwind class to this title as well. Let's make the text as white, font will be semi bold, and font size will be text base, which is 16 pixel. Let's check. Yes, we have this expense tracker, but we want this title here. So let's make this div as flex. So what I will do here, I will make this div as flex, item center, and let's give some gap. Let's check. Yes, and I will make this div as flex as well. Now after this div we need to create the menu title. So let's write the menu, and let's give some Tailwind class to menu as well. So first let's make the text as gray 300, text size will be SM, font weight medium, and let's give some margin top. Let's check the result. Yes, here we have this menu. So after this menu, what we have to do, we want the dashboard, transactions, income and expense menu. To create this option, what we will do, we will create constant. Here I will create another folder, utils, and in the utils I will create one file, constants.ts, and I will paste this code. So you can see here I have created these constants which we are going to use in our app. You can just simply click the link below in the description and you can download this file freely. Here we have this app API URL. We have the backend API URL in our env, and we will require this app API URL when we integrate the APIs. So every time we will not write the whole string, instead of we can reuse this const every time when we call the API. So what I will do, in the env file front end, I will copy this next public backend API URL, and this is the next public backend API URL which we are going to use in our app, and just change this from 4000 to 4001 because our backend is running on 4001 port. After this span tag, I will take another div. Let's give some Tailwind class first. I will give the margin left as 2, margin top as 4, flex call, and some gap. Then here we will write sidebar constants, and you can see this constants is coming from our constants file. So these all the constants which we have declared here. We have declared the ID, then we have the title, and then the icon. You can change this ID from path as well, because this is the path which we are going to use to route to the user. If user click the transactions, then we will route the user to the transaction page. If user clicked on the income, then we will route to the income page. So again I will go to the sidebar, and here I will write dot map. Here we will get the item. First let's simply return one empty div, and what I will do here, from the item I will extract all of this property. So here I will write const, first we need the icon, then title and ID from item. Let's change this icon to this icon, and after this what I will do here in the div, first I will give the key as ID because it will be unique. In this div I will call the icon, and let's give some class name, width and height, and the text color will be gray 400. And then we need the span tag with the title. Let's give some class to this as well. Let's give the text as SM and text gray 400. Now let's check the result. Yes, you can see we have this icon and the title for the dashboard, transactions, income and expense. Now let's give some Tailwind class to look like this one. So what I will do here, I will add some Tailwind class. First let's make this div as flex. Let's give some gap, then cursor pointer. Let's give some y-axis and x-axis padding. Let's give some border radius. Width will be 95% and the border will be transparent. Now let's check the result. So you can see now it is looking good, just like this one. Now we have to give this background color for the selected item. To give the background color to the selected item, we need to use path name. I will take the path name, use path name which is coming from the Next.js, and then what I will do here I will create one variable. Let's name it item selected class, and what I will do, if the ID is equals to path name, then I will add this background color and I will add this border 2427, else it will be an empty string. Now let's use this item class. Here I will wrap this inside this inverted comma, and here I can use the dollar symbol, and let's give the item selected class. Now let's check the result. Let's make this component as client component because we are using this use path name. This path name is similar to our ID. That's why we get this background color and not for the transactions, income and expense. And let's call one function handle sidebar click, and I will pass the ID. Let's declare this function quickly. So here I will create the function, and here we are receiving the ID of the type string. So what we have to do, we have to just create the router using use router, and we have to push the ID in the router just like this one. So what it will do, if we click any of the item, then this handle sidebar click will called and we will push the ID in the router, and the ID is our page path name. So let's check. See, if I click here, you can see we have redirected to the transactions page. Now we have the background color for the transactions item and similar to income and expense. Now let's create the logout button. So here we need one logout button. So let's create that. I will take one sign out button which will come from the Clerk Next.js, and here first I will pass one prop which is redirect URL. So after logout, where we want the user to redirect, so we want the user to redirect to /login. Inside this sign out button we can pass this as a children, and we can make this sign out button to look like as we want. Here in the button, take this icon from Lucid React, and let's give some Tailwind class. Let's give height and width and text color to gray 400, and we will take one span tag saying logout. Let's give some class to this text as well. Text size will be SM, and same the text color will be 400. And let's give some class to this button as well. I will make this div as flex, gap 2. Let's make this as cursor pointer, and then again I have to give this background color. So I will copy this and here I will paste. And let's give some y-axis and x-axis padding. Now let's check the result, and you can see we have this logout button. If I click this logout button, you can see now we are redirected to the login page. But here there is one issue, the sidebar is still visible. So to fix this, what we can do, we can simply add one condition here. We will check if the path name is login or sign up, then we will simply return null. So let's check. Yes, you can see the sidebar is not visible, and if I go to sign up, then it also not visible. And now if I sign in, so you can see now the sidebar is visible. So yeah, this is working as expected. Now the next thing we have to do is to create all of these pages: transactions page, income page, and expense page. And we want the border here. So here you can see I have given this border shark. So this border shark is coming from this global CSS file. I will provide this global.css file in the description below, and you can easily download and drag this file in your project. And all the colors I am going to declare here so that you can easily use this class name in your app. And let's check why the border is not applying. So you can see here we have given the border, then we have given the border transparent. And after in item selected class, what we are doing, then we are changing the border color to shark. But you can see here I have given the border transparent. So now let's remove this, and now let's check. Now you can see we have this border, but if I add this border transparent, then the border is gone, because we have already added the border transparent class, and after that we are saying border shark, but this border shark is not overriding this border transparent. So it means this border shark class is not overriding this border transparent. So to override the class, what we can do, we can use the cn. So what is cn is, it is a utility function which we can use to merge the classes. So let's add that utility. To add this, what I will do, I will go to Shadcn input, and I will go to this Shadcn UI, and in the future we will require this input component. So what I will do, I will go to npm and I will add this input in our code. So let's open new terminal, let's go to front end, and let's add this input package. You can see it is asking you need to create a components.json file to add components. So yes, proceed, and I will use this neutral. Now you can see it is saying created two files, created this components folder. Inside this components folder it's created the UI folder, and inside the UI folder it has this input component. And here you can also see it is created another folder lib, which is library, and inside the library folder it has the utils ts file. So let's close this, and if I write cn here, so let's remove this one and I will write cn. So you can see this cn is coming from the library utils. So I will use this. Let's remove this one and I will add this, and let's remove this and I will add the comma, and we have to wrap this inside the string. Now you can see in the cn I am giving this string class which will be a default class, and after that if any class comes, so what it will do, it will override the previous class. So suppose if here is the border transparent, and if some other border color will come, then it will replace this border transparent class. Now let's check if it is working or not. So yes, it is working. We have this border class. Let's also give border to our logout button. So I will go here, border shark. Let's check. Yes, we have this border shark. I will also add the border radius. Let's give rounded MD. Yes. Now let's check. So now we have the border for logout button as well. Also let's give some space between log and out. So I will add this space. Now what we will do first, we will create the transaction page, income page, and expense page. See, if I go to the transaction page, and it will say this page is not found, and same for income and expense. So first let's create all of these pages, and I will create another folder income, and let's create one another folder for expense and for transactions. And now let's create the page.tsx file for expense, income and transaction. Let's quickly create the expense page. So I will write const expense page equals to, this will be arrow function, and it will simply return expense page. Let's export this component. So export default expense page. Now let's copy this arrow function, and what I will do, will go to the income folder and I will create one another page, and here I will replace this with income. Now let's go to transactions, and here I will create another file page.tsx, paste the arrow function, and let's replace this with transactions. It is a transactions page. Then for income I will add here income. For expense we have this expense page. Now let's check our routing. So I will go to transactions, then you can see it is saying transactions page. For income it is saying income page. For expense we have this expense page. The first page I am going to create is the income page. So let's go here, and you can see this is how our income page looks like. First we have this income's title, then we have this add income button. From here we can add the income. You can see the first we have to add this icon. Suppose if I add the icon this one, then we have to add the title, then we have this category for the income like business, freelance, salary, investment, rental income, other income. Then we have this amount for that income, and then we have to select this date. You can see from here we can select date, month, and we can just add like this one, and then we can add the income. So after adding the income, what it will do, one another income entry will appear here, and here also one bar graph will be rendered. So first what we will do, first we will create this navbar for our income page, then we will create this modal, and then we will create this graph, and then we will create this component. And from here you can see user can edit the income. You can see if I click the edit, then all of this information is pre-filled in the modal. Like we can change the bank interest title to, let's say, interest. We can change the category, then we can change the amount, we can change the date, then we can update the income. And after that we have also have this option to delete the income. If I delete this, then this income will be deleted from this component as well, and the bar which is created for this bank interest, if you see it is 24 December, so this will also removed from the chart. So let's create the navbar, then chart, and then this component with edit and delete. And here in the UI folder, first let's change this component name capital I, and in the components folder I will create another component which is income, and let's create this income component. This will return a simply h1 saying income. Let's export this as well. And what I will do in this page.tsx, let's import that income component. Now let's go to income.tsx, and first we have to create the income page header. So I will remove this, and let's take one div. Inside this div I will take one another div, and here I will take one h1 tag saying incomes. I will make the text size as Excel, font medium, and I will add some class here as well. Let's make this div as flex, width full, and justify between. Also I will give some width here. Width will be 75%. Let's give some margin left as 8 and margin top as 6 and margin right as 8 as well. And now let's check the result. Yes, you can see here we have this incomes. Now we have to add this add income button. So this is not a simply a button. If we click this, you can see it is opening a modal. So we have to create this income modal. So let's go back to our code, and here I will create another component, income modal.tsx. Let's create the income modal component. Let's export this component as income modal, and here I will import this component after this h1 tag. Let's call this income modal component here. To create the income modal, we are going to use the Shadcn modal component. So let's search modal Shadcn. So this dialog component we are going to use. You can see it is opening this modal, or you can see dialog. Let's copy this command. Let's open one new terminal, and here I will just paste the command and it will install dialog component. Here we have this dialog component. Let's rename this to modal component. So I will rename this dialog to modal. Here I will remove this h1 tag. So let's import this dialog from UI/modal. Remember, if you write the dialog, it will also suggest from Radix UI. So please import from the UI/modal component because we have already created this file. Now let's import this. Inside this dialog component, we have to give the dialog trigger, and dialog trigger will act as a button to open the modal. So again I will import the dialog trigger from UI/modal, and in this dialog trigger we will add our customizable button. So first I will make this as child, and inside this I will add this button as child, add income. So we don't have this button component yet, so also we are going to use the Shadcn button UI component. So let's install that as well. So here I will search button and I will use this button. So let's install this button component as well. Let's copy this, again open new terminal, close this terminal and just paste the command, and here you can see it is created this button component. So I will quickly rename this with capital B. Let's close this terminal, and here let's import the button component from UI/button, and let's add this button as cursor pointer. After this dialog trigger, we will add the dialog content. So let's add some content in our modal. For the content, we will have the dialog header. Let's take one dialog title and let's give add income. After this title, we will also give some description. The description we will add is add income to the list in just a few simple steps. So you can see for the dialog content, first we created the header, and the header have the title and the description. Now let's check the result. Module not found, can't resolve UI/button. So let's check this error. So the error is coming from this line because here we have to add this capital case. Now let's check the result. So here you can see we have this income's title and this add income button. If I click on this button add income, you can see it is opening a Shadcn modal. In the modal we have this dialog header saying add income and the description add income to the list in just a few simple steps. And also we have this cross button to close this modal, and we can also click outside of this modal and it will automatically be closed. Now the next thing we have to create, if I go here, so this is our deployed application, and if I click here add income, then we have to add this emoji picker, then we have this input with the text title, then we have this category, amount and the date picker from which we can select the date. So now let's create this UI. So let's go back to our code. So after this dialog header, I will take one div. In this div I will take another div, and here I will take one span tag, and here the emoji icon will be there. So let's take one sample emoji icon. So if I go here emoji and symbols, and let's take this emoji. So I will copy this. Let's remove this text, and we have this emoji icon. Now let's quickly add some Tailwind classes to this div. First I will make this div as flex direction column, items center, justify center, and the gap of 4. Now let's check the result. Add income, and you can see here we have this emoji. Let's also add some Tailwind class to this icon as well. So in this span tag I will make the text size as 4XL. Let's give some border gray 300, some y-axis and x-axis padding, border radius to MD and cursor pointer. Now let's check the result. Yes, you can see it is now looking good. Now what we have to do, if I click on this icon, then it should open the emoji picker. For emoji picker we are going to use one npm package. So let's install that npm package, and the package is npm install emoji picker react. Let's install this package. Now I will use this package here. First what I will do, I will create one state const show emoji picker set show emoji picker. This will be a use state and initially the value will be false. And what we will do here on this span tag, I will add the on click and I will set the emoji picker to not show emoji picker. So what it will do, if I click on this span tag, means on the emoji icon, it will do the reverse. If it is true, then it will become false. If it is false, then it will become true. After this span tag, what I will do, I will say show emoji picker. If it is true, then we will show the emoji picker, else we will say null. And in this div, let's use the emoji picker. You can see it is coming from the emoji picker react package. And what I will do, on emoji click we have this prop on emoji click. We will call the function handle emoji select. Let's quickly create this function. So here I will write handle emoji select, and this will be a simply arrow function. Now let's check the result if it is working or not. So you can see we are getting this error, ECMAScript file had an error. This error is coming because we are using the use state, and in React if we are using use state, then we have to make the component as the client component. So let's quickly do this by writing here use client. Now let's check. Yes, the error is gone. Let's click add income and see if I click on this button, then you can see it is opening this emoji picker. I can choose any emoji, but currently the emoji is not coming here because we have to handle this as well. So let's quickly do that. First we have to create one state selected emoji, set selected emoji. We will store this user selected emoji here and it will be an empty string. In this handler, what we will do, here in this parameter we will get the emoji obj, and we will simply do set selected emoji to emoji obj dot emoji, and after this we will close the emoji picker by saying set emoji picker to false. And what we will do, we will use this selected emoji here. So instead of hard coding the emoji, we will use this selected emoji. Initially it doesn't have the emoji because by default the selected emoji is empty. So what we will do, by default we will set this emoji. Now let's check. Yes, you can see by default we have this emoji. So if user have not selected any emoji, then we will use this emoji as the default emoji. And see, if I click here, it is opening this picker, and let's select this one. The default emoji changes to this selected emoji. Let's try another one, this one. Yes, it is working. Now you can see here we are getting this TypeScript error because the emoji object has any type. So let's fix this by creating the emoji obj type. So what I will do, in the utils folder I will create one type file, types.ts, and here I will export one type emoji object, and here I will write emoji type to string. And now let's use this type here, emoji object. You can see now the error is gone. Now we will change the position of this emoji picker. So what I will do, first I will add some class here. I will make this as absolute. From top I will give 0 and from left I will give 15. And I will make this div as relative so that the emoji picker div will take the position from his nearest parent. Now let's check. See, it is coming in the right side. Now what we will do, we will change this position to here. So let's do this. We will make these items to start. Now let's check. Yes, you can see it is here. If I click on this emoji picker, then our modal height is not changing. Before it was changing to this to adjust this emoji picker height. Now the next thing we have to create is this input and this title. So we are going to use the Shadcn input. So let's go to Shadcn documentation. Here I will search input. Let's click this one and let's install input in our code. So let's open new terminal, go to front end and just paste the command. And after this div, I will take another div, and here first I will make this width as full, and I will take one span tag saying title. Let's give some Tailwind class, font weight as medium. Already we have one input. You can see it is coming from our UI folder. I will use this, and let's add some Tailwind class to this input as well. I will add margin top as 2, and I will add placeholder to enter income title. Now let's check the result. Yes, you can see here is the title and enter income title. Here we can type the income title. Before creating the category input, amount input or date input, what we will do, we will create the state for every input. Let's create the title state. Use state, it will be an empty string. Then we have category, so let's create the category state. It will be an empty string. Then we have amount and date. So amount, set amount, use state, it will be an empty string. Then we have date, set date, use state, and it will be a null. Now what we will do, in this input we will make the value as title, and on change what we will do, we will set the title to e.target.value, means the user typed input. Now let's create the category div. So again I will create one div. I will make this width as full, and here I will again take one span tag saying category. Let's give font as medium, and here I am going to use this select component of Shadcn. So you can see if I write select, so we have not installed the select component yet. So let's install the select component from Shadcn. So here on the documentation I will search select, and I will click this select component, and you can see this is the select component, displays a list of options for the user to pick from, triggered by a button. So if I click on this button, it will trigger a select component and it will show all the list, and if I select any of this option, then it will replace this with the selected option. So let's install this component. So I will copy this command, open new terminal, cd front end, and let's paste this command. So you can see it installed the dependency and created one file, this one, which is select. So as you know, I am going to rename this with the uppercase select. Let's close this terminal, and here if I press Ctrl space, then you can see from the UI/select we have this option. Now let's use this component, and what I will do, as you know, we have created the category state. So on value change, I will set the value to category value, and this value will come from here. So if user select any of the value, then we will set that value in our category state, and as you know, I am going to set the value as the category. Now what we will do, we will remove this. Here I will write select, and inside this select we will take this select trigger from the UI/select. So always remember, when you import any Shadcn component, it should come from the UI/select, and the select value, and the select value will be a placeholder value saying select a category. And let's quickly add some Tailwind class here. First I will add some margin top, width to full, and cursor pointer. This is a select trigger. If user click on the select trigger, then it should open a select option. So what we will do, then we will take the select content which is coming from UI/select, and in this select content we have to take this select group, and first we will give some select label, and the label I will add is, let's say, category, income category constants. So you can see we have already declared this income category constants, and we have category like business, freelance, salary, investments, rental income and other income. You can also add more categories as well, so feel free to tweak this category. For this project we are going to use all of these types of category. So now let's display this category in our select group. So I will write dot map, then here we will get the item, and what we will do, we will simply return this select item, and here I will write item dot title. You can see it is giving us the error missing key prop. So let's quickly give the key to item dot title. So the title will always be a unique, and also we will give the value, and the value will be, as you know, the value we are going to use is this item dot title. And also let's give some Tailwind class to this item as well. So I will make this cursor as pointer. Let's go to our app, and it is giving us error module not found, can't resolve ./UI/select. So let's check. So what we have to do, as we renamed the select component, so let's make this as uppercase, and by doing uppercase, if it's still giving you the error, just close the VS Code and reopen it again, and the error will be fixed. Now let's check add income, and you can see here we have this category, then here we have this select a category placeholder which we have given, and if I click here, then here we have this title category, and here we have a bunch of categories which is declared in our const file, and if I click any of these, then it replaces with the selected category. Let's go back to our code. What we will do, after this select component, I will create the another input which is the amount. So let's again take one div, let's give width as full and span tag amount, and I will set the font weight to medium. Then I will take one input, let's add margin top as 2, placeholder let's give 0.00, type will be number. On change, what I will do, I will set the amount which we have declared previously as e.target.value, and let's set the value to amount. Yes, here we have the amount, and we can type any amount here, and we can also increase the amount from this button as well. Now after this amount, we have to create the calendar. You can see after this amount we have this calendar, and again we are going to use the Shadcn calendar, and let's search calendar component from the documentation. So I will write calendar, and you can see this is the calendar component, a date field component that allows user to enter and edit the date. You can see this is the same component we are using here, this one. So let's go to the documentation, and let's see how we can use this component. So it has this calendar component coming from the UI folder, and then so we have to install this calendar component. So let's copy this command, and here you can read the uses as well. So let's install this calendar component, cd frontend, and let's install this Shadcn package. So it was asking the file button.tsx already exists, would you like to overwrite? So simply say no, and then it will install the calendar component, and I will rename this as button. Let's check. Yes, here we have this calendar component. And the first thing, as you know, what we are going to do is this, change this component name, because component starts with capital letter. You can see first we have this date picker, and if I click here, then it is opening the calendar component. So, and this calendar component is opening on this trigger. So we have to also install some other components as well. So if you go here, this date picker component in Shadcn documentation, see, we want this behavior. If I select date, it replaces the selected date here. So let's see how we can use this. So first here we have the label, then we have this popover, and inside this popover we have this trigger button. You can see it is inside the popover trigger, And in the popover content, this is the calendar component which we have already installed. So what we have to do, we have to simply install another package which is the popover component. And you can see how we are installing the package. We have not installed the Shadcn entire package in our code. We are installing only the required package so that the bundle size of our code will not grow. Only the required and used code will be there in our bundle size. So that's why I am installing only the required components which we are going to use in our project. I will not install all the component in our code. It will increase the bundle size. Now what I will do, let's install this popover component and see the installation is the date picker is built using a composition of the popover and the calendar component. See installation instructions for the popover and the calendar components. So the calendar component we have already installed. Now let's go to popover. Let's copy this command and I will run this command here. Now it will install the popover component. Now let's quickly change this name and then let's go to this component and see here we have this popover. We'll close this terminal and I will also close this calendar component, and after this div I will take another div. Let's give the width as full, flex call and some gap. Then inside this div again I will take one span tag saying date. I will make the font size as medium. Then I will use the popover component from our UI folder, and here then we have to use this popover trigger. This is a trigger button which will trigger the popover. Then inside this popover I will take one button and I will write select date. And if you see in our project, here we have this select date and then we have this icon here. So we are going to add this icon. So we are getting some error, module not found. So let's quickly fix this by renaming it capital case. Now you can see the error is gone. Let's click add income. And here we have this select date. We have to make this such that it should look like the input, just like category input. So let's add some icon and Tailwind class. So here what I will do, in the popover trigger I will make this as child because we have the child inside this trigger, and I will add the cursor pointer. Then after this button I will use the run down icon, and this icon will go inside the button. And let's add some Tailwind class here. Just I will make this button as flex and justify between. And the button variant we are going to use is the outline. Now let's check. Yes, you can see it is looking just like this one. We have this select date title and this icon. Now if I click, then nothing happens because we have not integrated the calendar yet. So let's integrate that as well. So after this trigger I will take one popover content, and inside this content I will use the calendar. The calendar component is a self-closing component. Now let's check the result. Now if I click here, it is opening this calendar component. So let's fix this UI. So what I will do, here I will add some Tailwind class. First I will make the width as auto, overflow to hidden, and padding to 0. We don't want any padding. And the calendar, inside this calendar we can pass multiple props. First the calendar mode will be single. The selected will be date. You can see we have created the date state, and if the date is not there then we will just pass undefined. Then we can also change the calendar layout. So I will make the layout as caption layout as drop down, and then if user select any of the date, then the on select date will be triggered, and here we will get the user selected date. So what we can use, we can set this date to our state date or it will be null. Now you can see we are getting this TypeScript error. So let's fix this. So here I will define the type, and type will be date or null. Now you can see the error is gone. Now let's check the result. So if I click add income and if I select here, then you can see now the date component is looking good. If I select any of the date, then you can see currently the selected date is not coming here, and also this calendar is not closing because we have to manually close this calendar as well. So for this what we can do, so we have to close this popover. So first what I will do, I will create one state as open, set open, and initially it will be false. Then in the popover what we will do, it takes the props as open, it takes the boolean value, and I will pass our open state. If the open is true, then popover will be open. If it is false, then it will close. And it also take on open change, and we will pass set open here. Now let's check the result if it is working or not. Add income. If I click here and let's say I will select 12, then it's not closing, because after selecting the date what we will do, we will set the open to false. Now let's check. Now if I select, you can see the calendar is closed, because after selecting the date what we are doing, we are closing this popover. The selected date is not coming here, so let's fix this. So what we will do, you can see here we have this hard coded value select date which is coming here. I will check if there is a date value inside our date, then we will create a new date and we will pass this date and we will convert this to local date string else, and I will wrap this inside string. Now let's check the result. See, if I select any of the date, then it is coming here. So I hope you have understood how this popover component is working. We have this popover trigger. In the trigger we are passing the button which triggers the content part, and inside the content we are using this calendar component, and this popover is handled by our open state. If the open value is true, then popover will be visible, else it will be closed. After this date picker, we have to create this modal footer, the cancel button which will close this modal, and this add income button which will add the income in our income list. After this div we have the dialog footer, and inside this dialog footer again I will add this dialog close. Here I will take one button close, and let's pass the variant as outline, and again I will make this as child because we are passing child inside this dialog close. After this dialog close I will take one button add income, and let's give this as cursor pointer. Now let's check the result. So you can see here we have this close button which closes the modal, and here we have this add income button. Now we will create this component. So here you can see first it have the icon, it is the emoji which we are going to select from the modal. Then it have this title, category and date and amount, and then it has this edit icon and this delete icon. Now we will create this card component which will show all the incomes. So let's go back to our code and let's go to this income. After this div I will take another div, and first let's add some Tailwind class. So you can see first we have this border and the width. So let's give that. So I will add the border as usual gray 300, margin top as 4, y-axis padding and x-axis padding, and I will give some border radius to 3xl, and I will give the width as flex 1, so it will take all the available width. Now let's check. So you can see it is coming like this. Currently doesn't have the height because inside this div the content is empty. And you can see first we are creating this card component. We are not creating this chart component first, because after this card component we have created and we have the data, then we can just simply use that data to create this chart. So first we will create this component, the edit delete, and after this we will create the chart for income. Now let's go back to our code. First let's remove this flex 1, and instead of this let's give the height to 332 pixel, and let's increase the margin top as 6, and I will also make this as 6. And what I will do here, I will give the overflow y as scroll, so that if there is more content, like you can see currently we have this 6 income, if there is more 3 or 4 incomes then it should scroll. So that's why I am adding this overflow Y to scroll. Then we will not show this scroll bar. Then no scroll bar. This class we have to define in our global.css. So I will go to global.css and below I will create one class no scroll bar. And let's give this scroll bar width to none. So the scroll bar will not be visible. Let's close this file. And inside this div, what I will do first, I will take one another div. Inside this div, I will take one another div. And here I will take one span tag and I will show the emoji icon here. I'll add some Tailwind class here. I will make this div as flex, gap of 2, justify between, and items to center. I will also make this div as flex and I will give some gap so that there will be a gap between emoji, title and category. You can see here after this title we have some gap, then after this we have some gap, because that's why we are giving some gap. And instead of this hard-coded emoji, what I will do, I will take one emoji from this emoji and symbols. Let's add this emoji and I will add some Tailwind class here. I will give the background color as gray, 100, some shadow, text size will be 2XL, width and height will be 12, which is 3 rem, border radius to full. Let's make this span tag as flex, then items center and justify center. Now let's check the result. We have this emoji and we have the background color, border radius and padding. Now what I will do, after this span tag, I will take another div, and this div is for the title, category and date. So let's create this part as well. So inside this div, let's quickly take one span tag. This will be a title, then again one span tag for category and another span tag for date. Now let's check the result. So here we have the title, category and date. Now let's add some Tailwind class to this div. I will make this div as flex and some gap, and again I will add some Tailwind class here as well. I will just make the font as medium. For category, I will make the text color as gray 500 and text size to SM. Then for date, I will make the text size as XS, means 12 pixel, text color to gray 400 and font weight to medium, which is 500. Now let's check the result. Yes, here we have the title, category and date, but currently it's not matching like this one. So let's make this div as flex as well. So what I will do here, I will write flex call and let's check. Yes, now it is looking good. Title, category and date, just like this one. Also we missed this color, so we have to add this dash here. Now let's check. Yes, the date color is gray. Now we have created this left side content. Now we have to create this right side content. Here we are showing the amount with the nice background color with two buttons, edit and delete. So let's create this part. So after this div, I will take one another div, and again I will make this div as flex, item center, justify center, so that it will be in center horizontally and vertically, and some gap. And inside this div I will take one another div, and inside this div I will take one span tag, and here we are showing the amount. So what we will do, I will add this plus symbol and the dollar sign. I will write $1000. Now let's check. So you can see here we have this plus sign and this $1000. Now we have to give the background color, so let's give that as well. I will make this span tag text color to green 800 and font weight to medium. Then I will add some class here as well. I will make this div as flex, item center, justify center, some gap, height will be fit, means the content height. Then I will add the background color to green 100, border radius to MD, and some x-axis and y-axis padding. Now let's check the result. So yes, you can see we have given some border radius, padding and background color, just like this one. Now we have to add this icon. So after this span tag, I will take the trending up icon from Lucid React, and let's add some Tailwind class here. First I will give some width and height to 4, which is 1 rem, and text color to green 800, and font I will give bold. Let's check if the icon is visible. Yes, here we have this icon. Now let's create the edit and delete icon. I will take another div, and again first I will add some Tailwind class here. I will make this div as flex, item center, justify center, and some gap. Then I am going to use this square pen icon from Lucid React, and first I will add some Tailwind class here. Again I will give the width and height to 5, text gray 500, and cursor pointer. And after this icon I will use the trash icon, trash 2 from Lucid React. I will give the color red, and again I will give the height and width to 5, which is 20 pixel, and cursor pointer. Now let's check the result. Yes, we have this edit icon and this delete icon, just like this one. Now what we will do, you can see currently it is taking the width as full. There is so much gap here, but here you can see it is taking this much width. So what we will do, we will wrap this inside a div, and we will make this div as grid, 2 columns per row. So there will be 1 column here and 1 column here. So what I will do, after this div I will take another div, and I will wrap this div inside this div, and I will make this div as grid with 2 columns each row and some gap. Now let's check. Yes, you can see now we have this income here, and if I add another income it will come here. If I add another income, then it will go into the next row, and so on. We have created this income list UI and the add income modal. Now what we will do, if we add some data here, let's say income title, then we can select the category, then suppose $2000 and the date. And if I click on this add income button, then it should call an API, and this all details of this current user should save in our database, and after this modal should close, and the added income should be visible here instead of this hard coding. So let's do this. I will go to backend inside source, and I will go here index.ts, and here we have this app from Express. So let's go to this app, let's close this index.ts, and here you can see we have this clerk router, we have this express.json use. So what we have to do, we have to save the income for the user. First we have to make the changes in the user modal. What we have to do here is every user will have their income and expense. So first we have to create the income model. So I will write income.model.ts, and let's create the income schema. So I will write income schema equals to new mongoose.schema, and the first property we will add is the transaction type. The type will be string, required true, so it will be a required field, and let's trim this as to true. So what is this transaction type is, every transaction will have the type. Is it a income type or a expense type? Because when we will create the transaction page, then we will be required this transaction type to differentiate between if it is a income or expense. Then after this we have the title. So let's copy this and I will paste here. After title we have the emoji. Let's again paste this. After this we have category. After category we have amount. Then what we will do, we will also save the user ID. We will save this user ID so that we will know for which user is this income. Then we have date. The date type will be date, required true, then again trim to true. After this we will also store the timestamps to true. Now let's export this schema. So export const income equals to mongoose dot model. So it will create the model name will be income, and let's pass the schema. So I hope you have understood this income schema. We are just storing the transaction type. For this income model, the transaction type will be income. Then for every income we have title, emoji, category, amount, date, and also we are storing the user ID so that we will get to know the income for the respective user. Now what I will do, I will also create the expense model, because no much difference between income schema and expense schema. We can just copy this whole schema and I will paste here, and just we have to change income to expense. I will recommend you to not copy paste and write this whole schema by yourself. Then I will replace this with income schema. Let's change the name to expense. Here we have this expense schema. Now I will close this schema, and here in the user model what I will do, so for every user we have income and expense array. So I will take the expenses array, and this will be a array, and the type will be, so it will be an array of object, and the type will be expense schema type. So mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id, and the reference will be expense schema. The same thing we will do for income as well. So again this will be a array of object. The type will be again the mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id, and the reference will be income schema. So for example, if user added one income, then what it will do, it will take the ID of the income from the income schema and it will store here, so that we will have the array of object of the respective user income, and same for the expense. Now what we will do, we will create the controllers for income. Now here I will add another controller for income. So income dot controllers dot ts. The first method I am going to add is the add income. Let's add this add income, and I will export this add income, and let's add the request and response as well. So this add income method will be responsible for adding the user income in our DB. So now what we will do, first we will go to routes, and here we will create income route. Here we will create router from router, which will come from express. Then we will create the route, and the route will be add income. Let's add income, and this will be a post request. And if this endpoint gets hit, what we will do first I am going to add this middleware require auth, and this is coming from Clerk Express package, and then I will add our controller, which is add income. So what I am doing here is, before calling our add income controller, I am adding this middleware require auth, which is coming from Clerk Express. So what does this middleware do is, it will check if user is logged in or not, and if it is logged in, then it will pass the user in our request.body, so that we can use that user to save income for that user. So I hope you have understood. If you have not yet understood, then when we write our add income controller, you will understood well. First let's export this router. So I will write export default router. We have imported the clerk router. I will add the income router from routes / income routes. Let's add the router here. So app.use /API and income router. So what will happen? The endpoint will be localhost 3000 /API /add income. So if this endpoint gets hit, then this income router will trigger this route add income. Then it will check if user is logged in or not. If it is logged in, then our add income method will get called. Now we are going to write the CRUD for our income page. So we have declared the add income. Let's also declare get user income as well. So this method will get the user income. Again I will add the request response. Then let's add another controller which is update income. We are also giving the option to the user to update the income. Then we will write delete income so that user can also delete the income. I missed comma here, so let's fix this and let's export all of this controller. Now what I will do, first I will go to this income.routes and let's create routes for all the controller. So again I will add another route /get income. So as you know, this will be a get request, and again I will add this middleware and get user income. Then let's add the route for update income /update income, and here in the params we will get the ID from the front end so that we in the back end we will know which income we have to update. This will be a post request. Again I will add this middleware and the controller update income. Then again we have the route for delete income /delete income. In delete income route we will require ID as well to delete the income. Then this will be a delete request. Let's add this middleware delete income. So you can see we have defined all our route for the income. This endpoint will be responsible for adding the income for the logged in user in their income array. Then this endpoint will get all the income which user have added till now, and then every income user can update, and from the front end we will pass the ID for the income which user wants to update, and same for the delete. Now what I will do, I will close this routes file and let's complete all of this controller. So I will start with the add income. I will take one try catch block so that if any of the code fails in the try, then what we will do, we will console the error and we will return the response with the status code 500, and we will send the JSON with the message property saying internal server error, so that we will be on the safe side. Our code will not crash in the backend. We will handle every error gracefully. Then in the try block what we will do, as you know, from the front end we will get title, emoji, category, amount and date for every income. So let's destructure the request.body. So in the request.body we will get the object. So we will destructure with title, emoji, category, amount and date. Then we will check if is the income data is empty or not. If the income data is empty, then we are not going to save empty strings or empty data in our DB. So what I will do, I will pass all of this data inside array, and here I will add this JavaScript method sum, and for every field we will check if this is empty or not. What does this sum method takes? It will take every field. So the first field will be title, then emoji, then category, then amount, then date, and we will trim if there is any leading or trailing space, and if it is empty then we will simply return if is income data empty, then we will simply return the response with the status code 400, and the message we will send all income fields are required. Now what we have to do, so suppose if the data is not empty, then we have to save this income in the user. So how we can get the user? To get the user, as you know, already we have added this middleware. So previously I have said what does this middleware do? It will add the user in the request. So what we can do here, I will get the user ID from get auth, which is coming from the express, Clerk Express, and I will pass the request. So in the request there will be a user, and here I am destructuring the user ID. After this user ID, what I can do, I can go to clerk user, await. First let's make this function as async, then await clerk client, which is coming from the clerk express dot users dot get user, and we will pass the user ID. And if the user ID is not there, then it will be an empty string. So we are doing this for the TypeScript error, as the user ID will not be empty because we have added the middleware. If it is empty, then this add income method will not be called. So what we are doing here, we are going to the clerk client dot user. So we have this list of user, and then we are passing this user ID inside get user, and it will return the clerk user. Then inside this clerk user, you already know for every clerk user we have email, full name. What I can do, I can get the email from the clerk user. So clerk user dot primary email address dot email address. Now we got the email for the user. Now what we can do, we can run a query in our MongoDB and we can get the user using this email. I will write const user equals to await user is our model, and dot I will use this find one. So this will return a single user using this email ID. So it will check if the email is belonging to any of the user, then it will return the user. And suppose if it didn't find the user or MongoDB find one failed, then what we will check, we will add here condition. If the user is not available, then simply return the response with the status code 404 saying message user not found. Now after this, if user is available, then we have to create the income. So I will write const income equals to await income. So we have created this income model dot create, so that it will create one income, and simply we will pass all the required property. So transaction, first we have to pass the transaction type. So here we are going to pass the transaction type as income. Then we have the title, emoji, category, amount, date, and as you already know, if you go to income modal, we have to also pass this user ID. So we have the user ID. So I will take user ID from our user.id. So already we have this user. So from this user we can extract the MongoDB ID. So here you can see we are getting this error, and this error we are getting because of the type of the user ID, which is string. So if we go to this income model, here we have the type as string, but this is incorrect. We are storing the object ID of the MongoDB. So what we have to do, we have to do the same thing which we have done for expense. So again I will write here mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID. Then we have to pass the reference, and the reference will be user. Now you can see the error is gone. After this I will add one condition. Suppose if income is not created successfully, then we will simply return the response with the status code 500 and with the message saying message failed to add income. And suppose if we get to this line number 41, means our income is created successfully. So what I will do, I will use this user dot income. As you know, every user have this income. You can check by going to this user model and you can see every user have this income. Then in this income I will push the income.id. Every created income will have this id, unique id. So I will push that, and then let's save this user. So user.save, and after this we will simply return the response with the status code 201. One new entry is added in our DB and the message will be income added successfully. So you can see how we have written this add income controller. First we have extracted the request.body by destructuring it. Then we get the email of the user from the Clerk client. Then we are checking if any of the data is empty, then we are returning from here. Else we are finding the user, and if user not found, then again we return from here. Then we are creating the income for the user. If we failed to create the income, then again we will return from here, and if the income is created successfully, then obviously we will have the id which we will push into the user, and then we'll return the response saying income added successfully. So I hope you have understood this add income controller. Then like this we will write the get user income, update income and delete income. Now let's write our get user income. So again I will take the try catch block. Here we will have the error. Let's log the error and we will return the response with the status code 500, and the message will be internal server error. And in the try block we will get the user id. From get auth we will pass the request just like we did in add income. Then again what I will do, I will copy this line, I will copy this two line and I will use it here. Let's make this function as async because we are using await here. And then again we will find the user, await user dot find one, and we will pass the email. What I will do, I will use this len operator of MongoDB and I will populate all the income, and the path will be income. After path we can pass the property name here which we don't want in the income. So what I will add, we can use this dash to not return in our response. So we don't want the version and we don't want the user ID to expose in the front end. Then again I will add this user check. I will simply copy this check and let's use it here. After this we'll have the user, so we will extract the user income from user.income, and then we will simply return this user income to the front end with the status code 200. Here we will pass incomes user income, and also let's pass the message successfully fetched user income. Here we have this get user income which will get all the user income. Now let's write the update income. So again we will write the try catch block. Let's console the error. Let's copy this line and paste it here. If you are writing the Express app or the backend first time, then I will recommend you to not copy paste anything and write every single line with yourself. Now for update income, if you go here income route, then for update income we will get the ID in the params, and using this ID we can find the income in our database. So what I will do, first I will extract the ID from the params. So in the request.params we will get the ID, and in the body again we will have the title, emoji, category, amount and date. Then after this what we will do, again I will copy this line if the data is empty or not, and I will add this line here. So if the data is not empty, then we have to update this income. To update the income, again we will require the user. So again I will copy this 3 line to get the email of the user, and let's put it here, and let's make this function as async. And again I will also copy this 2 line as well to find the user, and let's paste it here after email. And if we found the user, if we get to this line number 98, then we have to update the income from this data. So let's do that. So const updated income equals to await income. We will go to this income and we will use find one and update. We will use this method, find one and update. What it takes the ID. So we will have the ID, then we have to pass the user ID as well. So user dot ID. So what we are doing here, this method takes the ID. So this ID is the income ID which we want to update. So it is coming from the request.params, and after this we have to pass the user ID. So passing this user ID will update the income by using this income ID for this user. After this we can pass our data. So we will use this set operator and we can simply pass all the data. So title, emoji, category, date and amount. After this again we will check if the updated income is not updated successfully, then we will return the response, and in message we will say income not found. After this we will return the response with the status code 200, and in JSON we will pass the message income updated successfully. Now let's write our delete income. So again we will take this try catch block and let's copy this 2 line and paste here. And then again here we will require the ID and user. So again I will copy this line, paste here, and also we will require the ID. Let's make this function as async, and again we will require the user. So I will copy this 2 line and use it here. So I hope now you have understood what we are doing and why. Const deleted income equals to await income dot find one and delete. Now we are going to use this find one and delete. Previously we have used update, now we will use delete. And again we have to pass this ID and user ID, which will come from user dot ID. I missed colon here, so let's write that. Yes, the error is gone. And again I will copy this 3 line and let's use it here, and let's replace this with deleted income, and we will say income not found in the message if there is some error while deleting the income. Now suppose if the income is deleted. If the income is deleted, then what we are doing here, if you see the user modal, here also we have this income. So we have to delete the income from user as well. So what I will do here, I will write await user dot update one, and again we have to pass the ID user dot ID. Here I will take one object. I will use this pull operator, not pop, it is pull, and just I will pass the income ID so that it will delete this income, and this ID, as you know, it is coming from the request.params to delete that income. So this ID we will pass in the income, and this income is this one, this income. So this is an array of IDs. So we are passing the ID inside the pull operator, so it will delete that ID inside this income. Now after this we will simply return the response with the status code 200, and the message we will send income income deleted successfully. So this is our delete income controller which we are using here. So you can see here we have this delete income, then update income, get user income and add income. So I hope you have understood all of this controller. In the update income, this is unused, so I think we have written something wrong here. So here we have the typo, so I will update with the update income. Let's check other methods as well. Let's check the add income. Yeah, I think it's looking good. Get user income, then we have this update income, then we have this here delete income. Now we have written our all the income APIs. We have written the add income API to add the income, then update income, delete income and fetch user income. Now what I will do, I will close this file. In the front end folder, I will create another folder and I will name it services. So in this folder, we are going to write all the service. First service we are going to write is the income service. Then we will write expense service, transaction service and so on. So let's create one file, income.services.ts. Let's create one function, add income. So what we are doing now is we are integrating all the APIs which we have written for the income controller. Inside add income, what I will do, I will take one try catch block, and if there is any error, I will simply log that error. And before calling the API, what I will do, I am going to install the Nextjs package. I will write npm I Nextjs. So it will install the Nextjs package. Now let's close this terminal, and here inside the try block I will say await, and let's make this function as async. Then Nextjs, let's import Nextjs, import Nextjs from Nextjs, and I will say dot post. So the first add income API is the post API. If you remember, in add income API we will be required the payload. So let's define that payload, and let's define the payload type. So for types, what I am going to do, I will go to types.tss file, and here I am going to paste all of these types. So you can see here we have all the types which will be required in our app. So this is the transaction data type which we are going to use in our income services and other services as well. Then we have the chart type, pie type, chart types and so on. So what you can do, simply click the asset link below and it will download one folder, and in that folder you will have the types file, constants files as well as the global CSS file, and you can simply drag and drop the file in the utils. So we are doing this to save our time. Now let's close this file, and I will give the type as transaction data. You can see this is coming from this util types. After this payload, we will also require the token, and the type of the token will be string, and I will explain you why we need token here. Then here I will take this inverted comma and $, and I will say app API URL. So if you remember, we have this app API URL in our constants file, and this is coming from next public backend API URL which is defined in the env file. You can see this is the environment variable we are using, and this is pointing to our server. You can see we have this localhost 4001, and on this port our backend is running. Now let's close this file, and here I will say app API URL /add income. This is the endpoint for our income. Then let's pass the payload. Then we have to pass headers. So in the headers, what I will do, headers authorization, and here we have to pass the bearer token. So I will say bearer and the token. Then we have to pass the content type, which will be a application/JSON. So why I am passing this bearer token? Because if you remember, in our backend endpoints, like for example the add income endpoint, we have added the middleware for every endpoint. So what that middleware do is it fetches the user. So to fetch the user for that middleware, it requires the token. and we will get this token from our Clerk Next.js package. When we will call this add income API, we will pass the token from the Clerk Next.js package which we have installed earlier. So what does that middleware will do? It will take this token and it will fetch the user, and the user is the logged in user. So that's why we are passing the token of the logged in user. Now instead of console logging the error, what I will do, I will throw the error and we will handle this error when we will call this API. Now let's write the fetch income service. So fetch income equals to async. Again here we will have the token. Again I will take the try catch block. Let's throw the error if there is any error. Here we will create one response constant. Const response equals to await Axios dot get. Fetch income endpoint is a get request. Then again we will pass this app API URL slash get income. And again we have to pass this header. So I will simply copy these headers and I will pass here. After this, what I will do, I will say return response dot data dot income. The response which we will receive is stored in the response dot data variable. So we are getting that data, and if you see our income controller, let's search for fetch income. So yes, this is the get user income, and here you can see this will be a data, and the income, the user income is stored inside this incomes. So that's why I'm writing this data dot incomes. Now let's write the update income service. So update income equals to async. For updating the income, we will require the payload. The type will be transaction data. Then we will require the ID, because we required the ID to pass to the backend so that it will know which income we have to update. Then again the ID type will be string, then the token. Let's take the try catch block. Let's throw the error if there is any error, and inside the try block I will say await axios.post app API URL inside the dollar symbol slash update income, and then we will pass the ID, and here we will pass the payload. And then let's copy these headers, and I will pass the headers here with the token and the content type. Now this API does not return anything, it just update the income by taking the ID. So we are not returning anything here. Now let's write the delete income. So const delete income async. This will be arrow function. Then let's take the try catch block. Let's throw the error. Now to delete the income, again we will require the ID and obviously the token. Then again I will say await axios.delete. So the HTTP request is delete for deleting the income. Then app API URL slash delete income, and we will pass the ID. Then let's copy this header and I will pass the header here. Now let's quickly export all these services. So the first one is add income, fetch income, update income, and delete income. Now we can use all of these APIs in our income component. So I hope you have understood all of these services which we have written. Now let's close this file and let's go to our project. Now I am here in the income page, and you can see we have this hard-coded title, category, date, amount. Now what we have to do, we have to integrate the add income API, update income, and delete income. Here you can see this is the expense tracker app which is deployed, and I will show you the demo. Suppose if I click this add income and let's add one test income. Let's select the category. Let's say the amount is $1,000 and the date I will select is 31 December. And if I click this add income, then what will happen, it will call the add income API and this model will automatically get closed and we can see the income here. The income is added successfully here and we receive this income added successfully notification as well, and in the chart we also get this $1,000 income. So now we have to implement all of this, and if you see, if I refresh this page, then we have this loading. After the response comes, then we have this visible page, else we show this loading. And what I can do now, let's say I want to update this income, I want to update the amount. So what I will do, I will make this as $5,000 and I can also change the category, let's say business. Let's also update the title as 2 and for date let it be. Now you can see we are reusing this same model to update the income as well, and the title is now becomes the update income. Previously it was add income. So now if I click this update income, then you can see the income updated successfully and we also get this notification income updated successfully, and the data is also changed. Here we have this $5,000, title becomes test income 2 and category is business. Chart data is also updated. Now what I can do, I can also delete this income. So let's say I want to delete, so I will click this icon and you can see the income deleted successfully. The income is deleted from this list and the chart as well. So we have to implement all of this in our app. So let's go back to our app and let's go back to our code. And the first API we will integrate is the add income API. So I am here in the income model.tsx, and what we have to do, if you scroll below, we have this dialog footer, and inside this dialog footer we have this add income button. Here I will add the on click and I will call handle add income. So currently this method is not declared yet, so let's declare this. After this handle emoji select, I will declare handle add income. So this method will be responsible for adding the income. Now to add the income, we required the payload, means the modal data. So let's prepare the modal data. So I will say const income data and the type will be iTransaction data. Data is the icon, which is the emoji, and the emoji will be selected emoji. Then we have the title, category, amount and date. So I have added the type here because suppose if we forget to add the date, and so you can see this is giving us the error, property date is missing in this type. So that's why I have added this type, so it will prevent us for unexpected bugs. So let's uncomment this, and what I will do here, before calling the API, I will add the checks. So I will say if emoji is not there, or title, I think it is selected emoji, so let's rename it, or the category, or the amount, or date. If any of this field is missing, means it's empty, then what we will do, we will show the notification. To show the notification, we are going to use the Sooner package. So let's go to Google Chrome and I will search Sooner Toast, and you can see this is also coming from the Shadcn, so I will use this toast. So let's install this package. I will copy this command. Let's open new terminal. Let's run this command here, and this command will install the Sooner package in our dependency. So you can see in the UI folder we have this Sooner component. Now the next thing we have to do is open layout.tsx, and here we have to import the toaster, and we are importing the toaster component in layout so that we will able to use the toaster in entire app. So here I will say toaster, and you can see this toaster is coming from the component/UI/Sooner. So let's import this. Now I will close, and here now you can see the magic. If I write toast, it is automatically suggesting me this toast from the Sooner. So I will import the Sooner and I will write .error. So the toast component have the error, info and the success. Error to show the error, info for showing any information, and the success. So I will say all fields are required. and then I will say return. We will return from here if any of the fields is empty. After this, here we have to call the add income. The add income will come through the props. So I will write on add income and I will pass this income data. So let's declare this in the prop. Here I will say on add income, and let's define the type for this income modal. I will say on add income, which is a function, and it will return void. On add income is not returning anything. Here we have to give the parameter. So it is a income data and the type is transaction data. So we have defined the types for our on add income. Now what we will do, here in the income.tsx, we will pass on add income by calling handle add income. Let's define this method. Here I will say handle add income, which will be a async and it will be a arrow function. Now we will call the API here, and you can see we are passing this handle add income through props, and income modal will call this and it will directly call this method. So now let's write our handle add income. Now again I will take the try catch block, and if there is any error, so let console log the error, and here I will say toast.error while adding income. Let's import this toast from sooner. So if there is any error while adding the income, we will show this notification to the user. Now inside this try, we have to get the token. So we will get the token from the Clerk Next.js. So we will say get token, which will come from use auth. You can see it is coming from this Clerk, and then we can use this method to get the token of the logged in user. So we will say get token, and suppose if the token is not available, then we will simply return. We will not move forward. And if the token is there, then simply we have to call this service add income, which is coming from the income service, and we have to pass the income object and the token. Now let's quickly define this income object here, and the type will be I transaction data. So if you remember, when we are calling the on add income from the modal, we are passing this object, and we will receive this object here and we will pass in our service. So we are getting this TypeScript error because we forget to write await here. This is a asynchronous function and it will take some time, so that's why we have to write the await here. Now after adding the income, what we have to do, if you see in our app, if I add any income, let's say add any dummy income, when I added the income, it shows this notification, and after this it shows the income here. So if you remember, we have written the fetch user income service in our controller. So let's also write the handle fetch user income. Before writing the fetch user income, let's test this method. So let's write here toast.success income added successfully. Let's check this method. So I will open the network tab, and here let's add the income. Let's add test income. Category will be freelance. Let's say $500 and let's say 28 date. You can see if I press the add income, it is showing error while adding income. So I think we have not spinned our server yet. I think it stopped. Yes. So let's go to the backend directory and let's run our server. Yeah, our server is running. Now let's try again by adding. So I will say add income, and you can see income added successfully. It means the income is added in our database. So let's check if this income is added in our database or not. So let's go to the MongoDB and I will refresh. Let's click on this button, browse collections, and here we can see all our collections. So currently it is connecting to the cluster. Here we have this FL expense tracker, front-end lab expense tracker. Let's open this, and here inside the users we have this one user, and you can see we have this expense array and the income array. Currently the income array have one object ID. It means in the incomes collection we have one income. So let's open these incomes, and here you can see here is the income which we have added recently. Here we have the income title, test income, the emoji, category, amount. Then we have this user ID. So this is the ID which we have saved for this user. From this user ID we will get to know the income of the user. Then we have the date, created at, updated at, and the version. The version currently is 0, and if we update this document, then it will become 1, then 2, and so on. Now what we have to do? We have to render the income here. So let's move forward, and we have to write the handle fetch income. Here I will create one method, handle fetch user income, and I will wrap this method inside the use callback because this method is going to use many times. And let's make this as async. And what I will do, I will create one use effect here, and I will call this handle fetch user income. Let's add the dependency. Let's copy this method name, and here I will pass this method. So when our income page renders first time, this method will be called, and we want this method to be called the first time because in this method we will fetch the user income and we will store that income in our state. Let's take the try catch block. If there is any error, let's console the error. Then inside the try, first what I will do, I will create one state. So if you remember, we also want the loading state. So I will say loading, set loading, and here use state, and the default value will be false. And before calling our API, I will say set loading to true. Then let's call the API. So we need the token. So let's get the token from the get token. After writing this token method, you can see we are getting this error, compilation skipped. Existing memoization could not be preserved. It means React has skipped optimizing this component because the existing manual memoization. So we are doing this memoization manually by adding this use callback. So what I will do, I will remove this use callback and React will automatically optimize this component. So let's remove this use callback. I have removed the use callback, and now what I will do, you can see here we are getting this dependency error, missing dependency. Before we have the dependency, but what I will do now, I will disable this ESLint error for this function because we don't want this function as a dependency. This function will be called single times when this component renders. Now let's move forward, and what I will do, I will first check if there is no token. We will simply return, we will not move forward. Then we will create one const income list, and I will call the fetch income from our income service, and just we need to pass the token. So now in this income list we will have all the user income. So what I will do here, I will create one state, income list, set income list. Initially it will be empty array, and let's also give this state type which is a I transaction data. Then what I will do, I will set the income list to this income list, and after this I will set loading to false. And if there is any error, then in catch block I will also do the set loading to false. If we don't do set loading to false in catch block, so what will happen, in the try block set loading becomes true. Then we go here, and suppose if there is error here, if we don't have the token or the line comes to 35 number, and if there is any error while calling this API, so what we are doing here, we are throwing the error. So we will catch that error in this catch block, and first thing what we will do, we will set the loading to false. Otherwise the loading will always be there in our income component. Now let's print this income list. Let's see if we are getting the income list. Let's print outside of this method, and let's go to our project, and here I will reload the page, and you can see here we have this array of object. Let's open this, and this is the income which we have added previously. You can see the amount, category, emoji, title, transaction type, and so much more. So what we will do now, we will show this income in the UI. So let's close this console. Above this div, what I will write, I will say income list. First we will check if the income list length is greater than 0. If the income list length is not greater than 0, then we will check the loading. If it is still loading, then we will return one div, else again we will return one div. So I will come back to this div later. First let's wrap this income div inside here. So I will remove this div from here and I will place this div here. Now let's save this file, and you can see what we are doing here. We are checking if the income list length is greater than 0, then we will return this div, else we will check if it is still loading, means the income is fetching, then we will return this div. So let's modify this div little bit. First I will make this div as flex, item center, justify center, and let's give height and width to full. Then here we have to show the spinner. This spinner we have to show. So what I will do, I will go to the Shadcn documentation and here I will search the spinner. Let's click this component, and this is the spinner which we have to use. So let's install this spinner in our code. So again I will open new terminal. Let's go to front end and let's install this package. So this spinner will be installed inside this UI. So you can see here we got this spinner. Now let's close this terminal and let's use this spinner. So we have to simply call this spinner, and you can see it is coming from this UI/spinner. Then we will give spinner width and height. So let's give 10, which is 2.5 rem, means 40 pixel. Else in this div what we will do, if the income list length is still 0 and it is not loading also, it means the user have not added any income. We will show this text to guide the user to add the income. So we will say click the add income button to add income. Let's replace this string with this quote. Yes. Now the next thing we have to do, we have to replace this hard coded content with the income list. So what I will do here I will say income list dot map, and I will return this div. I will remove this div from here and I will place it here. Now we are getting this error because of the key. So let's fix this. First we will get the income here, and the income type will be transaction data, and here we will have the index of type number. Now let's give the key as index. So index will be unique for every income. Now what I will do, I will replace this emoji icon with income dot emoji. Then here for title we have income dot title. Then for category we have income dot category. Then for date we have to add little bit logic for date, because the date we are receiving in the date type. Pass that date in JavaScript date and we will show in local date string. So first we will check if income.date is available, then we will create one new date. We will pass the income.date dot to local date string. We will show the date locally. Then if date is not available, we will show empty string. Let's replace this amount with income.amount. Yeah, I think now we are good to go. Now let's check the result if it is working or not. Let's go here, let's refresh the page. You can see we got this loading icon, and after some time we have this income. Now you can see this income is not the hard coded income, we have added this previously. Now what I will do, let's add another income. So test income 2, category will be investment, let's say $2000. Let's select the date as current date. Let's add the income. So you can see we got this notification, income added successfully, but the income is not visible here. But you can see if I refresh the page, then we have the income here. It means we have not called the fetch user income yet. So what we have to do, we have to just simply call await handle fetch user income. So we will add the income, then we will fetch the income, and then we will show income added successfully. Now let's check again by adding the income. Let's add some dummy income. Let's select add income, and you can see in the background we added this income successfully and we got this notification as well. Now the next thing we have to do is to close this model. After the income is added, we just need to close this model. So let's do that. To close this model, what I will do, I will create one state, show income model, set show income model, use state, and the initial value will be false. And then what we need to do, we need to pass this show income model inside this income model component, and also we have to pass the setter, set show income model. Let's go to this income model and we will receive this income model here. So income model, then we have this state, and let's add this in type as well, income model, and the type will be boolean, then set income model, and it will be a method. Here we will have the value and the value type will be boolean, and it will not return anything, so void. I think we have the typo in naming, so it is show income model, not income model. Show income model and then set show income model. Let's change the type as well. And then what I will do, here you can see we are using this dialog component. So the dialog component have props. The first prop is open, and we can pass show income model here, and then it also have on open change, and we can call handle open change. Let's define this method here, and here what I will do, I will say set show income model to not show income model. So what I am doing here, I am simply saying if the income model value is true, then make it false. If it is false, then make it true. Here in this open, we are passing that true and false value. If it is true, then this dialog will be visible. If it is false, then this dialog will not be visible. Now let's check if our model is closing or not. Let's add the income. Let's add dummy income. Category is investment. Let's say $5,000, and the date is current date. And when I click add income, you can see the model is not closed. So let's check why it's not closed. We have missed one thing. After on add income, we have to say set show income model to false. Then only it will be closed, because after we click the on add income, this method will be called to add the income, and then after this we will manually close this model. Now let's check. Let's add this income, and you can see the model is closed, income added successfully, and here we have added this income. Now let's try again by adding one test income. Let's add this. The model is closed, income added successfully, and here we have this test income. So our add income API and fetch user income API is working perfectly fine. Now we have to add the update and delete service. So what I will do, below of this method handle fetch user income, I will create another method handle update income, and this will be a async method. Let's take the try catch block, and in the catch block we will show the toast notification by saying toast.error while updating the income. And inside the try block, first we will take the token of the logged in user by calling the method get token. And after this, what we will do, we will check if the token is not there, then we will simply return, we will not move forward. And if the token is there, then we have to call the update income service. So we have already created the update income service, so I will say await update income, and you can see it is coming from the income service. And in this update income, we have to pass the income which we have to update, means income data. Then we have to pass the income ID and token. You can see here we have to pass this payload, then we have to pass this ID and the token. So what I will do here, in this parameter we will receive the income to update, and the type will be I transaction data. Then we will pass the income here, and the income ID will be income.id. So this is the ID, and token. So here you can see we are getting this TypeScript error of undefined. So what I will do here, I will check if the income ID is not there, then we will not move forward, and you can see the error is gone. And for this error warning, let's print this error in the console. Now after updating the user income, what we have to do, we have to call the handle fetch user income, and then we will show the success notification by saying income updated successfully. So what here we are doing, first we are updating the user income by passing the income data, income ID and token, and then we are calling this fetch user income so that our list will be updated with the updated income. Now let's use this method. So what we will do, just like this on add income, we will pass on update income. Now let's go to income modal component, and here we will receive the on update income. Let's define this in the type. So I will say on update income. The parameter will be income data, transaction data, and it will not return anything, so void. Then we have to call this on update income. So where we will call this, you can see here we have this handle add income, which gets called on the click of this button add income. Now we have to reuse this button to update the income as well. So what I will do, to update the income, we have to pass one state to track if user is updating the income or adding the income. So what we can do, you can see in our JSX we have this button, square pen icon. So if the user click on this icon, what we will do, we will create one state and we will say is update to true, means user is updating the income. After updating the income, we will set that state to false. Now let's do that so you will get better understanding. I will add on click here. This will be a arrow function, and what we will do, first let's create the state. So after this show income modal state, I will say is edit mode. Let's take the setter, set is edit mode, and initially the value will be false. Then what we will do, inside this on click we will say set is edit mode to true, means the user is in the edit mode to update the income. And after this we will say set show income modal to true as well. If user click on the square pen icon, first we will do the set edit mode to true and we will open the modal. Now the issue we will face, if user opens the modal, so initially the modal will be empty because all of this state will initialize again and it all will have this default value. For the emoji we have this rocket, then title, category, all this will be empty. So I will show you. So see, if I click this, you can see the modal is open and now we have this default state. But what we want all of this data to pre-filled in this modal, and this add income title should become update income, and if I click this update income, then this income should update. So to pre-fill the data in the modal, what I will do here, after this is edit mode state, I will create one another state, income obj, set income obj. Initially it will be null, so let's define the type also. So I will say transaction data, or it will be null. Now in the on click, what I will do, I will say set income obj to income, and this income is coming from here. We are iterating in this income list and on every iteration we have the income. So we will set this income to the income obj, means the clicked income. I can simply pass the income obj inside this income modal, and I will also pass is edit mode and set is edit mode to this set is edit mode state. Now let's go to this income modal and I will explain you why I have passed this in is edit mode and set is edit mode. First let's go here and let's receive all of these props. So income obj, then we have the is edit mode, then we have this set is edit mode. Let's define this in the types as well. So income obj, and it will be a I transaction data. Then we have this is edit mode, the type will be boolean. Then we have this set is edit mode, so this is a method and the value type will be boolean and it will not return anything, so void. When this handle add income called, by clicking on this button, we will check if user is clicked the edit button, then we will show update income title, else the add income title. So you can see using this variable we can show the update income title, else the add income title. Then what we can do, we can use this variable here as well. When we call this on update income, we will check if user is in the edit mode. If it is on the edit mode, we will call on update income. So let's call this on update income with the income data, else we will call on add income. So if the user is clicked on the edit icon, means user have to update the income, so we will call the update income method, else it means user have to add the income, so we will call this add income. We will use this income obj here. We will select the selected emoji to income obj dot emoji or the rocket symbol. So what we are doing, if there is the emoji in the income obj, then we will use this emoji, or we have this default emoji. Let's do for title as well. So income obj dot title or the empty string. Then for category as well, income obj dot category, then income obj dot amount, income obj dot date or null. Now let's test this first. So let's go to our application, let's refresh the page. So let's add, so I will say test income 2, let's set the category to salary, let's say $500, let's select 28 and add income, and you can see the income added successfully. Now I have to update this income, so let's update this income. So first this test income title should be pre-filled in the modal. So let's test. So if I click this, you can see it is not working. This title is this one, this test income 2, not this one. So let's check where it is going wrong. So what is happening here is, I will show you the issue first. So you can see, let's say if I want to add any income, so you can see we have this pre-filled data. See, if I close this and if I refresh the page and if I click add income, then you can see initially it is empty, but as I update the income or add the income, let's add this income, add income, then we have this income here. Now let's say I have to add another income, and if I click add income, you can see this is the old income which we have added. So what we have to do, if user added the income, then we have to reset all of these values. So let's go here on handle open change. If this method is called, means something happened in the modal, is the modal closed or opened. So we will add the logic here. So what I will do, I will create one method, handle reset form. So this method will be responsible for resetting the form, and here what we will do, we will check if show income modal is false, means the modal is not open, then we will reset it, because if the modal is open we can't reset it, we are adding the values. Now let's complete this method, handle reset form. So simply we have to add the default value. So let's add the emoji value first, and the value we are going to add this one. Then the set title is empty string, then we have this category amount, then we have this date to null. Now let's check by adding the income. So first let's add any income, any dummy income. Let's select the date and add income. So the income is added here. Now let's try to add the income again, and this value should not reflect in the modal. So you can see now we have this empty fields. Now if I try to edit the income, let's say I want to edit this income, but you can see the income values are not pre-filling. So let's check why it's not happening. So here we have this income obj. We are adding the emoji, title, category, amount, date as the initial value, but it is not pre-filling because you can see this income obj, when it will be initially called, this will be empty. You can see this is the null, and when we set the income obj here on the edit click, then after some time the income obj will have the value because this is a set state, and set state is not updated immediately, it takes some time. So what we will do here, we will take one use effect and we will say if the income obj is there, means the income obj value is not null, then we will set the title to income obj dot title, and we will set the category to income obj dot category. Then we have the amount and date, and we will add income obj as a dependency array because initially it will be null. After income obj have some values, this use effect will called again. So now we are getting this error again, the effects. So what I will do, I will simply disable the ESLint for this line because we don't require the React cascadings, and we forget to add the selected emoji. So let's add that as well, dot emoji. Now let's check if the edit income is working or not. So again I will click this edit button, and you can see we have this pre-filled data. Let's try for another, let's try this one. Yes, let's try to update this income. So I will say dummy income, and let's also open the network tab to see if the API call is happening or not. Let's click this update income, and you can see the modal is closed, but we don't see any API call here for update income. Let's check. So here we are calling this on update income if it is edit mode. Then let's check on update income. On update income, this handler will be called. So I think we are not passing the ID. Let's see. So yes, you can see in the income data we are not passing the ID, and after calling this on update income, here we are checking if the ID is not there, then we are returning. So let's add the ID as well. We have to add the ID, which is income obj dot ID. So we will get this ID from income obj. Now let's try again. Let's refresh the page. Now let's try to update this income. So I will say dummy income, and let's change the category to other income. Let's update. For the updating the income, the API call is here, and then after this API is successful, now we have this get income, and you can see our income is updated successfully. Now let's try again by saying dummy income to update income, and you can see we are also getting this notification income updated successfully. Now let's check our update income payload. You can see in the payload we are passing amount, category, date, emoji, title, and then we are passing this ID, and in the response we are getting this message income updated successfully. And after this API is successfully executed, then we are calling this get income, and this is fetching all the incomes, and because of this API we are getting these updated values. So now we have integrated this update income. Now let's integrate this delete income API. Let's go to income.tsx, and after this handle update income, I will write another method handle delete income. Again this will be a async function. Let's take the try catch block. Let's console the error, and let's show the toast notification if there is any error while deleting the income. Error while deleting the income. Inside this try block, first I will get the token from get token method. Then we will check if token is not there, then we will simply return, we will not move forward. Then I will call delete income service from the income service, and this delete income requires You can see it requires ID and token. The ID part we will get from here, and let's pass this ID here and the token. Now after this method is successfully executed, we will call the handle fetch user income so that we will get the updated list. And after this API call, we will say toast.success income deleted successfully. Now let's call this method. So where we will call this method? Yes, we have added the delete icon. So here I will take on click handler, and inside this arrow function I will call handle delete income, and I will pass the ID. If ID is not there, we will simply return the empty string. Now let's check if this delete income is working or not. So what I will do, I will delete this one. Let's delete. Yes, you can see the income deleted successfully. Now let's delete all of this income. So you can see I have deleted all of the income, but currently we have this text. Click the add income button to add income. So if you remember, we have added this div if there is no income list, but this should come in the center. So let's fix this UI part. So I will go to here, and let's add some Tailwind class here. I will say width full, height full, flex, item center, justify center, and font weight to medium. Now let's check. Yes, you can see we have this. Click the add income button to add income here. Now what I will do, I will add some income. Bank interest. Let's change this icon to bank icon. Category to investment. Let's say $500, and date is 28. Let's add this income. So you can see first we have this loading screen, then we receive this notification income added successfully, and here we have this income. Now let's add another income, and I will add the ROI. Then I will select investment, and let's say $1,000, and I will select this date to current date. Let's add this income. Yes, we have this income here, and then we have the option to edit the income and delete the income as well. But if you see our project, if we add any income, then here we have this beautiful looking chart which also gets updated. But currently we don't have charts here. So what we will do, we will create the income chart so that it will become so much easy for us to track our income. What we can do, we can simply hover here, we can see the income, then we can see the category and date for every income. So now let's create this chart for our income. For chart integration, we are going to use HighCharts. So let's go to the Chrome, and I will search HighCharts React npm. So this HighChart library is so much popular, and this HighCharts is also used in many big companies as well. So we will use this HighCharts library. So I will go to this HighCharts React official, and let's copy this command, and let's install this HighCharts. And you can see it also comes with the TypeScript support. So that's why we are going to use this chart library. Let's open new terminal, cd frontend, and let's install HighChart. Now to verify, what I will do, I will open the package.json for the front end, and I will search HighChart. So you can see here we have this HighCharts React official, and the version is 3. Now let's use this. So I will close this terminal, and after this div I will create another div, and here again I will take one div, and I will say income overview. And before this div, what I will do, again I will check if the income list dot length is greater than 0, then we will show this div, else we will return null, just like our income list. Now let's add some Tailwind class to this div. So I will say border, then border color to gray 300, margin top 4, y-axis padding 3, x-axis padding 6. Let's give some border radius, and I will say flex 1 so that it will take all the width available on the screen. Now let's add some class to this text as well. So I will set font medium and text size to LG. After this div I will take another div and here I will write monitor your income over time and gain insights into your earnings. Now let's add some class here as well. The text size will be small, text color will be gray 500. Now after this div I will take another div and inside this div we will render our chart. First let's give some margin top, let's give 8 which is 2 rem, and here we will call our chart component. Before calling our chart component we have to import the high chart. So I will say import star as high charts from high charts, and we also need to import high chart react. So I will say high charts react from high charts react official. Here I will call high charts react, and in this we have to pass the high charts which we have imported above. So I will say high charts. Now in this high charts the requirement to render the high chart is to pass the options. So high charts work like this. We need to define our options which will define the behavior of the chart component. So I will create one options here. I will pass the options. So now let's create this options. So here after this use effect I will create one options. First let's give the type of the options. So high charts dot options, and I will use memo here. Let's add the dependency array and we are passing these options here, and in this use memo what I will do, I will return the options. So we will not write the options code here, we will write inside the helper function so that our code will be modular. Currently we have not created our helper file, so in the utils I will create one file helpers.ts, and let's write the options code here. So I will say const get chart options, this will be a arrow function, and let's export this function as well. So to get the chart options there is some requirement. First we need to pass the data in our chart. Let's prepare the chart data. So you can see for our list we have created this income list and we are using this list to render our card. Now for charts we need to create the chart data. So what I will do here, let's create one state. So I will say const series data set series data. It will be a use state and initially it will be an empty array. So here I am calling this variable as series data because in high charts we have to create series. So think like this, series means object. So in high charts we have to pass array of object and each object will have the data, the chart type and so on. And then we also have to define the categories. So categories, set categories, use state, and this will be an empty array. So these categories will work like this. Here we have this date 14 October, 15 October, 19 November. So this date is a category. So categories means the x-axis categories date, and series means you can see if I hover on this we are seeing this tooltip. So this is the series data, the date, category and income for every series. Here I will create one method fetch transactions list. This will be an arrow function and let's export this function as well. So what I am doing here is, so this method will be responsible for returning this series data and categories data. So to prepare the series data and categories we need the income list. So the income list we will receive from here, and the type will be I transaction data array. We will say const chart data equals to, let's rename this to list, then we will say list dot map, and here we will get this transaction data and then we will return this series. So in this series the first value will come is the x value. So x means x-axis, so we will say x, and in x what we will render, in x you can see we have to render the date like this one. So this is the x-axis, and in this x-axis we have to render this date. So I will say new date t dot date, and if date is not available I will say empty string. Then comes the y-axis part. So y-axis part means this one. So you see this value 10k, 7.5k, 5k. So this is the y-axis. So in y-axis we have to render the amount. So I will say t dot amount, but this t dot amount is a string type, but the chart requires a number. So I will convert this to number. Then we can also pass some extra data as well. So this is the required data which we need to pass, but we can also pass some extra data so that we can use this data to show in the tooltip. So if you remember, in the tooltip we are showing the transaction type, icon and category. So what I will do, I will pass this transaction type, then icon, then category. So now we have this chart data for each series, and this will return this array of series. Now after this line, what I will do, I will say const sorted chart data by date. So what I am doing here is, now I am sorting the data by date, because you can see here first we have this 14 October, after 14 October we have 15, then 19 in the ascending order. If suppose user added the income for 20 October, so it is not guaranteed that it will add the upcoming income for the next date. It can also add for the previous or more than previous. User can add anything, but we have to show in this sorted manner. So in this variable what I will do, I will say chart data dot sort. We will get here the chart point. So let's import this chart point from types. Then we will have this b chart point. Now here we forget to add one more bracket here. Yes, and then we will return a dot x dot get time minus b dot x dot get time. Here we are getting this TypeScript error. We will solve this error later. First let's move forward. So after this variable I will say new series data, sorted chart data by date, and I will map through this data, and here we will get the point, which is the chart point, and the index. So let's add the bracket here, and what we will do here, we will extract the y, the type, icon, category and x from the point. And let's also add here the null handling, and after this we will simply return. So in x we will pass the index, then we have y, type, icon, then we will pass the category. So I will say t, category means transaction category, and then we will also pass this raw date, which is x. Now you can see first I have sorted this data by time, and then I am mapping through this date, and I am passing the index in the x-axis so that it will come in the serial wise. Now after this variable what I will do, so you can see we have prepared our series data. Now we have to prepare the category data. So I will say new categories equals to again the sorted chart data by date. Again I will map through this. We will get the chart point here, and then we will simply say p dot x, means the x-axis value, to local date string, and here I will say en dot en dash in. You can specify your country code here, like if you are in the US you can write here US, if you are in India you can say in, so that the date will be shown in the country format. Like in India first we will show the date, then month and then year. So we want the day to in 2-digit, month to be short and year in numeric. Now let's return this new series data and new categories. New series data, and new categories. Now let's use this function if it is working or not. So here in the income, what I will do, after setting the income list, here below what I will do, I will say const temp equals to fetch transactions list, which is coming from our helper function, and I will pass the income list. And this fetch transaction list is returning new series data and new categories. So I will destructure here as well. So I will say new series data and new categories. And also let's give some default value, which is array, so that if it returns null, then we will have the default value as array, so our chart will not crash. Then what we will do, we will simply set the series data as new series data and categories to new categories. And for categories, what I will do, I will define the type, so it is an array of string. So you can see the categories array is gone. And for series data, we have to create one type. So let's come back to this later. First let's check if our chart is working or not by passing the series and categories. Now here in the options, what we have to do, I will simply return get chart options, which is declared in our utility, and I will pass the categories and series data. Let's add the dependency as categories and series data, and we will use this option here. Now what we have to do, we have to go into this chart options, and here we will receive these categories and series data. Categories, this will be an array of string, and this series data, this will be a I transactions data array. Here we will also take one more parameter, which is chart type, and I will say chart types, which is coming from the types folder, and the default value I will give is column. Let's add the comma here. So this chart type means we have two types of chart, the line chart and the column chart. So if I show you here, you can see in the transactions, which we have not created yet, but in the transactions you can see, so this is the line chart, but if I click here, it becomes the column chart. If I click again, it's become the line chart. So for income, we have the column chart. So let's go to the income. So default value we will set is the column. So the chart type default value is column. Now let's go here, and now in this function, what we are going to do, we are going to write HTML. So if you are confused, then if you check this documentation and if you go below, so this is the options which we have to write. So you can see it is a object. Here it has the title, so title means the chart title, then we can pass the title. Then you can see, then we have to pass this series, then it also comes with TypeScript. So you can see we also have this line chart, then data, then here we have to pass the title. So we have to prepare these options with customizable options. So in some case, like when we are showing the tooltip, we will write our HTML to customize it, because highcharts does not provide more interactive tooltip. So we will write the tooltip customizable. So now let's go back to our code, and first let's define the return type, and the return type will be highcharts.options, because we are writing the options for highchart. And then I will say return, and we will return this object. First we have to define the chart title. So the chart title will be text and the chart title will be empty. We are not going to give any chart title. Then we have to give the x-axis, and if you remember, the x-axis type is category, as we have created the category array, and in the category we have to simply pass these categories. So these categories will come from here. So for categories we have the typo, so let's fix this. So that's why we have created these categories in x-axis. Then we will disable the credits by saying enabled false. So what it will do, if we don't put this enabled false, so the highchart URL will come in our chart. So that's why let's disable the credits. Then let's set the chart height. Height will be 250 pixel, and let's set the background color to transparent. Now after this we will say the legend to false. So we don't want the legend. Then if you don't understood this legend, when we create our dashboard, so I will explain you how we can enable the legend and why it is a useful feature. But for income chart we don't require this legend. Then we have to define this y-axis and we will enable this y-axis title as empty string. We don't want any title or text in x-axis and y-axis. Now after this we have to define our tooltip. So to define the customizable tooltip, we'll write tooltip and the tooltip shape will be rect, which is rectangle. Then we will say use HTML to true, means we will write our own HTML to create tooltip. Then we will set the shadow to false. We don't want any shadow, and let's set the background color to white. And then I will write the formatter. So in this formatter object, which is a function, I will write our HTML. In this formatter function, first what I will do, I will take the point from this dot point. Currently you can avoid this error. This is simply a TypeScript error. We are going to fix every TypeScript error after our chart code. Now after this what I will do, I will extract all the data from the point. So if you remember, point will have the type, the icon and the transaction category. So you can verify this from here. Here you can see we have this category, icon, type from point. After this I will create the data label. So data label equals to categories. So we have this categories array of this dot x. So if you remember, in the x we have passed the index. So this is the index. Now what we are doing, now we have the index here, and in the categories array, which is an array of string of dates, we will get the data label for every point. After this formatter code, I will print the categories and the series, and you will able to understand much more. Let's create one text class, and if the type is income, then we will say text green 500, else we will say text red 500. Currently the type is only going to be the income, but when we create the expense page, then the type will become expense, and for expense also we are going to reuse this chart options. So that's why I've written this condition. Then we will simply return one string, and this is not a normal string. In this string we will send the HTML. So now the next 10 minutes which I am going to write the code is a pure HTML code. So don't be confused about the HTML which I am writing this helper function. This is a pure HTML code which will be used for rendering our tooltip. If I show you the demo of the tooltip, so you can see this tooltip we are creating. So it is nothing but a simple div with these 3 span tag, and every span tag have the date, category and income title with the value. So we are going to create this simple div. Now let's go back to our code, and in this string I will take one div. Let's close this div, and first let's add some class. First let's give some padding. So here I am going to use Tailwind CSS. Then we have the border, shadow, some border radius. I will make this div as flex direction to column, items center and justify start. Then inside this div I will create another div. Let's close this, and here inside this div I will write one span tag with the date. Then first let's add some class here as well. Let's make this div as flex, width to full and justify between. Here I will take another span tag, and inside this span tag I will use this dollar symbol to show the data label. Here I will take the plot options And plot options means you see this bar, so this is the plot options, and you can see we have this little bit border radius here. So let's give the border radius. So for every column I will set the border radius to 8 pixel. Then we have to pass our series. So let's create the series array, and it will be a object. Series type will be chart type. Data is the series data. Let's also give some color. So we have to give this color, this blue color. So we have this color #8271FE. Now let's go to this income.tsx. Let's open this folder, and we are passing these options here. Now let's check the result. Here let's refresh the page, and yes, you can see we have successfully created this 2 column. Yes, and you can see we also have this nice looking tooltip animation and these 2 bar graph. And you can see this is this tooltip. We have this date which we have written in our HTML and the actual date. And if you compare, this is 16 December, and you can see this 16 December here. And then we have this 28th December for this one. Now what we have to do? We have to just add the category and icon, just like this one. Category and income with the icon. And you can also see we have this x-axis date which we have defined in the code, and in y-axis we have these values. Now let's create our tooltip. Let's go to this helper. After this div, so what I have done here, I have written all the tooltip code here, and you can see we have this data label. Then I have created this div, and inside this div I have created this category span tag, and then I am showing the actual category just like data label. And then here we are showing the value which is coming from the this.y, and in the y we are passing the values. So if you check here, you can see in the y we have the value which is the amount. So here we are showing the amount in this span tag, and if the type is income, then we are showing the income, else expense. And the icon part, we are showing the icon in this span tag, and the icon is coming from this point. So what you can do, simply click the link below in the description, and you can freely download this file helpers.tss and just drag and drop this file in your code. Now let's test our income. So what I will do, I will add one income, and after adding the income, it should update in the chart, and it should also update in this list. Let's give the income title as income test. Let's give the category as freelance. Let's give $1,000, or let's give $1,200. Let's set the current date, add income. Yes, you can see the income added successfully. Then here if you observe, we have this nice looking animation when we are adding one column, and the income is also updated in this list. So we have added this 16 December income. So you can see this is coming here. You can see the $12, the category is freelance, date is 16 December, and after this we have this 28th December. So that's why we sorted the income by date so that we can show in the ascending order. So I hope you have understood this chart code, and if you want, you can also read more in this documentation, and you can also visit this high chart documentation, and you can explore the charts more here. Also, if you have any doubt, you can simply ask in the comment below, and I am happy to help you. Now the next thing we have to do is to fix every TypeScript error which we are getting. Here you can see, here we have one TypeScript error, and here and here. So let's fix all of this error. To fix this type error, what we can do, we have to simply remove this chart point type, and the type error will be fixed. Just simply remove this type, it is not required. Then we will also remove from here as well. Yes, all the TypeScript error for this function is fixed. Also let's remove this chart point as we are not using it anymore. And then to fix this type error, what we can do, we can create one type. So let's go to types.ts. Here I have created this chart series point with all of this property. You can see we have this x, y, type, icon, transaction category and the date which we are using here. Here I will say this dot, let's see the name, I chart series point, and I will give this type to the this. After this, let's go to the income.tsx, and you can see here we are also getting the type error. So I will go here in types.ts, and here I have created this type I chart series point. So what I will do, I will use this chart series point for series data. So here I will define the type I chart series point, and this will be a array, and you can see now the error is gone for set series data. And if I explain this, so this is all the property which we are setting in our series data. So every series have x, y, type, icon, category and date. To fix this type error, what we can do, as currently high charts does not have this type, so what I will do, I will say simply this, and I will convert this to any. You can see we are getting this any error because in the ESLint we have defined we cannot use any anywhere in our code. But for here we have this requirement, so I will disable this ESLint for this line. If you find any types for this, then please comment below so that it will help others and we can use that type. So for currently, let's give it any. Now we have fixed all the type error. Now let's go to the project. Here we have this income chart, then here we have the income list, just like this one. Now we have created the income. Now let's create the expense. So the expense is going to be very much similar to the income. If I show you, you can see the expense is as similar as income. The only difference is it will go into the expense array instead of income array. All the services, controllers, model, data all will be same, just we will write another service and the APIs, but the structure will be same. Let's go back to our code, and I will close these helpers, and I will also close this income, and I will close all these folders as well. Now I will go to this expense model, and you can see we have already created the expense schema. The expense schema will have the transaction type. The transaction type will be expense. Then we have title, emoji, category, amount, then we have the user ID and date. So we have already created this expense model. Now what I will do, I will create the controller. So let's create one new file inside the controllers, and let's name it expense.controllers.ts. And what I will simply do is I will just going to copy all of this code and I will paste here. And now just we have to change the income model to expense model, and we have to change all the messages as well. So let's start with the add income. So we will get all of this data from the request body, then we are getting the user, then we are checking is income data empty. So let's name it as is expense data empty. Let's change it here as well. Then let's name it as expense. Then we are finding the user here, then let's name it as expense, and here we are using this income model. Instead of this we will use this expense model. The transaction type will be expense. Let's name it as expense. Then here also let's name it as expense. Here we will write expense, failed to add expense, and here as well. Here we are getting this error. The error is no overload match this call. So we are getting this error because of the object ID, which is this user ID, which we are giving string. So let's go to our expense model, and you can see here we have this user ID, but if you check the income model, then the user ID is like this. So let's copy this user ID and let's use this user ID here. The user ID type will come from the user model. Now let's close this. Let's close this as well. Then you can see the error is gone. Also we will change this add income to add expense, and then we will change get user income instead of get user expense. Then here we are getting the user, then we are finding the user. Let's give the path as expense. Instead of user.income I will write user.expenses, and Here let's name it as user expense. Let's rename this to user expense, and here we will write expense. Now let's update this income. From update income to update expense. Here we are validating the data, so let's rename this as all expense fields are required. Then we are getting the user, then we are finding the user, then we are updating the income. So let's rename this to updated expense. Let's name it as expense. We will use the expense model. Then we will set the data, and here let's now use this updated expense, and I will change the message to expense not found here as well. Yes. Now let's fix this delete income to delete expense. Then again we are getting the user here, and we are finding the user, and then we are deleting the income. So it will be now delete expense, and here we will use the expense. Now let's use this variable, and let's rename this message as well. Then we are updating the user, and instead of income I will write expenses. Then we will rename this to expense. Yes. Now let's fix this. So add income will be add expense, get user income will be get user expense, update income will be update expense, delete income will be delete expense. Now I will suggest you to, instead of copy pasting all of this controller, what you can do, you can write every function like add expense, get user expense, update expense, delete expense, and write each controller by yourself instead of copy pasting, so that it will help you write better backend applications. Now I will remove this income, and let's go to routes. Now similarly we have to create the expense routes. Let's create it, and again I am going to copy this file, and let's paste here, and then just we need to change this add income to add expense. Let's change this as well, here as well, and here. And then for every endpoint we will requiring this middleware, and now here instead of add income I will say add expense, then here get user expense, update expense, and delete expense. And then we are going to use this router inside app.tss. So here I will import expense router from routes/expense. Here let's add our expense router /API and expense router. So you can see how quickly we have written our expense service, because we have done our work in income so that it becomes easy for us to write the expense. So I hope you have understood this expense service as well. Now let's integrate this expense service, and let's go to services. So here we have this income services. Now again I am going to do the same thing. I will copy this, and then let's create another service. So expense.services.ts, and let's paste it here. So instead of add income I will say add expense, then this will become expense, then fetch income to fetch expense, get expense. Here I will rename this to update expense, delete expense, let's export all of these functions. So add expense, fetch expense, update expense, and delete expense. Now let's close this file, and let's go to components, and inside these components I will create another file which is expense.tsx. So again I am going to copy all of this code, and I will paste it here, and I am going to modify this code because the expense and income is very much similar. If you want, you can write all of this code by yourself instead of copy pasting. So this will be a practice for you. So I will recommend you to write instead of copy pasting. I am doing this to save our time. The first thing I am going to do is change this component name to expense, and let's export this component. Then I will go to this app folder expense, and here let's call our expense component. So expense, which is coming from this components folder. Let's close this page and let's work on this file. So the first thing we are going to do is, instead of income list, we will say expense list, set expense list. Then instead of show income modal, we will say show expense modal, set show expense modal. Then instead of income obj, we will say expense obj, set expense obj. Instead of handle add income, we will say handle add expense. Now inside this method we are calling this add income service, so I will say add expense service. And then let's go to this method and let's rename this to handle fetch user expense. And here instead of fetch income, we will say fetch expense. Now let's go back to here again and let's rename this to handle fetch user expense. Here we are getting this error set income list, so it is now set expense list, and let's rename this to expense list. Here you can see we have created this fetch transactions list in our helper. So now we are going to reuse this function inside the expense as well, and here we will pass just the expense list, and we will get our series and categories for expense as well, and simply here we will set. Now let's go to the update, and here I will say handle update expense, call this handle fetch user expense, and here I will rename this to expense, and let's fix all of this as well. Let's see if we are having income parameter. Yes, here we have the income obj, so let's rename this to expense obj, and I will pass expense obj inside the add expense. And here we missed this message, so I will say expense added successfully, and here error while adding expense. Here I will call update expense, we will pass the expense and expense id. Then we will call this user expense, let's rename this to expense here as well. Then let's call this handle delete expense, let's call handle fetch user expense, and instead of delete income service I will say delete expense. So you can see this delete expense is coming from the expense services, and I will rename this message to expense here as well. And here we need to call handle fetch user expense. Now let's fix this error as well. So here I'm going to rename all of this property. So instead of on add income, I will say on add expense, and we will call handle add expense, and for all of this as well. Now I have updated all of these props name. You can see instead of on add income, I have renamed this to on add expense, and then inside this income model rename all of this property as well. So first let's fix this error. So here we will pass the expense list, here again we'll have the expense list here as well. Instead of set show income modal, we will say set show expense modal, set expense obj. Here we have the handle delete expense. Now instead of renaming this, what we can do, we can reuse this modal as well, so that we don't need to create another expense modal. So what I will do, I will rename this income modal to transaction modal. Let's export this modal here. Let's import this transaction modal, and let's change from income modal to transaction modal. Let's also rename this component to transaction modal. Transaction modal. Let's click yes, and let's try to import this again, the transaction modal. Now here also we have to rename this to transaction modal. So I think it I've already done. Here you can see we have this transaction modal, and let's name this as transaction modal, and let's change it here as well. Let's close this file, and what we can do, instead of writing this on add expense or on add income, we can write on add transaction. So what I will do, I will remove this and I will say on add transaction. and let's go to this modal and let's rename this to on add transaction. Let's copy this and let's paste it here. Now let's do it for all. So instead of income we will say transaction. Show transaction modal, set show transaction modal, transaction obj. Now let's rename in the type as well, and here we will say transaction obj. Let's copy and paste it everywhere, and here as well, and here I will say on update transaction, on add transaction, and set show transaction modal. And here again I will say set show transaction modal, show transaction modal, show transaction modal here as well, and here we will name this as transaction obj. And let's copy this and paste everywhere again, and here we will say show transaction modal. Now we have fixed all of this error. Now we have to change all of this name in the expense and income. So I will quickly do that. So I will say on add transaction, on update transaction, show transaction modal, set show transaction modal, transaction obj. Yes. Now let's go to income and let's rename it as well. So I will say on add transaction, on update transaction, show transaction modal, set show transaction modal, and the transaction obj. Now we have to also change the content of this expense page. So here you can see we have written incomes, so we have to write expense, and monitor your income to monitor your expense. Then if you go below, then here also we have to change click the add income to click the add expense. Here you can see we are mapping through the expense list, and here we are seeing income, so I will say expense, and let's copy this and paste everywhere. Now let's test our expense page. So I will go here and I will refresh the page, and here let's open this network tab and I will say add income. So here we have this add income. We have to rename this add expense as well. So let's go here and let's search add income. Yes, here we have this add income. So we will say add expense, and in the button which is coming through this transaction modal, and here we have this add income. So what we can do, we can pass this in the props, so that from the income page we will pass this add income title, and from the expense page we will pass the add expense page. So here I will say btn title. Let's add in the types as well. This will be a string, and let's use this btn title here instead of hard coded, and here as well. And here you can see it is saying add income, so we will say btn title. Now let's go to expense page, and here we have to pass this btn title. So from expense we will say add expense. Let's go to the income page, and here again we will pass add income. Now first let's test our expense page, and then if there is anything remaining to rename it or make it dynamic, then we will do it later after testing our expense. So let's go to our project. Let's refresh the page, and here we have this click the add expense button to add expense. We have this expense title and the add expense button. So first I will refresh the page, and you can see we are calling this get expense, but it is throwing internal server error. So let's check why it's throwing internal server error, and here let's open this. After the MongoDB connection, we are printing server running at 4001 port, and here we are getting this strict populate error. It is saying cannot populate path expense because it is not in your schema. It means we have some typo in our expense controller. So let's go to expense controller. Here in this get user expense, you can see we have made the typo. We are saying expense, but it is expenses. If you check the user model, we have the expenses, not expense. Now let's try again. Let's refresh the page. And you can see now the get expense API is successfully executed and it is saying successfully fetched user expense, but the array is empty. And here we have these incomes. So let's rename this first. So let's rename this to expense. And let's search if we have income elsewhere. Yes, here we have the income. So instead of income, I will say expense. Let's copy and paste it. Then let's search. Yes, here we are making this mistake by pushing the expense ID in the income. So we have to put this in the expenses. Now let's refresh the page again. The get expense API is successfully executed. Let's clear the console and let's try to add one expense. Test expense. Now you can see here we have this income categories, but it should be the expense category. If you go here in the expense and if I add the expense, we have all of this category: food, entertainment, groceries. So what we will do now, we will change this category on the basis of income and expense. So if this modal is opened from the expense, then we will show the expense category, else the income category. So let's do this. And also we are going to change this add income to add expense. So here what we can do in the transaction model, we will remove this btn title, and from here we will pass the type, and the type will be expense. And from the income as well we will pass the type, and the type will be income. Now in the transaction model, instead of btn title we will say type, and here as well. So this type will tell us is this modal is called from the expense page or income page. Then what we can do, here we will say if the type is income, then we will show different title, else we will show different title. Let's remove this btn title, and if it is income we will say add income. If it is expense we will say add expense. Then here as well, let's copy this, let's paste it here and here as well. Also what we can do, let's copy this, and outside here we can create one title. Here we will say this modal title, and let's use this modal title everywhere instead of writing the same code again and again. Modal title, and here as well. Here we have this income category constants, and let's go to this constants. So this constants is defined in our constants file, and we have also defined the expense category constants as well. Here I will create one category, let's call it transaction category, and let's check if the type is income, then we will pass the income category constants, else expense category constants. Here we will use this transaction category instead of hard coding income category. Here in this button, inside this dialog footer, we are saying update income and add income, but this income is hard coded. So let's create one const for this one as well. Here I will create one const footer btn title, and let's check if the type is income, then I will pass this income title, else the expense. Now let's use this footer btn title here. Let's wrap this inside the inverted comma, and we will replace this income with the btn title, footer btn title. And let's do the same thing for this one as well, footer btn title. And also we have to remove the placeholder value as well. So if you see here, we are seeing the enter income title. I will wrap this inside this curly braces, and here I will check if the type is income, then we will show this enter income title, else we will show enter expense title. Now let's test our income and expense page both. So let's go to our application, let's refresh the page. Then I will add one expense. So I will say test expense, and you can see we are getting this enter expense title. Let's enter this. Then here we have this add expense to the list in just few simple steps. Then let's select the category. So you can see now we are getting this expense category instead of income category. So I will say groceries, and let's add $100. Then I will add this 29 date, and we have this add expense button. So let's click this. So we get this notification, expense added successfully, but the expense is not visible yet. So I will refresh the page. After refreshing the page, the expense is not visible. So let's check the network tab. Let's refresh the page. Let's debug this issue. So the get expense is called, and we are getting this expense, but if I check the console, so I have printed the expense list and the expense list is empty. So why this is happening? This method is responsible for fetching the expense. So let's go here, and you can see here we have written response.data.incomes. So it is not incomes, it is expense. Now let's try again by refreshing the page, and yes, you can see now we have this test expense which we have added previously. And also let's check our MongoDB if this expense is added or not. So let's go here and let's go to expense. Yes, you can see we have the expense here, test expense, groceries, the amount is $100, the user ID, and so on. Our expense page is working fine. Now let's add another expense. Let's say rent, and the category will be utilities. Let's say $1,000. I will select the 31 date, and let's add the expense. So you can see we get this notification, expense added successfully. We have the rent title, utilities, date, and the amount, and the chart is also updated. So here we have this groceries which is 29 December and $100, and here we have this utility. Now let's try to update this expense. So I will update this test expense. I will say subscription, and let's add the category as entertainment, and let's say $200 or let's say $500, and I will also update the date. Now let's update the expense. So yes, the expense updated successfully, and the chart is also updated. Now let's test the delete. So now I will delete this subscription. So let's delete. Then we get this notification, expense deleted successfully. Our list is also updated, and the chart is also updated. Now we have only one expense, which is the rent. Now the expense is working fine. Now let's test our income, because we have changed the income model as well. Now what I will do, I will edit this income to ROI to test income. Let's update this income. Yes, the income updated successfully. In the chart we are not showing the title, so what I will do, I will update the amount, and I will say $500. Let's update the amount, and now so this is updated. So this one is the investment. So again we have this income $500, then we have this freelance $1200, and this bank interest $500. Now what I will do, I will delete this income. Yes, the income deleted successfully. The list got updated, and the chart is also updated. So you can see our income page and the expense page is working fine, and we have also verified in our MongoDB. We have created the income and expense page. Now we have to create the transactions page. So if I go to this project, so this is the transactions page. So the transaction page is different from the income and expense page. The only similarity is this chart, but you can see we can also switch this chart from line chart to the column chart using this button. Then below here we have the table in which we are showing all the transactions, not income or expense, but all the added transactions including income and expense. And then here we have the edit and delete, which edits the transactions and deletes the transactions. Then we have this button here, add transaction. Here we have to select the transaction type. So if I select income and if I add this transaction, then this transaction will be added to the income. So after adding the transaction, if I go to the income page, the added transaction will visible here as well, and same for the expense transaction. To create this transaction page, first we need to create the APIs for transaction, and then we will integrate that API in front end and we will create this UI. Before creating the transaction API, here I have made some changes. So if I go to the global.css, then here I have added another color, wood smoke 2. If you want to access this entire file, just click the link in the description below and you can freely download this file and drag this file in your code. So what I have done here, I have created this wood smoke 2 color which I am using in the sidebar. So if I go to the sidebar component, then I have made this bg wood smoke to wood smoke 2, and I have also changed this wood smoke to wood smoke 2 for the sidebar item. So make sure to change in your code as well. So now you can see our sidebar is looking same exactly like this one. Now what I will do, I will close all of these files. I will close all of this folder as well, and then I will open this backend, then source, and inside controllers I will create the transactions controller. So I will say transaction dot controllers dot ts, and here I will write one method, const get all transactions, which will be a async method. This will be a arrow function, and then I will take the try catch block. Let's also take the request type, which is coming from the express, and then the response type. Here we will return the response with status code 500, and the message we will send is internal server error. And then let's export this function, get all transactions. Now in the try block, what I will do, as usual, first we will get the user. So to get the user, we need the user ID, which will come from get auth, and here we pass the request. Then we will get the clerk user from clerk client, await clerk client dot users dot get user, and we will pass the user ID. If user ID is not there, we will pass this empty string. Then I will write const email equals to clerk user dot primary email address dot email address. So now we have the email of the logged in user. Then what we can do, we can say const user equals to await, and from the user model we will find the user using the find one method, and we will pass the email. Here we will get the user by using the email ID. Then we will check if for some reason if user does not exist, then we will return the response with the status code 404, and the message we will say user not found. After this, what we have to do? So we need all the transactions. So all the transaction means we need user incomes and the user expense, and we will club this response in single array. So what I will do, I will say const all income equals to await. Then I will go to this income and I will take this object and I will pass the ID, and then again I will take this object and I will use the MongoDB operator, which is $in, and I will pass the user income. Then I will sort this user income by created at. In this all income, we will have all the user income. So how this is working is, we are going into the income document, means the incomes collection, and we are saying .find, so it will return multiple document. Then we are passing this ID. So this ID is a unique identifier for each income. So we are usually saying if this ID exists, then get that income. We are fetching that income from the user.income. Then we are saying .sort. This sort will return all the newest income first. So we will have the newest income first. Then like this we will get all the expense as well. So all expense equals to await. Let's go to this expense. Then again we will use find. Let's pass this ID. Then we will use this MongoDB in operator, and here we will say user.expense. So each user have this income and expense. So we are passing this, and then we will say sort created at -1. So we will get the newest expense first. Then what I will do here, I will say all transactions equals to this array, and I will spread all the income and all the expense. So in this all transactions, I will have array of transactions which will include all the income and expense. Here we have sorted the income, and here we have sorted the expense. But what can happen is, suppose here we have sorted the income, but there is a chance in the expense we will have the early created expense than the income, and vice versa. So what we need to do, we need to sort this all transactions array as well, so that we will have in ascending order. Here I will add this sort method. We will have this transaction, and we will simply return new date. So we will pass this b.created at .get time minus new date a.created at .get time. Then I will add .reverse. In this all transactions, we will have the transaction from the oldest to the newest. So the newest transaction will go in the bottom. So in the last, it will append in the last. Then we will simply return this transaction. So return response.status 200, and we will pass transactions, all transactions, and then let's also send this message, all user transactions fetched successfully. Now let's go to the routes and create the transaction route. I will say transactions.routes.ts. Let's create the router. Then we will create this route. Let's name it get all transaction dot get. So this will be a get request. Let's pass this middleware and the controller, which is get all transactions. Let's export this router, and now we will go to the app.ts, and here we will import this transaction router from routes/transactions. Let's name it transactions router, and let's add the transaction router in the app. I will say /API and the transactions router. So this is the single API which we have to write for the transaction router. Now let's close this backend, and then we will go to the front-end services, and here I will create another service which is transactions.services.ts. I will write here the fetch transactions equals to async. In the parameter we will require the token. Then let's take the try catch block. If there is any error, we will just throw the error. Here we will write const response equals to await axios dot get. Then again we will take this inverted comma. Let's use our app API URL / get all transaction. So this is the endpoint name which we have created for our get transaction API. Then we need to pass the header authorization. We have to pass the bearer token and the content type application/JSON. And then let's return this response.data.transactions. Let's export this function fetch transactions. And now I will close this service file as well, and in the components I will create another component which is transactions.tsx. So you can see I have created the another component for transactions, and previously we have created another component for income and expense as well. But if you see, the income and expense code is mostly same. I will not say mostly same, but most of the code is same. So why I have created this different component? Because like it's not necessary that income and expense UI will be same. There can be differences as well. Suppose if we want to add something income but we don't have to add in the expense. So if we reuse the same code, then it will be difficult to add anything, any of the file. So that's why I am creating every component for our every screens. If there is a income screen, then I am creating different component for expense and now for transactions. Let's create our transaction component, transactions, and let's return one h1 tag saying transactions. Let's export this component, export default transactions, and then let's go into the app and transactions, and here first we will call the transactions component in this transactions page. So I will say transactions. Here I will remove this h1 and I will take one div. Inside this div I will take one div again, and then I will take one h1 tag saying transactions, and I will make the font size of these transactions to Excel and the font weight to medium. And let's also give some Tailwind class here as well. So first let's give some margin left which will be 8 and margin top to 6 which is 24 pixel, and I will define the width to the 75% of the screen size, and I will give margin right to 8 which is 2 rem. Then I will add some Tailwind class for this div as well. So just I will make this div as flex. I will give the full width and justify to between. Now let's check the result. So I will go to these transactions, and you can see here we have this title transactions. Now what we have to do, we have to create the transaction model. So if I go here, you can see in this project we have this add transaction button, and then we are opening this model. So this model is similar to income and expense. The only difference here is the transaction. We can select the transaction type here, that if we want to add this transaction in the income or we have to add in the expense. And you can see if I click income, then we have the income category. If I click expense, then we have the expense category. To create this model, we are not going to create another component. We will reuse the transaction model, and just we will manage this through props. So let's go back to our code, and after this h1 tag I will call the transaction model. And then as usual, if you see the income page, we have to pass all of these props. So let's pass these props. So first we have the on add transaction, and here we will call the handle add transaction. Then we have on update transaction. Here we will call the handle update transaction. So currently we have not created this method. We will create it after passing here. Then we need to pass the show transaction model. Let's copy this, show transaction model. Then we have this setter for the transaction model, and I will pass this here as well. Then we need to pass the transaction obj, and then is edit mode for editing the transaction, and the setter for is edit mode. Now let's quickly create all of this method. So first we have this handle add transaction, which will be a async, and this will be a arrow function. Then we have the update, so handle update transaction, this will be a async. Then we have to create this state, so const show transaction modal, set show transaction modal, this will be a use state, and here the default value will be false. And now we are using this use state, so we have to make this component as client, otherwise Next.js will cry. Then we have this transaction obj, so let's create this transaction obj, set transaction obj equals to use state. Initially the value will be null. Let's also define the type, so this is a I transaction data and null. Then we have to create this edit mode, so is edit mode, set is edit mode. Initially the value will be false. We are getting this error for the transaction modal because we have to pass the type. So what type we need to pass? So here we can't pass the income or expense type, because if we pass the income type, then the model will behave like the income. I will pass the type as transaction, and we are going to handle this type as well. So let's open this modal and let's check where we are using all of this type. So first we are using the type here for the modal title. Here we are saying if the type is income, then we have add income, else add expense. So here what we will do, in else we will say if the type is transaction, then we will say add transaction, else add expense. For transaction category, we are saying if the type is income, then income category constants or expense category constants. So this constants is the category for the income, and here we have this expense category. Now what we have to do here, if you see in the project, if I open this modal, if I select the expense, then we have this expense category, food, entertainment, groceries, utilities, and so on. And if I change this type to income, then we have this income category, business, freelance, salary, investment. So for transaction category, we will come back to this later. First let's change this footer button title. If the type is transaction, we will return this string else expense. So here we will say transaction. Then you can see here also we are using this type for showing the placeholder. So we will add this same condition here as well. We will check if the type is transaction, then we will say enter transaction title, else expense title, like this one. Now let's check it. So I will go to our project, let's refresh the page, and here you can see we have this add transaction button. If I click, you can see we have this title add transaction, then description add transaction to the list in just a few simple steps, and then we have this title, category, amount, and date. And you can see here we have this add transaction button as well. Now the only change we need to do is we have to add the type, just like this one, the transaction type. So let's go back to our code, and what I will do here in the transaction modal, I will say show transaction type, and I will pass it as true. Now let's copy this, and in the transaction modal, here I will destructure this, and in the type let's declare this type as boolean, but I will make this type as optional, and the default value I will give is false. So using this prop, what we can do, we can show that drop down of the transaction type. But for income and expense model, the transaction type by default will be false. But from the transactions, we are passing it as true. So the show transaction type will become true and we will show the drop down. And after this div, this selected emoji div, I will take another div. I will make this width as full for this div, and then inside this div I will take one span tag saying category. Inside this div I will take one span tag saying transaction, and then we will use this select component of the Shadcn, and in this select component first we have to pass the trigger. So I will add this select trigger, and the select trigger value will be select value, and for value we will just pass this placeholder select transaction type. Then we will take the select content. Inside the select content we will take the select group, and first we will define the group label. So the select label will be type. We will map through this transaction category constants, which is already defined in the constants file. So here we have this transaction category constants, and first we have this income category and the expense category. So I have already provided the link below in the description to download all of these constants, and you can use these constants in your project. So just click the link in the description below and download this file and drag this file in your code under the utils folder. Now let's go back to our code. I will say .map, we will receive the item, and then we will return this select item. Inside the select item we need to pass the title, the item title, and then here we need to pass the key. So the key is item.value, and the value will also be item.value. Now let's check our transaction modal. So before checking, what I will do here, for the transaction item, for the select item, I will add the cursor pointer, and here in the select trigger I will give some margin. I will make this width as full and cursor to pointer. Now let's check. Yes, you can see here we have this transaction, then the select transaction type, and we can select the income type and the expense type, just like this one. Here first let's change this font weight of the transaction. So I will make this font as medium. Now if you see, if I open this income page and if I open this income modal, here also we are seeing this transaction type, but it is not required. We don't want the transaction type for the income and expense. So first what I will do, I will wrap this div, and here I will say show transaction type if it is true, then return this div, else null. Now let's check. Let's open this add income. Now you can see the transaction type is not visible here, but inside these transactions we have this transaction type. Now let's create the transaction type state. So here above I will create the transaction type, set transaction type, and the initial value will be transaction obj dot transaction type. So already we have the transaction type in our transaction obj. If the value does not exist, we will say empty string. Now let's add this type in our select list. So here inside this select I will pass the props as on value change, and if the value changes, means if the user select another type, we will store that type inside this transaction type. Then the value will be transaction type, and the next thing we are going to do is we are going to disable this transaction type if the isEdit mode is true. Here if you see the result, we have the transaction type income, but the category shown to us is the expense category. So let's fix this. So what we can do, here you can see we are showing this transaction category from this const, and here we have added this check. If the type is income, then show the income category constants, else expense category constants. So we will add one more condition here and we will check if the transaction type, so you can see this transaction type is coming from here and we are setting this transaction type in our drop down list. So if user changes this value, then what we will do, we will quickly check if the transaction type is income, then show the income category constants, else the expense category constants. Now let's check. Here we have the transaction as income, and if you see the category is automatically income category, and I can select from this income category. Now if I change this to expense, then you can see now we don't have any pre-selected value here, and if I open this, then we have this expense category like food, entertainment, groceries, utilities, transport and shopping, and I can select this from here. So this is fixed, and if you see, if I click on this input, the list is not showing below of the input. So let's fix this UI. So what I will do, here in the select content we can pass the position as popper, and now let's check. So if I click here, select transaction type, then you can see this select component is coming below of this input field. Now let's pass this popper position for the category as well. Here we can pass the position as popper. Now let's check for category. Yes, now the category is coming below of this input field. So this is a nice user experience. Now the next thing we have to do is to make this add transaction work. If I select the income and if I set the income title, then the income category and the amount and date, and if I press this add transaction, then it should add this transaction in my income list. It should update this chart, and here as well we have to show the transaction chart and the transaction list. So first let's integrate this income API for adding the income transaction and for adding the expense transaction. So let's go back to our code, and if we go to this transaction, then by adding this on transaction, this handle transaction method is called. So let's go here and let's take the try catch block. Let's print the error, and so toast dot error, and we will show error while adding the transaction. Let's import this toast. Let's remove this console. Yes. Now inside the try, first we have to get the token from the get token. So let's declare get token here, get token from use auth, and then here we will call this get token method. Then we will check if the token is not there, then we will simply return, we will not move forward. Here in this handle add transaction, so this handle add transaction we are calling on this on add transaction. So let's go to transaction model, and here we are calling this on add transaction here, and we are passing this income data, and the income data is this one. Now if you see this income data, we are not passing the transaction type. So until now we don't require the transaction type because we are using this inside the income and expense page. In the income page, what we were doing, we are calling this handle add income on income page, and in the expense page, so if I show you the expense page, so here we were calling this handle add expense. So these two method is different for income and expense, but now user can add the income and expense as well. So we need transaction type, so which we have created in this model. So we will pass this transaction type, and we will receive this income data in this parameter. So let's get that income data, and the type will be iTransaction data, and here we can destructure the transaction type from the income data, or we can also name this as transaction obj. Let's name it transaction obj, and then what we will do, we will check if the transaction type is income, then it means user selected the income as a transaction type and it wants to add this transaction in the income list. So simply we will call await add income. So this add income is coming from our income service. We will call this, we will pass the transaction obj and the token. Else if the transaction type is expense, it's not income, then we will call add expense, which is already defined in the expense service, and we will pass this transaction and token. And after this we will show the toast as success, transaction added successfully. Yes, our handle add transaction is completed. Now let's write the handle update transaction. So again we will receive the transaction obj here, type will be iTransaction data, and here again we will get the token. Sorry, first we have to take the try catch block, because from the services we are throwing the error, so we need try catch to safely handle it. Then here we will say toast dot error while updating the transaction, and we will also print this error. And inside the try block, what we will do, first we will get the token from the get token, and if by chance the token is not there, we will add not operator, then we will simply return, we will not move forward. And then again we will extract the transaction type from the transaction obj. Then again we will check if the transaction type is income, means the user want to update the income. So we will say await update income. We will simply call update income. Then we will pass the transaction obj. Then if you remember, this update income needs 3 argument: the transaction data, then it needs the ID to update that transaction. So we have the ID in the transaction obj and the token. So here we are getting this undefined error. So let's handle this by adding this empty string, and then in else we will say await update expense, and same we will pass this transaction obj, then we will pass the ID and the token. Then again we will handle this error by passing this empty string, and then we will say toast dot success, transaction updated successfully. Return our handle update transaction, which we are calling from this modal. Then if you remember, after every transaction is added in the income or expense, we were calling the fetch as well. So if you see the income, then here after adding the transaction we are fetching the transaction as well, because if we don't call this method, then after adding the transaction user have to refresh the page, then only the transaction will be seen. But currently if user refreshes the page, then also the transaction will be not visible, because we have not written the fetch transaction yet. And if you go to the transaction controller, get all transactions, so we have written this API to get all the transactions, and already we have written our transaction services for fetching all the transactions. So let's call this API in the transactions. So I will close this file, and here I will write handle fetch user transactions, and this will be a async. Now again we will take the try catch block, and we will simply print the error. And inside the try block, what we will do, we will declare one loading state, because we also want to show the loading when the transaction page loads. So we will say loading, set loading, use state as false. Then we will say set loading to true. Then we will get the token from get token, and if the token is not there, we will simply return. Else we will say const transactions equals to await fetch transactions. This fetch transactions is coming from our transaction service, and it needs the token. Then we can print these transactions. Let's print this. Now let's call this method. So inside use effect I will call this handle fetch transactions, and here we are again getting this cascading renders. So what I will do, I will disable this, and we will also avoid this by disabling the ESLint, because we don't need to call this method again and again. We just need to call this method if user added the income or expense transaction. So what I will do, I will call this method after updating the income and expense. So here I will say await handle fetch user transactions. I will copy this line, add in the handle add transaction as well. Now let's check the result. So let's go to the page, and here I will open this console and let's refresh the page. So here you can see we have this array of object, and if I open this, then you can see here we have the transaction, and we are getting all the transaction, the income transaction and the expense transaction. So you can see this is our income transaction, the freelance, and the transaction type is income, and this is our expense transaction. Here we have this transaction type expense, emoji, title and other information as well. So now we just need to show this in our list and chart. So let's create the UI for our transactions. First we will create this transactions overview, and then we will create this table. So let's go back to our code, and if you remember, to create the chart we need series and categories. Here we will create the series data state, set series data. This will be a use state. Initially this will be an empty array, and let's also give the type as iTransaction data and the empty array. Then we have the categories, set categories. Again this will be a use state and the empty array, and this will be an array of string. So in these categories we will store the x-axis dates, and in the series data we will have series. Series means object, the array of object, and in every object we will have all the data to be shown on the chart. Now we have created this series data and categories, and we have done the same thing in the income and expense as well. So you can take this as a task to build the series and categories, and I will recommend you to stop the video here and get this series data and categories and print in the console and check if this is correct or not. So I hope you have able to create the series and the categories for the chart. If not, then I will show you. So here, as we have implemented this income and expense page, we want this to go inside this handle fetch user transactions. So when we fetch the transactions or the income or the expense, that time we set the categories and the series. Also we forget to create one more state, which is a transaction list. Just like the income list, we will have the transactions list, set transaction list. This will be a use state. Initially this will be an empty array, and then the type will be iTransaction data and the array. So array of transaction data. Here we are printing these transactions. So instead of printing these transactions, we will set the transactions list to these transactions. After setting the transactions, we need to fetch the series and the categories. So what I will do, if you remember, we have already created the fetch transactions list method. So if you go to this income, and here you can see we have this fetch transactions list, and we pass the list, and this method returns series and categories. So we are going to reuse the method here as well. So again I will say const empty object equals to fetch transactions list, and we will pass these transactions, not transaction list, and then this method returns new series data and new categories, and we will define this as empty array. If the series data and categories is empty, then in new series data and in new categories we will have this empty array. And after this we can simply set the series data as new series data and categories as new categories. We are getting this error here, the type error, because we have written I transaction data, but it is I chart series point, not I transaction data. If you see this type, so this all the data will be there in every series, the X value, Y value, type, icon, transaction category and the date. And after setting the series data and categories, we will say set loading to false. And if there is any error, then here as well we will say set loading to false. Let's create the delete transaction method as well. So I will say handle delete transaction. This will be a async, and here we will get the transaction. The type will be I transaction data, and this will be a arrow function. Here what we are doing, we are writing all the methods first, and then we can simply call this when we will create our UI. So here I will say try and catch. Inside this catch, first I will say toast.error, error while deleting the transaction, and we will also console the error. Now inside this try I will say const token equals to await get token. If token is not there, we will simply return, else we will get the ID from the transaction obj. Then we will have the transaction type, and this will come from transaction. And you can see here I have given this ID as empty string, so if ID is not there, it will be an empty string. Then I will say if the transaction type is income, it means user is deleting the income transaction. So I will call delete income, and I will pass this ID and the token. Else user is deleting the expense transaction, so I will say await delete expense. Let's pass this ID and token. After this we will call handle fetch user transactions, and then we will say toast.success transaction deleted successfully. Then what we will do, then we will go to our JSX, and here after this div I will check if the transaction list dot length is greater than 0, then we will return this div, else we will return null. Now inside this div I will create one another div, and inside this div I will create another div, and inside this div I will create another div, and here I will write transaction overview, and I will make this font as medium and the text size as LG, which is 18 pixel. And then after this div I will take another div, and here I will write monitor. So let's copy this content. So I will go to our project and let's copy this monitor content, and I will paste here. Now let's check the result. Let's refresh the page, and here you can see we are getting this title as transactions overview, and monitor your transactions over time and gain insights into your income and expenses, just like this one. Now let's give this border first. So let's go back to our code, and here I will add some Tailwind class. So I will add border color will be gray. Let's give some margin and padding and border radius, and I will say flex 1 so that it will take all the available width. Then I will make this div as flex, justify between, and items in center. Now let's check the result. Here you can see we have this nice looking border with the border radius, and here we have this content. Now after this we have to render our chart. So let's render this. So what I will do, after this div I will create one button, because if you see here we have this button. By clicking this button we can change the chart type. So let's create this button which will come from UI/button, the title of the button depends on the chart type. So currently we have not created the chart type, so let's name it as column. And here I will add some Tailwind class. I will make this as cursor pointer. Now after this div, I will create another div. First I will give some margin to this div, which will be a 8, and inside this div I will call high charts react. As usual, we have to pass these options. So to pass these options, what we can do, we can create the options here. So let's create the options. So the return type of these options will be high charts dot option. Let's take use memo, and then we will simply return get chart options. So we have already created this get chart options, and just we need to pass categories and series data, and we will add the dependency as series data. So if the series data changes or the categories changes, we will call this get chart options again, and we will pass these options here. So in the options we will pass our options, and then if you remember, we have to also pass the high charts. So I will say high charts. So let's import this. So what I will do, I will go to the income, and let's copy this high chart import, and I will import here. Now let's check the result, and yes, you can see we have created our transaction chart. So let's see. So this is the 16 December 2025, and if I hover on it, so this is the income chart with the icon, amount, category and the date, and this is the expense bar chart which have the expense, amount, categories as utilities and the date. So I think our transactions overview chart is looking great. Now what we will do, we will make this button work so that we can convert this chart from column chart to line chart. So let's go back to our code, and here we will create one variable which will be a chart type. Set chart type use state, and the initial chart type will be column. Then what I will do, if you remember in this get chart options, if I go into this method, we have this chart type parameter as well. So we can pass this chart type from here. So we will pass this chart type, and let's add here as well, and let's define the type for this chart. So we have already have the chart types, and if you see we have the line, column and bar chart. And then what I will do, we will use this set chart type here on this on click. Here we will call handle chart type. Let's create this method handle chart type. This will be an arrow function, and then what we will do, we will check if the chart type is line, then set the chart type as column, else set the chart type as line. And then let's use this chart type here instead of hard coding it. So I will say if the chart type is line, then we will render this line button, line text, else the column text. Now let's check. I will refresh the page first. So initially we have this column chart, and if I click this button, then you can see the chart got converted into the line chart, and you can see the line chart is handled properly. It's not crashed, like we have handled all our series data and the x-axis and y-axis data very well. And if I hover on it, you can see we are getting this nice looking tooltip with all the informations as well, like date, category, title and amount, and icon as well. So this is the 16 December income, and this is the 31 December expense. The next thing now we have to create is this table. So if you see, after this transaction we need to create this table. So let's go back to our project, and let's say if I add any transaction, let's add one transaction. So I will add the income transaction. Let's say test income, set the category as investment, amount as $200, and let's select this 21 date, and let's add transaction. So you can see we get this notification, transaction added successfully. The chart also got updated. So here we have this investment of 20th December, and I can also change this to column chart as well. Now let's add one expense transaction. So I will say expense test. Let's set the category as groceries. Let's set $100, and I will select this date. Now let's add this transaction. So you can see this transaction added here, and we also got the notification, and I can also convert this to column chart. Our add transaction of the expense and income is also working well. Now we have to create this table so that user can also edit the transactions and can delete the transaction. So we are going to create this nice looking table below of this graph chart. So let's go back to our code. Again I will check if the transaction list length is greater than 0, then we will render this div, else we will render null. So here we have to show the loading state and the text, but we will come back to this later. First let's create this table. For table we are going to use the Shadcn table component. So I will go to this documentation again, and here I will search table. Let's click this table, and you can see table, a responsive table component. So let's add this package. So we will copy this npm command. Let's go back to our code. Here I will open new terminal, cd frontend, and I will run this command here. OK to proceed. And then you can see in the UI folder it has created this table component. So let's now clear this and kill this terminal. And what we will do here in this div, so if you check the table component, the Shadcn provides the table header, body, footer, row, cell, and caption. So we are going to use most of the component. So inside this div, first I will take the table component, which will come from the UI/table. Inside this table we will have the header, row, cell, everything. Before coming to this part, I will add some Tailwind class here. So if you see, let's go to this project. So like here we have the border and the border radius and the table height, and you can see it is scrolling as well. So let's set our div height, border, and border radius with this scroll. So let's go back to our code, and here first let's add some margin and padding, and then I will give the border gray 300, border radius as 3xl, and I will define a fixed height. Overflow in y axis as scroll. So in y axis we will say scroll, and we will not show the scroll bar. And inside this table, first we will take the table header. So first the table will have the table header, and then we will have the table row, just like our HTML table row, and then we will have the table head. So the first head is going to be icon. So if you check here, we have the icon, title, type, category, date, amount, edit, delete. These are all the table head. So let's add all of this table head in our project as well. So currently you can see we have this icon head. Now let's add the remaining one. Then I will copy this table head and I will paste 7 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And let's change the content with title. Now let's check the result. So yes, you can see we have this icon, title, type, category, date, amount, edit, and delete table head. Now let's add the table body. I will say table body, and in this table body we will loop through the transaction list dot map, and we will get the transaction here. The transaction type will be iTransaction data, and we will also get the index, and then we will say return this div. Now instead of this div I will say table row, and we have to give the key for every table row, and the key I am going to give is this index. So in each table row, so table row means this is the table row, and in each table row we have this cell. We have the icon cell, title cell, type, category. So in the table row I am going to add all of this cell for each data. So let's go back to our code, and inside this table row first I will take this table cell, and the table cell data is going to be transaction dot emoji, and we will give the class name. So first let's import this. I think it was not imported. Now the class name will be only the font size. Now let's check this table cell. Yes, you can see we have this icon for every transaction, and you can verify this by hovering here. So you can see we have this rocket icon for every transaction. Now let's add the remaining one. I will again create another table cell, and here I will say transaction dot title, and let's give some class to this cell as well, which is font medium. Then I will take another table cell for transaction type, and I will say transaction dot transaction type. Now let's take another table cell for transaction category. So I will say transaction, let's copy this transaction dot category. Then we have to show the date. So you can see after this category we want to show the date. So again let's take one table cell, and if you remember, to show the date first we have to check if the transaction dot date is not null, then we will create one new date object, and we will pass the transaction date, and we will convert this to local date string. And if the date is not there, then we will simply show the empty string. Now let's check the result. Yes, you can see the date is visible here. Now we have to add the amount and edit and delete action. But for the amount, you can check this transaction is a income transaction without seeing this type, because what we have done here, if this is a income transaction, we have this nice looking green color. If it is a transaction type as expense, then we are showing in red, and also we are showing this icon moving downward direction for the expense and moving upward direction for income. So after this table cell I will take another table cell, and in this table cell I will first check if the transaction type is income. If it is a income transaction, then I will show this trending up icon, which is coming from this Lucid React library. Else I will show the trending down icon. Then we can add the class name here. So we can add the Tailwind class. So let's give the width and height as 1 rem, and I will set the text color as green and font to bold. And for this down icon I will set the width height as 4, text color to red 500, and font bold. Now let's check the result. Yes, you can see this is a income transaction, so that's why it is coming this icon. Else for expense transaction we have this trading down icon. Now we have to show the amount in this green and red color as well. So let's go back to our code, and here I will take one span tag, and we can show this by adding this $sign and transaction dot amount, and then let's add Tailwind class here. So I will take this inverted comma and I will remove this string, and let's wrap this inverted comma in this curly braces. And first I will give some margin left, and then inside this dollar I will say if the transaction type is income, then I will show this text in green color. Else I will show this text in red color. So you can see we are adding this condition. If the transaction type is income, then we will show in green color, else we will show in red color. Let's check the result. Yes, you can see the text is shown in green color for income and red color for expense. But here the UI is not looking good. So what we can do here, we can wrap this text and icon inside this div, and we can say flex and items in center. Now let's check. So yes, you can see we have these items in center and this is in a flex box. Now it's looking good. Now let's add the edit and delete. Let's add another table cell. Inside this table cell, again we will use our square pen icon. Let's give width and height for this icon, which will be 5, and we will change the text color to 500 and cursor to pointer. Then we will add the on click handler for this icon. So what I will do, first I will set the is edit mode to true, because if user click on this square pen icon, so this is a edit icon, so we will enable the edit mode, and we will say set show transaction modal as true, so that the transaction modal will open. And if you remember, then we have to set the transaction obj as the transaction, so that the transaction will be pre-filled in the modal. So we have a typo here, we have written the set transaction list, so it's not set transaction list, it is set transaction obj. Yes. Now let's take another table cell, and then we will test all this edit and delete at once. Then we will use this trash icon. Let's give height and width for this icon, text color and cursor pointer. Then again we will add the on click handler, and here we will simply call our handle delete transaction and we will pass the transaction. Now after this, what I will do, so instead of passing null here, I will say if it is loading means the transaction is currently in fetch mode, so it is fetching the transaction. So I will return this div, else I will return this div. So let's modify this div by showing the spinner. So we will show the spinner if the transaction is loading, and I will set the height and width to 10. And let's add the Tailwind class here. For this div, I will set the height as full, item center and justify center. And here in this div, as usual, we will say click the add transaction button to add transaction, and we will add string here. You can see it's not allowing us to add this, so I will copy this quote and I will replace this with this quote. And let's add Tailwind class for this div as well. Let's make this as flex, item center, justify center. Let's give height and width as full and text color to gray 500 and font weight as medium. Now let's test our edit and delete. Here we have this edit and delete. So what I will do, I will edit this income test and I will make this, we have this select transaction type in the edit mode. In the edit mode, user can't change the transaction type. So first let's fix this one. So let's go back to our code and let's open the transaction modal, and here below this select, we will say disabled, we will pass is edit mode here. Now let's check if it is disabled or not. So you can see now it is disabled, but if we add the transaction, then it is not disabled because it is not in the edit mode. But if we go to edit mode, then it is disabled. We can't choose the transaction type. We have some bugs in this transaction modal. First, the transaction type is not pre-filled and the category is not pre-filled. If we have edited the income transaction, then here we should see the income and the category. If you check here, if I open this in the edit mode, we have this income category and the category pre-filled. So let's go back to our code, and first let's check for the transaction type. So here we have this transaction type and we are setting the transaction type here, but we are not setting the transaction type here. So let's set the transaction type as transaction obj dot transaction type. Now let's check. Let's refresh the page. Let's go in edit mode, and here you can see it is fixed. We have this income transaction type, and we have also have this category as freelance. So I have chosen this transaction type and the category is freelance. Now let's test the expense. So now the type should be expense and category to groceries. So yes, we have this transaction type as expense and the category as groceries. So yes, it is working. Now let's change this expense test to, and let's update the title as food, category, amount to $300, and let's update the transaction. So this transaction should update. So you can see it is updated successfully, and it also gets updated in the chart as well. Now let's delete this transaction. Yes, the transaction deleted successfully. Now what I will do, I will delete all the transaction. So you can see we have seen this screen. Click the add transaction button to add transaction. So let's add one transaction. So I will add the income transaction. Let's check what income we can add. Let's add this bank interest income. So I will say bank interest, and let's use this investment. Let's say $500 and the date is 28. Let's add this transaction. So you can see first we have this loading screen, then transaction added successfully, this notification, then the chart is also added this transaction, and in table we can also see this transaction. Now let's add one more transaction. Let's see what else we can add. Let's say weekly groceries. So I will say weekly groceries. Sorry, but this is an expense transaction. Let's check the income transaction. Let's add this ROI, return on investment. Let's set the category as investment, or let's set this as business, $500, and let's set the date as 31. Let's add this transaction. So yes, transaction added successfully, got updated in both view, and now I can also change this to line chart as well. And what I need to check, let's check if this is also updated in the income list as well. So you can see we have added these two transactions, bank interest and ROI, and if I go to the expense, then we don't have any expense transaction because we have not added any expense transaction. So let's add one expense transaction of groceries, or let's say shopping. Let's select this shopping category. Let's say $200 and the date. Let's add anything and let's add this transaction. So you can see this shopping transaction added successfully, and this is the shopping transaction. Now let's check if this added in the expense as well. Yes, we have now expense of the shopping and here in the chart as well. Now what I will do, I will edit this expense transaction and I will make this as, instead of shopping, I will say, let's say expense test, and let's change this category to entertainment, and let's update this transaction. So you can see the title is updated, transaction updated successfully, and let's check in the expense. Yes, in the expense it also got updated. Now let's quickly check the delete. So I will delete this income transaction. Now we only have one income and one expense. Now let's check income. Yes, we have one income and one expense. So yes, you can see everything is working properly fine. The edit, delete, update, adding the transaction in income and expense, converting the chart from column to line, and all of this synced with the income and expense as well. So it means our APIs, database, and the front-end integration is working absolutely fine. Now we have to create the dashboard. So you can see I am currently in our deployed expense tracker project, and here we have this beautiful looking dashboard. First we have this dashboard header where we are saying welcome back and the username, and then here we have this description. It is the best time to manage your finances, and then here we have this nice looking user card where we are showing the user image, name and email. Then we have these 4 cards. The first card shows the total balance we have left with. Then we have the income card, the total income and the total expense. And then we have this total transaction. So this is the sum of the income and expense. Then we have this nice looking money flow chart. So this money flow chart tells the money flow for each month of the income and expense. From the money flow chart, we can track our income and expense, means spending, for each month. Here we have this October 2025 income. So the income in the October was $11,000 and the expense was just $2,000. Then we have for November and December. If you see, for this money flow chart, here we have this legend. So this legend was I am talking about previously. In the income and expense we don't show the legend, but in dashboard we are going to show the legend as well. So what we can do from legend is we can hide the income and expense. We can hide both. Suppose if I only want to see the expense for each month, I can hide the income, and I can also hide the expense and can see income for each month, and we can also see both to see the comparison between our income and expense. After this money flow chart, we have this category breakdown pie chart. This pie chart shows the breakdown of each category, means how much money is going in which category. First, in the center we show the total amount, which is $57,200, and then we show the each category money. So you can see this is the $24,000, and you can check this category by seeing this legend. So this is the legend for pie chart. So you can see this is the investment, and the investment amount is $24,000. So we have spent $24,000 in our investment. Then we have this other income, groceries, utilities, and we can check the values here as well. Using the legend we can hide also. Suppose I can hide all of these categories. I can see the entertainment category. So this is the entertainment category and we have spent $2,000. Then I can check for food, groceries, utilities, other income and investment. Then we have this recent transactions table. Here we show the last 3 transactions. The last 3 transactions was the refund, return on investment and bank interest, with all the details, with the icon, date, amount, title, type and category. And here we have this see all button as well. If I click this, then it will redirect me to the transaction page where we can see all the transaction. Now let's go back. Then in the right side we have this financial summary card. This financial summary card shows our financial summary. First, it shows the top category in which our money is going, the utilities category, where the 45.05% our money is going. Then it shows the savings rate, so it means it shows how much our income and expense, and in between of this how much percent of our money we are saving. So currently we are saving 36.57% money from our income. Then it shows how much income spent until now. So we have currently spent 63.43% income. I'm going to teach you all of these formulas which we are using here to calculate all of these values. So now let's go back to our code and let's start building. First, what I will do, I will close all of this file and I will also close all of this folder. Then let's open this front end folder. Let's go to the app folder and here I will go to this page.tsx. So this is the root page where user comes after the sign up or login. So what we can do, in the components I will create one more component which is dashboard.tsx. Let's create this component dashboard equals to, this will be an arrow function, and let's return one h1 tag saying dashboard page. Let's export this component, export default dashboard, and what I will do in this page.tsx, I will remove this h1 and I will call our dashboard component here. And instead of app, I will rename this to dashboard page. And let's export this dashboard page. Now let's close this page.tsx, and here in the dashboard, first what I will do, I will take one div, and first we are building our dashboard header. So I will take one more div, and inside this div I will take one more div. Here we will take one span tag, and here we have to show the user name, and below of this span tag we will show the description. So let's copy the description. Here I will copy this description and let's place it in this span tag. Here you can see this is the name and this is the description. So let's give some CSS so that it should look like this one. So let's go back to our code, and first I will give some tailwind to this div. First let's give some margin left, margin top and margin right, and the margin bottom as well. And then I will give this width as 75% of the screen, and we will overflow the Y as scroll. We want to scroll when the content is more than the height of the screen. Then we already have this no scroll bar class which does not show the scroll bar when we scroll. Then I will make this div as flex, item center and justify between. We will also make this div as flex and flex direction to column. Now let's check the result. Yes, you can see now we have some margin here, and now this is coming name and description in flex direction column in column wise. Now let's go back. Here we will give some tailwind to the name. Let's make the text size as 2XL and font as medium. And for description we will change the color to gray 500, text size to SM, and we will give some margin top which is 0.5, which is 2 pixel. Let's check the result. Yes, name is coming in bold and we have changed this color. Now let's replace with the user value instead of hard coding this. So what we can do here, we will get the user from the use user. So this is coming from the clerk, and then instead of name we will say welcome back, comma, and we will show the username. So user dot first name. Also let's destructure the user here as well so that we don't have to write 2 times user. So I will remove this, and here I will say first name. Yes. Now let's check. Now we are getting this error of the client because we are using this use user. Then we have to make this component as client. So use client. Now let's check. Yes, we have this welcome back, but the $sign here is coming. So let's fix this. So I will remove the $sign from here. Yes, now it is looking good. Welcome back and the username and the description, just like this one. Now let's create this card. So let's go back to our code. I will create one more div. Inside this div I will take one image, and we will use the Next.js image instead of HTML image which is coming from Next.js. And then first we will give the source. The source will be user.image URL. Let's give the alt as user image, and let's give some height and width, and I will make this border radius as rounded full so that it will come in circle. Now here we are getting this undefined error. So what we can do, we can pass the empty string. Now let's check. Here you can see we are getting this error of the empty string. We can't pass empty string in Next.js image. Instead of empty string we will say user image. So already we have one dummy image in the constants file. You can access this constants file by clicking the link in the description below and drag and drop this file under the utils folder. If the image URL is undefined, until will show this user image, and if the image URL is not undefined, then we will show the user image. So let's check. Let's refresh the page. Now we are getting this image with source is missing required width property. So what we can do, here we have already defined the height and width, but Next.js requires to define the height and width in the height and width props, but we have already defined here. So what we will do, we will say fill. So what we'll do, it will take the height and width from here. Now let's check. Yes, you can see now the height and width error is gone, but now we are getting this host name error because we are using this CDN. So what we can do, we can go to this next.config.js file and we can define this host in the next config file. So let's go back to our code, and here I will open this next config file, and here we can define our host. So we want this under the images. Then here we will take the remote patterns. This will be an array, and we will take one object and we will set the host. So let's copy the host. So I will copy this host name. Let's give here, and then we will also give the protocol as HTTPS. Now we are getting this clerk image error because we also need to define this host name as well to use the clerk image. So again we will go here, let's take one more object. The protocol will be HTTPS, and the host name, let's paste this string. So this will be the host name for clerk image. Now let's check. Let's refresh the page. Now you can see our image is breaking because I think this fill is not working. So what I will do, instead of here height and width, let's give width as 32 and height as 32. Now let's check. Yes, let's refresh the page. Yes, now it is working. Here I will make this div as flex, item center, justify center. Let's give some shadow. I will give gap as 2 and border. The border color will be gray 300. Then I will give the border radius as rounded full, and then I will give some padding. I have given this padding in y-axis, means top and bottom to 1.5, right to 4 and left to 1.5. Now let's check. We have this border radius with the border. Now we will place the user email and name. After this image I will take one more div, and here I will take the span tag. So let's copy this span tag. Let's paste it here, and I will remove this welcome back. Then again I will take one more span tag, and here we will show the user email address. So user dot primary email address dot email address, and then let's give some class to this div. Let's make this as flex and flex call, and let's also give some Tailwind class here as well. I will make the font size as text access and text color to gray 500. Now let's check the result. Yes, you can see it is coming like this. We have to decrease this font size. Instead of 2XL, let's use 16 pixel, which is base. Let's check now. Yes, I think now it is looking good, just like this one. Yes. Now we will create this card component, and we will reuse the card component for showing total balance, income, expense and total transaction. In the components folder, I will create one more component, which is card.tsx. Let's define our card component, and it will return a h1 saying card, and let's export this component. Export default card. Now this component will take three props: title, the image source, so let's name it img source, and the value. Let's define the type. So the title will be string, image source will be string, and the value will be string. The value type will be number instead of string. So instead of writing the type here, we have already have the type for this component, which is iCard props. So if I go here, you can see we have the type here. Here we have defined all the types which we are going to use in our project. You can simply download this file by clicking the link in the description below. Let's close this file, and here I will remove this h1 and I will return div. In this div I will take one image from Next.js, and then I will give the source as image source, and let's give height and width 32 and width also 32, and let's give the alt card image. After this image, I will take once more span tag to show the title and one more span tag to show the value, and let's give some Tailwind class. For a title, I will make the font size as XL, font medium and margin top as 1. Let's give Tailwind to this value as well. Let's make the font as semi bold, text size to 2XL, and I will also give some Tailwind class to this div as well. I will make this div as flex direction to column, gap of 2. Let's give the border as gray 300, and we are going to reuse this card component 4 times, so we need to give a key. So I will give the key as title because the title will be unique for every card. Now let's close this file, and we are going to use this card component here. So let's call this card component, and then we need to pass all the props. Let's give the title as total balance. So the first card we are going to show is the total balance. Then we have to pass this image source and the value. For now, let's pass some hard-coded value. Let's pass as 5000. And for image source, for now, let's pass this user image because currently we don't have the image. Now let's see our card component. So currently it is looking something like this, but we have to add some Tailwind class to look like this one. So what I will do, I will wrap this card inside this div, and let's add some Tailwind class. First I will give some margin, flex and justify between. Let's go to the card component, and here after the border I will give some border radius to 3XL, padding to 4 in all direction, and then let's give some width to 16.2 rem and some shadow. Now let's check. Yes, you can see now it is looking good, just like this one. Now we have to replace all these values with the actual user values, and we have to also add this icon as well. So let's do this. Now what we have to do, instead of using this user image, we will use the total balance image. This total balance image is coming from this constants file. You can see already we have declared the total balance image, income image, expense image and total transaction image. You can access this file by clicking the link below in the description and just drag and drop this file in your utils folder, and you can simply use all of these constants. Now let's close these constants, and here we are going to use this total balance image. Now I will copy this card component and I will call 3 times more. Let's replace this with income. Let's check what is the title for income. Yes, income, expense and total transaction. This will be a small b. Then we have income, expense and total transaction. Let's use the image of income image, then we have the expense image, then we have the total transaction image. And if you go to this card component, we have made the height and width is 40 pixel instead of 32. I will close this card component, and now let's check the result. Yes, you can see we have this total balance image, income image, expense image and total transaction image. Now instead of showing this hard-coded value, we have to replace this with the actual value. We have to show the total balance of the user, income, expense and total transaction. Let's go to this project and I will walk you through how we are handling this total balance, income, expense and total transaction, and then we can write the method for fetching all of this value. Total balance is nothing but the income value minus expense value is the total balance, and the total transaction means income value plus expense value. Now how we are fetching this income value? What we are doing, we are iterating through the income of the user and we are adding all the income, and same for the expense value as well. Here the income value is $35,000. So if I go here in the income, this $35,000 is nothing but the addition of this 8,000, 4,000, 11,000, 5,000 and 7,000. This sums up to $35,000. And same we have for expense, we are adding all this expense value, and this value we are showing for income and for expense. Now I will go back to our project and let's go back to our code. And here first what we will do, first we will create one state saying dashboard values, set dashboard values. Here I will take one object. First we have to show the total balance. Initially the value will be 0. Then we have this income value, expense value and total transaction. Let's replace this hard-coded value with the actual value. So dashboard values dot total balance. Then I will copy this, and here we will show the income value. Here we will show the expense value, and here we will show the transaction value. Now we will write one method here, const handle fetch dashboard values. This will be a async arrow function, and we will call this function inside use effect. So let's call it handle fetch dashboard values. Let's add the dependency. We will call this handle fetch dashboard values when our dashboard components loads. Now in this function what we will do, we will call one method get dashboard values, and we will pass the token. So let's get the token. Here we will use the use auth. So get token from use auth, and we will get the token here. Let's call this get token, and if the token is not there, then we will simply return, will not call this function. This function will return total balance, income value, expense value and the total transaction. And simply what we will do, we'll simply set the dashboard values with all of these values. So this function will return total balance, income value, expense value and total transaction. Here we will add this ESLint so that it will not give us dependency warning. Then what we will do, we have to define this method. So I will go to helper file, and you can see every method and every logic we are writing in the helpers.ts. I can also write this get dashboard values here as well, but I am not doing this because we will make our code modular and reusable. All the logic and calculation part will go to the helpers, and we will make sure to keep the component file as clean as possible. So let's go to helpers.ts, and here I will define this method. Let's copy the method name get dashboard values. This will be a async, and here we will receive the token. Let's export this method and let's import this method here. First we want to get the total balance. To get the total balance we want income value and expense value, and to get the income value we want the user income list. So what we can do, we will say income list equals to await, and we have this method fetch income from our income service, and this service will return the income list. And same we have the expense list, so fetch expense will pass the token and we will get the expense list. Then let's create the income value variable and expense value variable, and initially the value will be 0. Now what we will do, we will simply iterate through this income list, and here we will receive all the income. Transaction data will be the type, and we will say income value plus equals to income dot amount. but the amount type is string. You can see the property type is string, so I will convert this to number. Then we have to do the same thing for expense list as well for each, and we will receive the expense here. Type will be iTransaction data, and we will say expense value plus equals to number expense dot amount. Now we have the income value and expense value. Using this value we can calculate the total balance. So total balance is nothing but the income value plus expense value. And we also want the total transaction as well. So total transaction is nothing but income value plus expense value. And sorry, here it's not plus, it is minus. To get the total balance, we want income value minus expense value. This value will be remaining balance in our wallet. Then we will return all of these values. Let's return income value, expense value, total balance, and total transaction. Let's go to our dashboard component. Here we will receive the income value, then we have the expense value. Then let's see what we are returning next. Yes, total balance and total transaction. Here we will have the total balance and total transaction. Here we forget to write await. This is a async method, so we have to write await, and then we are setting all of these values. Now let's test the result. Let's refresh the page, and you can see all of these values is filled instead of showing 0. We have the total balance. Total balance is income value minus expense value. So $1,500 minus $200 is $1,300. Then here we have the total transaction, which is $1,700. So total transaction means income value, which is $1,500 plus expense value $200, which is $1,700. To verify our income value, what we can do, we can go to this income list, and you can see we have two income. The first income is coming from the investment, which is $500, and second we added one dummy income, which is $1,000. So 1000 plus 500 is $1,500. And you can see here we have this $1,500. Now let's check the expense. So only we have one expense of the entertainment of $200, and we are showing $200 here. Now to test it, what we can do, let's add one more expense. Let's say dummy expense. Let's add the category as groceries, $500. Let's select the date. Let's add expense. Expense added successfully, got updated in the list and in the chart. Now let's check if the dashboard value gets updated or not. Yes, you can see now we added the expense of $500. Previously it was $200. So expense value gets updated to $700, and total balance and total transactions also get updated. Awesome, our dashboard values is working fine, just like this one. Let's go back to our code, and I hope you have understood how we are calculating all of these values which we are showing in the card. Now after this div, what I will do, I will create one more div, and inside this div I will create one more div, and here I will take one span tag saying money flow, and let's add some tailwind here. I will say flex items in the start, justify between, and some gap and margin top. Let's also add some tailwind here as well. I will give the border color to gray 300, rounded 3XL. Let's make this flex as 2, and padding bottom as 2, and some padding top, and left right padding to 4. And I will make this div as flex direction to column, and I will make this div as relative. After this span tag, I will take one more div, and let's give this div as some margin top as 4. So this is a chart div, and here I will render our high charts react, and let's give the high charts is equals to high charts. So what I will do, let's go to our income, and let's copy this import statement, and here I will paste this. Let's copy these high charts, and I will put the high charts here. Now if you remember, we have to pass the options. So I will say options equals to money flow options. Yet we have not created this money flow options, so let's create this money flow options. And here I will say const money flow options equals to use memo. Let's add the dependency. If you check the money flow chart, the money flow chart showing the money flow for each month. Like suppose if we added incomes for October, November, December, or let's say February, March, for every month we have added some income and some expense. The money flow chart it takes all the income of that month and all the expense of that particular month, and then it show you here for each month, so that we can see the comparison of income and expense, how much we are earning and how much we are spending. To build this money flow chart, we need to aggregate and club all the income and expense for each month. And if you remember, in the chart we have to pass categories and series. So categories is nothing but this x-axis value which we are showing here, dates. So categories will be array of string, and each value in the array contains the date. And the series is the object in which we have the series data. Like you can see here, we have this amount which is coming from the series, and it also shows the value in the y-axis as well. To create the income, expense and category series, what we will do, we will create three state. So I will create here, I will say income series, set income series. This will be a use state. Initially it will have an empty array, and income series is nothing but the array of numbers. So I will say number, because for the money flow chart we are not showing the icon, title, we are only showing the amount. So this will contains array of number. Then we'll have the expense series, set expense series. The type will be array of number, and we also need the categories. So categories, set categories. Again this will be a use state, this will be an array, and the type will be array of string. Then here I will create one handler which is handle. Let's name it handle money flow options. This method will be a async. Then here what we will do, we will say const token equals to await get token. Then we will check, if the token is not there, then simply return. To create the income series and expense series, obviously we need income list and expense list. So we can get the income list from fetch income. Here we have to pass the token, and then we will have the expense list, await fetch expense. Let's pass this token. So you can see we have created this fetch income and fetch expense service, and we are reusing this method wherever we required. We don't need to write every time when we want the income list and expense list. We can call this method anywhere in our code and we will get the user income list. Then what I will do here, I will destructure the income series, then expense series and categories. Get monthly, so I will call get monthly, let's name it as get monthly income and expense, and we will pass the income list and expense list. Currently we have not created this method get monthly and income expense, but we will create it after setting this income series. So I will say set income series to income series, then set expense series to expense series, and set categories to categories. Here I will console log the income series, then I will console log the expense series and the categories as well. Let's copy this method name, and again I will go to helpers.ts, and we are going to write the method here. This will be a async method. Let's export this method, and I will import the method here. Now let's go to this method and here we will return all the income series, expense series and categories. First we will receive the income list. The type will be iTransaction data, and the expense list. The type will be iTransaction data. So this iTransaction data, if you check, every income or expense have all of this data. So income list means all of this data will come in the object, and we will have array of object in the income list, and each income have emoji, title, category, amount, date, transaction type and ID. So I hope you have understood this. Then here we will iterate through the income list dot for each. Here we will receive every income. Let's name it as item. And what we will do, if you remember, we have to club the data according to the month. So we will check if the item has month, not month, dot date. If the item have date, then what we will do, we will say const month equals to format month, and I will pass this date. This format month, what will do, it will return us the month. So let's declare this format month here. We'll say format month equals to, this will be arrow function, and we will receive the date here, and the type will be date. Let's rename this as date. And then what we can do, we will say const date equals to new date. We will pass this date. Let's name it as item date. Then what we will say, we will return the date dot into local string. Type will be default, and we will give these options. So here we can pass the month. We want the month in short, not in 2-digit, and year in numeric. Now if I print this month, let's print this month. Let's check. First what I will do, I will comment this part, all this part, and we will copy this. And what I will do, let's remove this one, and we are going to just call this method. Now let's check the console. Let's go to our app. Let's open the console, and I will refresh the page. We are not seeing any console log because we have not called this method yet. So let's call this method inside this use effect. We got the month December 2025, and if you see, we have added the income and expense only for the December month. So this is December, and the expense is also for December month. And here you can also see the expense list. We are getting here the expense list. Now let's go back to our code. What this format month is doing, it is taking the date. This is a raw date of date object, and we are just converting it to local string, and we are getting the month in short form and year in numeric. So it will be like 21 and DEC, 21 December. In this format month we are passing this date. So this date is a JavaScript date, and then we are converting this date to local string, and we are passing these options. The month will be in short. So let's say if the month is December, then we will have DEC, and the year in numeric. So if it is 2024, then we will have the numeric 2024 or 2025. And now what we have to do, here I will create one month map. I will create this month map. I am creating this map. Initially this will be an empty object. Then what we will do here, we will say if the month map does not contain this month, then simply add month map of this month as income 0 and expense 0. Now we are getting this error because of the type is any. So let's define the type for month map. We will define this record type. So this record means we can add any type here. So we will have the type as string, and here we will have the income in number and expense in number. So month map is nothing but an object contains the month in the string form, and each key will have the value as object. So this will be like this. If I show you, then here we have the object, here we will have the month. So let's say the month is 21 December, and each key will have the value. Let's say the income 0 and expense as 0. So currently we have done this one. I will remove this. I hope you have understood this. And then after checking, we will say month map of this month, current month, dot income plus equals to number item dot amount. If I explain you this once again, then what we are doing, first we are iterating through this income list. In income list we will get the income. So for each item there will be a date. We have added this if condition to avoid the TypeScript error. Then what we are doing, we are formatting this date in month and year. Then we have declared one month map which will store the month as key, and in value it will store the income and expense for that month, because we need income and expense for each month. So that's why we have created this month map. And first we are checking if the month map does not contains the month which we have received in our income list, then we will simply add that month and the initial value for that month income and expense will be 0. And then below we are saying for that particular month add the income of the current item income. Now we will do the same thing for expense list as well. The same logic will go for expense list. So let's say expense list dot for each, we will have the item here. Again we will check if item dot date is there, then we will get the month, format month, we will call this format month, and we will pass the date. Again we will check if month map does not contains this current month, then we will initialize the month map with the current month as income value will be 0 and the expense value will be 0. Then what we will do, we will say month map of month dot, and here we will not say income, we will say expense, because we are mapping in the expense list, and we will add the amount in the expense, which is item dot amount. Now what I will do, I will print this month map. Let's print this month map. Here you can see we have this month map. Let's open this map. We have this December 2025 month, and for this month we have the total $700 expense, $700 expense, and $1,500 income. Let's say if I added income for January, so here there will be one more entry for Jan 2025, and in this, suppose if I have only added the income, let's say $1,000, then the income will be $1,000 and the expense for that month will be 0. That's why initially we are declaring the income and expense as 0. So I hope you have understood this month map. Now let's go back to our code. Now we want to get the categories. So I will say const categories equals to object dot keys. So we are going to use this month map to get the categories as well. So this object dot keys, what it does, it will convert this month map into array, and the value will be the month map value, which is the amount. Then I will say dot sort, then I will receive the a and b, means each value, and we will simply return DA equals to new date and DB for date B, new date, and I will pass this B, and we will simply return DA dot get time minus DB dot get time. Now let's print the categories, and I will explain you these categories as well. Let's copy these categories and replace this. Let's check. Let's refresh the page. So you can see the categories is December 2025. So how we are getting this is we are iterating through the month map and we are sorting, because it's possible user have added the December income, then he added the August, January, February. So what we do, first we sort the month map and then we get the time and we sort this array and it returns the categories. So here we have this December 2025. If user have added the income or expense for any other particular month, then it will have January 2025, Jan 2025, and so on. And if you see this December 2025 categories like this, we have here, you can see December 2025. So we will pass these categories in our chart. So I hope you have understood this categories logic. Now let's remove this console. And now we have to build our income and expense series. Here I will write income series equals to categories dot map. We will have the category, and then we will simply say month map of this month. Let's name it as month. Let's name it as M for month dot income. Then we will have the expense series categories dot map. We will have each month, and we will call month map, and here we will pass that month, so we will get the value of that month, and we only return the expense because we have the expense series. And then we will simply return income series, expense series, and categories. Here I will say const temp equals to, and let's print this temp. In this temp we will have all the income, expense, and categories. Let's print this temp. So you can see here it is saying promise, and if you open this, so it is fulfilled because we have not added await here. So let's add await. Here we got our income series and expense series. So you can see income series, it just contains the value 700. It means this is the December 700 expense, and then we have this income series 1500 means December 1500. So if you check here, we have the income 1500, and so this is the total income, not representing this income because it contains for each month. But if you check in the income series, in the income, then here we have this 1000 and 500, which is 1500 income. So let's go to dashboard, and what we will do first, let's remove this line, let's remove this temp, and I will uncomment all of this code, and let's add await here. Now we have the income series, expense series, and categories. You can see here we have the typo. Instead of expense series we have written expense list. So let's fix this. Now why we have created all of this series? Because we have to pass in the options. We will return get income, expense, or let's say money flow options, and we need to pass the categories, income series, and expense series. And let's add the dependency as categories, income series, and expense series, because if any of these series changes, means user have added any transaction, then we need to call this get money flow options and to update the chart, and this money flow options goes into high charts. Now we have to create this money flow options. So let's go to helpers.ts and let's declare the options here. Const get money flow options. This will be an arrow function. This will return high charts dot options. Let's export this function and let's import this function here. Now let's go to this function, and here we will receive the categories. So categories is an array of string. Then we have the income series. This is an array of number, and then we have the expense series. This will be an array of number. Now here we have to create the options. These options will be similar but not that much similar to like this option. You can see like this we are going to create our options. So if you want, you can pause the video here and you can try writing this high chart options. So I hope you have tried writing these options. If you get stuck, so now I am going to write our options. So simply I will return this object, and this object contains the chart, and the chart type will be column. We are not giving the option here to change to line chart. Then let's set the background color as transparent. Then we will give some margin top as 60. Then we will set the title chart title to empty string. We will not show any title. And here the new thing we are going to do is we are going to set the legend. In previous charts we were not using the legend, but for this chart we are going to use the legend. In this legend options we have to just define our custom properties, like where we want this legend. So we want this to in align right, we want in right side, the vertical align will be top, the layout will be in horizontal manner. Let's give some radius. So this is a symbol radius. You see this circle little, so this is a radius. I think it is a in number. Then we have to define the height as well. So let's define as 10 pixel and width as 10 pixel. Then we will also give some item style. We will increase the font size of each legend to 14 pixel. So the font size means this one. So if you check, so we are defining the style for this one. This is a 14 pixel font size and the font weight is 500, and we have flex here as well. So what I will do here, after font size I will define the font weight to 500 and I will say display to flex. Then after this item style I am going to give the position in y-axis as -22 pixel. We have to define our x-axis. So let's define our x-axis. This will be an object, not array. So x-axis, in x-axis we have to show the dates. So the dates is nothing but the categories. Let's set the title again as empty. We don't want to show the title in x-axis. After the labels, labels means this one. So each category is the label. So we can also give some style to our labels. So let's use this style, and again we will say font size to 12 pixel, font weight to 500, and I will give this color. I think we have a typo here. Let's add the string here. Yes, and the color I am going to use is this one, 6A7282. Now after this x-axis let's define our y-axis. Again I will copy this title. We don't want to show any title in y-axis. And then again I will copy these labels. We are going to show the same style for y-axis labels as well. In the labels we will say formatter. So here we can format the value as well, and this will take one function. And what we will do, we will say return. I will take this inverted comma and the dollar sign, and I will say this dot value. So if you check here, you can check we have the dollar symbol and then we are showing the value. But for other transactions, income or expense chart, we were not showing the dollar, but for the money flow chart we are going to show the dollar. So that's why I have formatted this label to add the dollar sign. Then we can also define the grid line color. So if you see, the grid have this line, so we can also change this line color. So I will say grid line color to this color, which is E0, E0, E0. So now our y-axis is completed. Now we have to define our tooltip. We have worked much more on the tooltip part. Here we will just show this shape as rect, means rectangle. Use HTML as again true. We are going to define our HTML for tooltip. Let's set the shadow as false. Background color to transparent. We don't want any background color. We are going to define the border for this, and then again we will use the formatter just like we have done for income and expense. This will be a function and we will simply return one div. So let's define our tooltip here. So I will take one div, let's close this, and inside this I will say $this dot y, and I will add the dollar symbol here as well. And let's add some style to this tooltip. Let's add the class. First I will say background to white. Let's add some y-axis and x-axis padding. Text size to 16 pixel, font medium, and let's give border to border gray 300. Yeah, that's it for the tooltip. If you remember, we can also define the plot options. So the plot options is this column because we are using this column chart, and we will say grouping as true. So why we are saying this grouping is true? Because if you check here, this 2 bar is coming under one group. Like this November is a group and this group contains this 2 bar. So we want grouping as true when HighCharts plots the bar. The border width for this will be 0, point width will be 0, or let's make it as point width as 40, and we will give the border radius as 20 pixel. So what I am defining here is, if you check, each bar have the border radius, so that's why I am saying the border radius as 40 pixel. I have also set this point width to 40. So point width means this width of the bar. So this is 40 pixel and the border radius is 20 pixel. After this, what I will say group padding to 0.1. So group padding means the padding between these 2 bar. Then we can also define the states. So let's define the states. When any user hover on this, then we will disable the hover as false, and we will also say inactive. So by default HighCharts enable this, so we will say false. So what this will do is, when we hover on the bar, what HighCharts does, it highlights that bar by giving extra background and shadow. So just we are disabling that default part. After the plot options, again we will say credits to be not to be enabled as false. We will not show the credits. And the final part we have to pass is this series. So now we have two series, income and expense. Previously we have one series, but now we have two series. So I will take array of object. I will set the series name as income. Type will be column. And the income data will be income series. So already we have the income series data. And I will give color to this one. So this is the color for each bar. So 8271FE. And let's copy this object. Now if you check the result here, let's refresh the page. So you can see here we have the title, then we have this income, here we have the categories, and this is the income. But we are not saying the expense because we have not added the expense series. So just I will paste, I will say expense, and I will change this to expense series. And for expense series, let's use different color, COB9FA. Let's check it. Yes, you can see here we have the expense series. Here you can see we have this expense series. But here we have some bugs. The tooltip is not having the border radius, and here we don't see the dollar. But I think the legend is working fine. Yes. Now let's add the dollar here. So we forget to add the dollar sign here. We confused between this dollar. So this is the dollar. Now let's check. Yes, now we have the dollar. Now let's fix the border radius for this tooltip. So we have not added the border radius. So let's add the rounded as 3XL. Now let's check. Yes, now we have the border as well. Also we have to give the class for this money flow title. If you see, the money flow font size and font weight is different. So let's fix this. Let's go to dashboard. Here I will add this class. I will make the font as medium, text size to Excel, and I will make this span tag as absolute, and from top I will give 26 pixel. So that's why I have made this div as relative, so that the span tag will take the positions from this div. First let's add some more dummy transactions. I have added the transaction for the November month. So you can see I have added one income for November month as $1,000 and one expense as $500. So you can see it is looking good. Let's add one more transaction for the October month. Here I have added the transaction for November month and for October month. You can see I have added the income $1,000 and expenses $500. For October I have added $2,000 and expenses $1,500. So now we can analyze our income and expense for each month using this money flow chart. We have created this money flow chart. Now we will create this category breakdown pie chart. In this category breakdown chart, we break down each categories and show their values. So for investment we have $24,000, then for Other income we have $11,000. Then for groceries we have $4,200. Then we have utilities, food and entertainment. Using this pie chart we can see how much money is going in which categories. So let's build this category breakdown chart. So let's go back to our code. Here I will create one div. Inside this div I will take one span tag and I will write the title category breakdown. Then let's give some tailwind to this div. Let's give the border color to border gray 300, rounded as 3XL. Then I will make this flex as 1, padding bottom to 2, padding 6 and left right padding will be 4, flex direction to column and relative. Also let's make this div as flex, then the flex direction column will be applied. Now let's check the result. Let's refresh the page. Yes, here we have this category breakdown and you can see I have given flex 1 to this div and flex 2 to this div so that this chart will take more space than this one. Now what I will do, I will add some class here. Let's give the font weight as medium, text size to XL and I will make this position as absolute and I will give from top as 26 pixel. Let's check. But now here we have the issue with the height, but this will automatically fixed when we place our pie chart. So let's go back to our code. After the span tag I will take one more div and let's give the padding bottom as 4 and then in this div again we will call the high charts react and we will pass the high charts as high charts and we have to pass the options. So we will pass the category options. Now let's create the category options. So here above, after this money flow options, we will define our category options in the use memo. Let's add the dependency array. To create the category options, we need category series. So let's create the categories series. Let's create after this category series, set category series. This will be a use state. Initially it will be empty array and we have to define the type here. So I will define this ipy data type and we have already defined this type in our types file. Here we have the name. This will be a category name and the value. Now let's close this. And if you see in our pie chart, we only show the name. So this is the name and their value. So for pie chart, our series will be array of category name and each category value. Let's go back to our code and here in this category options, I will return get pie chart options and I will pass the category series, not option, the category series. And let's add this in the dependency array. We have not yet defined this get pie chart option. So what I will do, I will go to helpers and then here after this I will define get pie chart options. So this will be arrow function and let's export this as well and let's import here. Here after this handle fetch dashboard values, I will create const handle category series. This will be a async function and in this function what we will do, first we will get the token. So const token equals to await get token. Then we will check if the token is not there, then simply return, we will not move forward. To create the categories, we need all the transactions because we are going to show all the categories. We are not going to differentiate between income and expense category. We will show all the categories. To show all the categories, we want all the transactions and each transactions have category. So what I will do first I will get all the transactions and I will call our service fetch transactions and I will pass the token. Here in these transactions we will have all the transactions and we will say const series equals to get category wise value, and I will pass this transactions, and then we will set the category series as series. We have to create this function get category wise value. So what this function will do, it will return all the values category wise. So let's go to helpers and let's copy this function name, and let's go to helpers, and after this get pie chart options we will create this get category wise value, and then let's export this as well, and let's import this here. Yes, and we will call this function as well. So let's call this function here. Yes, now let's go to this function, and you can see here we have defined this get pie chart options, but after setting the series then we will write the options. First we will receive all the transactions, and the transactions type is iTransaction data, and then what we will do, again we will create the category map equals to empty object, and we will define the type as record, and we will have string and number. Then we have to just simply map, let's use for each, we have to simply loop in these transactions. Here we will receive every transaction, and then we will check if the category map of transaction category does not exist, then what we will say, we will define that category in our category map, so tr.category, and we will set the category value as 0. Then what we will do, we will say category map of category plus equals to number, because the amount is in string type, and we will plus the amount in that category. So you can see why we are creating this map, because we don't want duplicates. We want to go the amount in the particular key. Suppose if the category is freelancing, then all the transactions having the category freelancings, we will sum up all the amount in freelancing category instead of creating many categories of the same key. If we have imported the freelancing, suppose first it will come here and it will check is the category map contains the freelancing. If it does not contain, then it will insert this tr.category inside this map, and the value will be 0. So this is how it will look. It will have the freelancing, suppose freelancing, and the value will be 0. Then if it occurs the category freelancing again in future, then it will check is the category that does not exist in this category map, but no, the freelancings exist. So it will not go inside the if, and it will simply say category map of tr.category. So the tr.category is freelancing, so here the freelancing will come, and it will add the amount in this freelancing, and it will do for each category. So I hope you have understood this logic, and if you have any doubts you can ask in the comment below. Now after creating our map, we have to create the array of categories. Const category equals to object dot entries, and we will convert the category map into array so that we can map it, and then we will destructure the name and the y value, and we will simply return the name and y. So here what we have done, one mistake, let's close it here, and it is extra. Yes, so what we are doing, we are mapping through the category, and in each category we will have the category name and value, and we are just returning this object. Now let's print this category, and let's also return this category. Let's name this as category. Yes, now let's go to this dashboard component. Here we are calling this function handle category series, and in this function we are printing our categories. So you can see we have the category, and if you check this array, so this is an array of object, and each object have the category name. So we have the investment category, and we have $500 spent on the investment. Then for entertainment we have spent $200, for salary we have $1000, for groceries we have $2000, and so on. Using this object, now we can create our pie chart. So if you see here, we have the category name and the amount. So Now just we have to pass this category in our options. So let's go back to our code. Let's remove this console, and here after setting this series we are passing the category series here. Let's go to get pie chart options. Here we will receive this category series, and the type is iPyData, and this will be an array. And if you check, this is the PyData, the category name and category value, which is the amount. Then this function will return highcharts dot options. In this function we will return the object, and then here what we will do, we will say let total value equals to 0. So what is this total value? If you see the pie chart, here we are displaying the total amount. So let's calculate the total amount. Here we will map through the category series dot for each category we will receive here, and just we will say total value plus equals to ct dot amount. Now we will use this total value in our options. Then again we have to create the chart. So the chart, and the chart type will be pie. We will use the pie chart, and let's set the background color to transparent, and we will disable the credits, enabled false. Then we will set the chart title text as null or the empty string. Then we are going to set the subtitle. So the subtitle will be use HTML as true. We will write our HTML, and the subtitle text will be HTML. So I will take this inverted comma, and here I will take this div, and this div will have two more div, one for the amount, which is the total amount, and the value. So this subtitle means you see this subtitle in between, in center of this pie chart. So this is the subtitle we are creating. So it has the total amount text and the amount. So what I will do here, first I will take this div for showing total amount. Here I will write total amount, and then we will take one more div, and here we will display the total value. I will also add $, and let's give some tailwind here. So I will say class text color will be gray 400, text size will be SM, font weight will be medium, and then for this total amount text we are going to add some class here as well. Or what we can do, we can use this class as well. It's not required here. I can move here as well, and let's remove this class. And then for this total value we will have different color. First let's set the text color as 2XL, font as semi bold, and the text color will be this one. So this will be our subtitle. And then what we will do in the subtitle, we will say floating as true, so that it will be in between, and vertical align to middle. We want this in the middle and in the center. And let's also give the Y position as -12, so it will be a little bit above. After this we want to set our legend. So let's create the legend options. So legend, we will give the layout as horizontal, align to be center, vertical align to bottom. If you see, our legend displays in the bottom, not on the top. And for this as well we will say floating to false. Then let's define the item style. So the item style, if you remember, the item style is the style for each legend. So we can set the font size and weight here, or if you want you can also set the color. So I will set the font size and font weight. And now after this legend, let's create our tooltip. So the tooltip shape will be rectangle, so rect. Then we will say use HTML to true. We will create our tooltip. Let's define the shadow as false, we don't want shadow, and the background color as transparent. We will set the background color in our HTML. Then we have to use this formatter, and function to set our tooltip. So here we will simply return one div, and inside this div we just want to show the value, which is this dot y. So if you remember, we have name and y contains the value, and let's add tailwind here for this tooltip. We will make the background color as white, some y-axis and x-axis padding, text size to 16 pixel, font to medium, and the border will be gray 300, and I will give the border radius as rounded full. Now we have to define our plot options just like this one. So here we have the states and some values. So plot options, and if you remember, we have defined plot options for our money flow chart where we set the plot options for column, but here now we are using the pie chart, so I will say pie. We want the plot options for pie chart, and the inner size will be 80% and the actual size will be 85%, and the border width 4, border color, let's give this color F4, and we can also give the border radius 20 pixel, and we don't want to show the data label, so I will say data labels to enable to false. And then what I will do, first I will set show in legend to true, and then let's copy the states. We want these states for our category pie chart as well, so let's copy these states, and after this I will paste it. Now it's looking good, our plot options. Now the last thing we have to define is the series. So this will be an array, and here we will define one object, and the series type will be pie, and just we have to pass the data, which is our category series. Here you can see we are getting this error because we have a typo here. It's not name, it's y. Yes. Now let's check the result. Let's go to our project, and I will close this console, and let's refresh the page. And yes, you can see we have created our pie chart just like this one. Using this pie chart, now we can browse how much money is going in which category. So you can see in investment, if I click this, then you can see in investment, the investment one is this one, is going $500. Then this is $2000, which is going in freelance. So you can see we can check by hiding and unhiding. You can see I can hide all of this, and then I can hide this as well, and I can compare between groceries and entertainment. So the legend feature is working very smoothly, and we can hide unhide each category as well. Now we have to create this recent transactions table and our financial summary. Let's create the recent transactions table. So I will go back to our code. I hope you have understood how we have created our pie chart using high charts and the category options. Now what I will do, after this div I will take one div here, and inside this div I will create two more div. Then we will use this span tag, which is recent transactions, and I will add some class here, font medium, text Excel. Then what I will do, I will make this div as flex, items in start, some gap, justify between, and the margin top will be 8, which is 32 pixel. Then we will give border to this div, border color gray 300, rounded 3xl, just like the previous one. And again I will give flex 2 for this div as well, and let's give some padding. Yes, for this div I will say flex, justify between, and items in center. Now let's check the result. We have this recent transactions here. Now after this span tag I will create one more span tag. Now we are creating this button, see all button. The span title will be see all, And let's add some Tailwind class to this title as well. Let's make the font weight as 500, which is font medium. I will make this span tag as flex because if you see after this see all, we have the icon as well, chevron right. So that's why I'm making this div as flex so that it will be in center, and I will say items to center, text size to SM, some gap between the title and icon, and the border color again gray 300, border radius to full, and Y and X axis padding. And let's give cursor pointer as well. Now let's check. Yes, you can see it is looking good. See all. Let's compare with this one. Yes, but we have to decrease the icon size, so let's do this. What I will do, I will add the class name as width and height to 4. Now let's check. Yes, I think now it is looking good. And what I will do, I will add the on click here, on click handle see all click. So we will create this function here. After this handle category series, I will create this function handle see all click. This will be an arrow function, and what we have to do, we have to just use the router. Let's create the router here. After this use auth, I will say router equals to use router, which will come from next navigation, and then let's go to our method, and I will say router dot push slash transactions. Now let's check if this is working or not. Let's click this button, and yes, you can see we have redirected to transactions page. Yes, I think it's looking good and working as well. Now let's move forward. Now we have to create our table. So after this div, I will take one table from UI/table. Let's create the table header. First, what I will give some class to this table. Let's give some margin top, and I will give the fixed height to 10.6 rem. We will set the height of the table as fixed, and again in this table header we have to take the table row. Inside table row we have to take the table head, and the table head will be icon. Now let's check the result first. Yes, you can see here we are seeing this icon. The height of the table head is not looking good, so let's fix this. For table header, I will add this class. First let's give some background color. So I will give this background color ECEBFE, text color to white, and rounded as full. Let's give full rounded border radius. For this table head, I will say rounded in left size as full. We will give the border radius in the left side. I will remove this hex code, and I will say background color to Titan white. And for our icon, I will say the text color to cornflower blue. And we will make the uppercase and the padding left to 4. Now let's check the result. So it is now looking like this. So you can see I have given the border radius from the left because we want the border radius from the left, and then for the last head we will give from right, so that it will look like this circle. Table head, after icon we have amount. Then I will copy this table head and let's paste this many times. Then here I will replace with title, and then here I will replace this with the category. And let's check how many table heads we have. Yes, 1 2 3 4 5 6. Here I will place the category. Here let's give type, and let's give class to this date. Let's give the text color to cornflower blue, and I will make this case to uppercase. Then let's copy this class name. I will give this class to amount, to title, type, and for category as well. But for category we will add one more class which we have discussed now, to give the border radius in the right side. From the right we will give border radius as full. Now let's check the result. So currently it is looking like this. Don't worry about the height, we will fix this as we create the table body. So let's go back to our code. After this table header, I will create table body, and to create table body we need transactions. Here I have created this transaction state, so you can see it is a transactions, the set transactions, and initially it will a empty array, and we have given this type as iTransaction data. Then I have created this function here, handle fetch transactions, which I am calling in the use effect. And what we are doing here, we are simply doing the same thing. We are getting the token. If the token is not there, then we will return. And then I am calling this method fetch transactions. So if you remember, we have created this transaction service which returns all the transactions. Then we are simply setting the transactions in our transactions. Now we can use these transactions to create our table body. Here we can write transactions dot, if you see, we have to only show the last 3 transactions. So I will use this slice method and I will show the transaction from 0 to 3. So it will show 0, 1 and 2. So last 3 transactions. And then I will say dot reverse, because we want to show the latest transactions at the end. First will be the oldest, then second, and then third will be the latest transaction. Then I will say dot map, we will iterate and we will get this item. I will say iTransaction data, the type, and then I will simply return the table row. Let's return this table row, and first let's give the table row as id. So the id will be item.id, and then inside this table row we have to create the table cell. The first cell I am going to create is the table cell, and we will show the icon which is item.emoji, and then let's give some class to this emoji. I will set the size as Excel, and now let's check the result. Yes, now you can see the height of this table header is automatically fixed as we insert the table body. Previously the table body was not there, that's why it was taking the full height, but now we have the icon, so the height is automatically fixed. Now let's quickly create the cell for date, amount, title, type and category. Here I will create one more table cell for date, and let's set the item.date. So if you remember, first what we do, we check if item.date is available, then we create new date, we pass this item.date and we convert this to local string dot to local date string, else we show the empty string. Let's check the result. Yes, you can see the date in local string. Now let's create the cell for amount. So table cell, here we will show the item dot amount, and also let's make this font weight as medium, and I will also make this font weight as medium as well. Then let's copy this cell and let's paste 3 times. Then here I will say title, here we have transaction type, here we will show the category. Let's see the result. We have this recent transactions table, and for each transaction we are showing icon, date, amount, title, type and category, so that we can browse our last 3 transactions from our dashboard page as well. We don't have to go in transactions or in income or expense page. So I think it is looking good, just like this one. Yes, now we have to create this financial summary. Previously we have discussed this final summary card. Now let's code for this. After this div, I will create one more div, and first let's give again the same class, which is border color, border gray as 300, border radius again the 3xl, and I will give the flex one some padding bottom, and padding top I will give 6, and left right padding will be 4. Then inside this div I will create one span tag, and let's set the title as financial summary, and let's give some class. First I will make the font weight as medium, text size XL. Now let's check the result. So yes, I think it's looking good. We have this financial summary. Now let's display the progress and values. Here you can see this is a progress bar. For progress bar we are not using any Shadcn component, we will create the progress bar by ourselves. So let's go to our code, and in these components I will create one component progress.tsx, const progress, this will be a arrow function, And let's export this component first. Export default progress. To create the progress bar component, if you see, for each progress there is a title, the progress bar and the value. So all of these thing we will receive in props. First we will receive the title, then the percentage. So the percentage will act both as value and for setting the width also. Then here let's also define the type for this. So the title type will be string, percentage will also be a string type. Then here we will return one div. Inside this div first we will show the title. So let's give the title, and then what I will do, I will make this div as flex. I will give some gap, margin top as 4 and flex direction to column. And for this title let's set the font as medium and text to 16 pixel, which is text base. Then we have to create the progress and the value. So again what I will do, I will create one div. Inside this div first let's create the progress div. So I will create one more div and let's give width as full and height to 5, which is 20 pixel. And I will give the background color as Titan white. And let's give the border radius as rounded full. I will also make the width of this div as full. I will give class as flex, item center and some gap. Now after this div we have to show the value. So I will create this span tag, and if you see we have this percentage. So what I will do, I will say percentage, and let's define the percentage type as number. This will be a number, not string, so that we can use this dot to fixed, and we can fix the decimal point to 2. And here I will give this percentage symbol. So if the value is, let's say, 50.2345, then we will only show till 2 decimal, only 2 3. Let's give some Tailwind class here as well. So I will just give font as medium and text as SM. Now what we will do, here we will use the style tag. So why we are using this style tag? Because we want to set the percentage dynamically, the width dynamically. So if you see here, if this is 45.05%, so we have set this width as 45% and the behind which have the width as full, and we have set this width as the percentage. So what I will do here in this style, I will say width, let's take this inverted comma, and I will say if the percentage is greater than 0, means the percentage is greater than 0, then we will only we give 100, else we will show the percentage. And let's add the percentage symbol here. That's how width work. We give 50, then we have to give this percentage sign. Now let's use this progress bar. After this span tag, I will take one div, and then here I will call our progress component, and then we have to pass the props. So let's pass the title as title, then we have to pass the percentage, and I will pass the percentage 50. Now let's check the result, how it is looking. You can see it is looking like this. We have not given the background color, so let's fix this. Here instead of background Titan white, let's use the cornflower blue, and then inside this div I will take one more div and I will place this div inside this div. So why I have created this div? Because if you see here, this div which we have given the background color is cornflower blue is this one, is this div. Then we have to create the behind div as well, so this one. So now I am creating that div. So I will give some class to this div now. I will give the width as full, height as 5, the same height. Then for this one we will use the background color as Titan white, and let's give the border radius as full. Now let's check the result. So yes, you can see it is looking good, just like this one. Yes. Now we have to set the value dynamically. Now we have to calculate the value instead of passing the hard-coded value. So what I will do, let's close this component. If you remember, the first progress which we have to show is the category, the top category spending. So in title, what I will do, I will call one function handle most spending, and it will give me the top category. So currently we have not created this function, but we will create this. Then I'm going to use this same function here as well. So let's copy this function name, paste here, and then this will give me the category expense, which will use as the percentage. So let's define this function handle most spending. Handle most spending. Then here we will calculate our most spending category. So again we will create one map, const map. Let's give the type as record, string and number. Initially this will be empty object, and then we have to calculate the category expense. So initially let's set this as 0, and the top category, which will be a empty string. So what I'm doing here is we have to define our category. So if we check in the application, here we have this category. So this category is this top category, and then we have to calculate the spending, so 45%. So we'll store that in category expense. Then we will loop through the transactions dot for each. Here we will receive the item if the item type, means the item transaction type, is expense. I am adding the condition as expense because we want to show the most spending category. So we spend from our expense, we add our spendings in expense type, not in income. So that's why I added this condition. If the transaction type is expense, then again we will check if the map does not have this category, then simply add this category in my map and set the value as 0 initially, and then we will do the same thing. We will set the category plus equals to, again we will convert this to number, item dot amount. Like this we will store all categories amount. For example, utilities we have $200, then let's say entertainment for $100. So like this we will have the total amount for each category. I will print the map. So let's print, and I will show you the output. Let's go here, let's open this. So this is giving us error, cannot read properties. Let's comment this for now, and then I will call this handle most spending here inside this use effect. What I will do here, I will remove this call from here, and then I will return 0 or let's say 50, and then I will call this handle most spending here. So let's uncomment this, and just we will call this, and instead of passing this we will pass the title. Let's say title. Now let's check the result. So let's filter this with map. So you can see our map here. So why I have called this handle most spending here instead of calling the use effect, because when this function is called, we don't have the transactions yet. The transactions array is empty. When the transactions data loaded, this function won't call because we have called inside this use effect and we don't have any dependency. So this method will be not called. But if we put this here, then what will happen? When the transactions data loaded and we set in our state, then all these JSX will be rendered once again, and this function will be automatically gets called. That's why I put this handle most spending in our progress bar props. Now let's check the map. So now you can see our map. We have added our transactions in 3 categories: entertainment, food and groceries. For entertainment we have $200, for food $500, and for groceries $2000. These 3 categories only for expense. I am not talking about income. It is only for expense. In expense we have added 3 category. Now what we can do? We can just calculate the percentage for top category. The top category is grocery. We have most spending in groceries. So now let's go back to our code. Then I will remove this map. Let's remove this return as well. And here I will loop inside the map. So category in map, and then I will say if the map of category is greater than category expense, then just set the category expense as map of category and top category to category. So what we are doing here, we are checking if the map of category, so we will receive the value of that category, and if it is greater than expense, means we got some category which is greater than our expense. So we set the category expense as map of category, which the value, and we change our top category. And if in the future, if we again receive one more category which value is greater than our category expense, then we reset our category. Now to calculate the percentage, what we can do, we will say category expense. What we can do, we will divide this with dashboard values. So we have dashboard values dot expense value. If the dashboard values dot expense value is there, we will divide the category expense with dashboard values dot expense value into 100, else we will show 0, and then we will simply return top category and category expense percentage. So this is simply a percentage formula to calculate the percentage. Here we are just dividing the total expense value with our category expense, and then we are multiplying with the 100, so that we will get the percentage of the total expense. Now what I will do here, I will call this handle most spending dot category expense, and here I will call handle most spending dot top category. Now let's check the result. Let's close this console. Yes, and here you can see we got our category. So the top category is groceries, and we have spent 74% of our income in groceries itself. So this is a useful feature to see our top categories spending. Now let's move forward, and now we have to create these two, the savings rate and income spent. Let's go back to our code, and what I will do after this handle most spending, I will create one more method, handle savings rate. So this will be an arrow function. Then what we will do, to calculate the handle savings rates, we want the income value and expense value, because to calculate the savings rate we want to check how much our income, how much our spending, then we can just calculate the percentage which we are saving using percentage formula. So I will destructure the income value and the expense value from dashboard values. Here I will add one condition, if the income value is 0, then return 0, because we can't divide with 0. Then I will say const rate, then again we will use the percentage formula. So we will say income value minus expense value divide by income value into 100. So we will get our percentage, and we will just return the rate. Then let's also create our income spent function as well, handle income spent. How much income we have spent until now. Now this will be a same. Let's copy this, and then what we have to do, we have to just get this spent by saying expense value divide by income value and just into 100. So we will get the percentage of income we have spent. Just return this spent. Here I will call this progress. The title is savings rate. Let's define the percentage. Let's call handle savings rate. Let's copy this. Then we have income spent. Here we will call handle income spent. Now let's check the result, if this is working or not. Yes, you can see it is working. We have the groceries, then we are showing the savings rate, and then income spent. Also let's reduce some gap between this progress bar and groceries. You can see here we don't have too much gap. So let's reduce this, and let's give the gap to 2. Now let's check. Yes, I think now it's looking good, and the table and financial summary card is also aligned correctly. I hope you have understood how we have created this financial summary card for each category. First we have the categories, the top category, then savings rate, and then income spent. So you can see we have successfully created our dashboard, the dashboard header, dashboard cards, and then the money flow chart, category breakdown, recent transactions, and our financial summary card. We have created our dashboard page, but there is a one bug in our application. Let's log out. And if I try to go to the dashboard page by removing this login route, then you can see without login I can access the dashboard page, transactions page, income page, and the expense page. We don't want to allow the user to access all of these private pages if the user is not logged in. To fix this bug, what we can do, we can create one HOC. HOC means high order component. Suppose if we want to protect the dashboard page, we will pass this dashboard component in the HOC, and that component will check if the user is logged in or not. If it is not logged in, it will automatically redirect to login page, else on the dashboard page. So let's create our HOC. In our transaction model, we have this undefined error. Let's fix this by adding this empty string. If the transaction type is not there, we will add this empty string. Inside our front end, we will create one HOC folder, and here we will create one HOC which is with auth.tsx. Let's create our with auth HOC. So export function with auth, and then what here we will do, we will create one auth wrapper, with auth wrapper. So let's create this. So with auth wrapper, this will be a async function, and here we will receive the props, and let's give the props type as generic by denoting T, and then we will get the user. So const user equals to await current user. So this current user is coming from Clerk Next.js server component. Clerk provides the user in server components as well. So you can see this is not a client component, it is a server component. We will check if user is undefined or null, then we will redirect the user to login page, else we will return the component. So to return the component, what we can do, we will define the auth type. So the auth type will be generic T and extends object, and here we will receive the auth type. Let's remove this, and here we will have the wrapped component which we will wrap component, and this will be a React component. So React dot component type, and here we will pass this generic type. And let's remove this arrow. It's not a arrow function, it's a normal function. So you can see here the component which will wrap, we will receive the wrapped component here, and what we will do, if user is there, means user is logged in, then we will simply return this wrapped component. And if user have passed any props to this component, then we will simply give that props. Also we can inject some more props as well. So I will inject this user so that every component will have the user. Then let's return this with auth wrapper. I will return. Now let's test this HOC. So what I will do, I will close this transaction model, and let's open the dashboard. So we are calling this dashboard in page.tsx. So let's go here. I will close this dashboard component, and here I will say with auth, and I will wrap this component inside this HOC. Now let's test with logged in and with logged out. So let's go to project. Currently you can see I am not logged in. So let's remove this login route, and let's see if we able to go to the dashboard component or not, or in dashboard page. So let's see. So you can see it's not going in the dashboard component. If I go to the income page, then it will allow me to go to the income page because we have not currently wrapped the income page. But as soon as I go to the dashboard component, it redirects me to the login page. Now let's test with login. I will log in with this account, and you can see I am redirected to this dashboard page. And if I try now to go to the login page, then you can see it again redirects me to the dashboard page. So this is working. Now let's wrap other pages as well. So what we have to do, simply let's go to the expense page. Let's wrap this expense page with auth. Let's wrap the income page as well with auth, and let's wrap the transactions page as well. Now let's test all the pages. So what I will do, I will log out, and then let's try to go to the income page. So you can see as soon as I go to the income page, it redirects me to this login page. Let's try with expense page. Yes, it is working. Then let's try to go to the transactions page as well. Yes, you can see now all the pages is protected. If user is not logged in, then it will not able to access the private pages. It will be redirect to the login page, and from here user can log in and can sign up as well. So I hope you have understood this with auth HOC. In this HOC we are doing just this thing. We are getting the wrapped component in this props, and we are checking if user is not logged in, then we are simply redirected to the login page, else we are calling that wrapped component with the props and user. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to deploy the front end and back end of our expense tracker. We will use the Vercel to deploy front end and back end. So I will go to Safari. You can log into github.com and you can create a new repository. Let's name this repository as FL expense tracker, front end lab expense tracker, and then create repository. Then copy these 4 lines from git commit to git push -u origin main. Then here in the VS Code, what we will do, first we will initialize the git, and remember you should be in the FL expense tracker directory instead of front end or back end. And we will initialize the git here. After git initialization, what we have to do, we have to create one git ignore file for backend. So I will say git ignore. In this file I will paste all of this code. So you can see here we are ignoring the node modules and some other files. We have initialized the git in our FL expense tracker. Now we have to remove the git from front end. So I will go to the front end directory, and here we can remove the git by running this command. After this, now currently we are in the FL expense tracker directory, and we will run git add dot, so that it will add all the changes in the staged environment. Then what we can do, we will go to this GitHub and copy this 4 line and just paste the line here, and I will run. You can see here we have pushed all the changes to GitHub. Now let's go to GitHub and refresh the page. We get the cache error, so just run this command git remove cache front end. We have removed the git from the front end, but it is currently there in the cache, so just remove this command and then push the code. So you can see after removing the cache, now in this repo we have backend and front end. And here I will create new project in Vercel and just import this FL expense tracker from git. First we will deploy the project. So let's rename this with frontend, FL expense tracker frontend, and then here we will choose Next.js, and in the root directory we have to edit this root directory to frontend and press continue. After this we have to also add the environment variables. So let's go to our code and here search for env frontend, copy this environment variables and just paste here. I will remove this box. Here you can see our backend API URL is currently localhost 4000 because we have not yet deployed the backend. After deploying the front end, we will deploy the backend and then we will change this env. And make sure to use your Clerk publishable and Clerk secret key, because after deploying this project I will delete this application. Deploy. Currently you can see it is deploying this application. If you want to see the logs, just click this arrow button, and currently it is on the installing dependency stage. Then we can see it is now creating an optimized production build by running the npm run build command. So you can see our front end is deployed. Congratulations, you just deployed a new project. So what I will do, I will just continue to the dashboard, and you can see the domain here. So I will copy this link and I will open in Google Chrome. So let's open this project. So you can see we redirected to the login page, and this is the endpoint of our front end, FL expense tracker frontend.versal.app. Now I will not sign up. First I will deploy the backend. So let's go to the Versal. I will go to the dashboard. Now let's add new project. I will import again this FL expense tracker, and I will say expense tracker backend, and let's set the directory now to backend. Continue. So you can see the framework is automatically set to Express, and then let's remove all of this env. Let's copy our backend env. So I will go to this env and I will copy all of this env, and let's paste it here. Here we have the Mongo URI env and Clerk env. Now the additional thing we have to do here is we have to give the build command. So if you see in our package.json for backend, our build command is this one, build. So what we will do, we will give npm run build, and then we will deploy this backend. So currently you can see the build logs. Currently it is installing the dependency. It will take some time to deploy our backend. Until what we will do, let's go to the Clerk dashboard. And if you remember, in our application we have to also set the webhook. So what I will do, I will go to webhooks. Let's reload the page. Click on this webhook. Now we have to edit this endpoint. Let's go to Versal, and you can see we have deployed our backend as well. Congratulations, you just deployed a new project. Then let's go to continue to dashboard, and I will copy this link and I will edit and I will paste the link here and save. Previously we were using the local tunnel API endpoint for our webhook. Now we have deployed our backend. Now we can use our backend API endpoint. Also let's try to open this endpoint. So you can see it is saying cannot get. It means our backend is deployed. Now what I will do, I will go to users and I will delete this user, and in the database here we will delete this FL expense tracker. Let's delete this collection, drop database. Now we have deleted the user from Clerk, and also we have deleted from the database as well. Now what we can do, we can test our application. If we are able to successfully log in, then the user will also get updated in the database and in the dashboard as well. Here in the frontend lab expense tracker frontend in Versal, go to settings. Under settings, go to environment variables, and here next public backend API URL. If you check this is currently localhost 4001. So we have to update this with this endpoint /API and just click save. Now let's test our application. Let's refresh the page. I will click the sign up button and I will sign up with Google. Verify, click continue. Then you can see we have signed up and we redirected to our dashboard page. Now what I will do, I will check our database if the database gets updated with the newly created user or not. Currently it is connecting to this cluster 0. You can see the user is not updated in database. Let's go to the Clerk, and here if your webhook is disabled, then just click this 3 button, and here you will see this enable endpoint. So just click that endpoint to enable our webhook endpoint. And now what I will do, I will delete the user from Clerk dashboard and I will sign up again. So first let's delete the user from our Clerk. Let's delete this user. Let's log out from our application as well. So I will say log out. One more step we forget to add is we have to add this versal.json file in our backend. So just create a new file versal.json and copy paste this code, and also this file will be available in the description below. Just click the link in the description below and you will get this file. Along with this you will get constants, types, versal.json and all the files. So make sure to access this file from the link below in the description. After creating this file, just push this file to GitHub from version control. Now let's test this again. So what I will do, again I will go to this app and let's sign up with Google again. I will select this account, continue. We redirected to the dashboard page. Now let's test our database. Let's refresh this page. Let's connect to this cluster, and here you can see the FL expense tracker collection, and in this we have a single users, and this is the user and their user detail. Now let's see our clerk dashboard. I will refresh, and here we have one user. Now let's see our webhook. So I will go here, click on this endpoint, and here you can see we got the succeed. Let's see this endpoint, and you can see the endpoint has FL expense tracker backend, our deployed backend endpoint, and we get this message user created successfully. Now let's try to add 2 or 3 transactions. So what I will do, I will go to this transactions page. Let's open the network tab as well to see the API, and let's add one transaction. So I will add income, test income. Let's set the category as investment, amount $500, and I will select one date. Now let's add this transaction. So here you can see the add income API hits, and in payload we pass all this information, and if you see the response, we get income added successfully. After this add income API, we call get all transaction API, and this API gives us all the transactions. And in the page you can see we have the transaction test income, and the graph is also get updated. Now let's see if this income is added in our income page. Yes, we have this income in our income page, but the expense will be 0. We have not added any expense. Also let's check the dashboard. So you can see we have the total balance, income, expense 0, total transaction $500. We have this pie chart, money flow chart, and the recent transaction as well. And here you can see the financial summary card. Now let's add one expense. So I will go to this expense. Let's add one expense as test expense. Let's name it expense. I will select this emoji. Let's select this one, category food, and $200. Add expense. So you can see expense added successfully. We get this notification, and the expense added in the graph and in our list. Now let's test this in transactions. In the transactions you can see we have this expense added in this page and in the graph as well. Now let's check this in dashboard. Here you can see now we have this $200 expense, and in the category breakdown we have this $200 category as well, and in the recent transaction we have this test expense, and now we have all the values. You can see the financial summary as food 100%, savings rate 60%, and income spent 40%.
That's it for this video. I hope you enjoyed it and learned a lot by building this project. Don't stop here. Check out frontendlab.io where you find a bunch of real-world projects to work on. Each project includes clear instructions on what to build, Figma design, and community support if you get stuck. Building these projects will test the skills that are required in the industry.
If you find this video helpful, then please like, share and subscribe to the channel. Your support really motivates me to keep creating quality content like this, and I'll see you in the next video.